In valiant life I've become a jack of all trades just because of a powerful dictionary. In the first ever competition organized for trolls, all the other contestants lost. The crowd exclaimed, "Brother, you're so good at trolling." 1 to 50. Translations. Brother, after this goodbye, I don't know when we'll meet again. I only regret not having met you earlier. We've journeyed together for just 3 months, but our bond is. Hey, don't get so emotional. I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Fan looked at the brother standing before him and couldn't help but sigh. This was the third time that this had happened. They were all passionate and ambitious in the beginning, but after a few setbacks, they didn't have the strength to continue. Brother Lin, after I leave, you will still be constantly chased by the city's enforcement officers. I can't bear the thought of it. This is all that I own, please accept it as my regards. The youngster handed Lin Fan a bundle wrapped in cloth, then embraced him. Brother, as long as time stands, we are bound to meet again. I have to go. Clattering sounds. Upon saying this, the youngster pushed the door open and walked away, full of resolution. Xiaofeng, where are you heading to? Lin Fan stood by the door, staring at the youngster's back view. Dongguan, what are you going to do there? The economy is in a slump over there. Due to a crackdown, many workers had left the area. Numerous industries suffered financially. If one were to compare it to Shanghai, it was in a worse condition. To sell my body, Xiaofeng said without looking back. He had already made up his mind. You're a man, Lin Fan yelled. Has Xiaofeng gone crazy? What does a man have to sell? His hairy body. It's precisely because of the fact that I'm a man, and because of the Great Depression, that there are business opportunities there. Brother, this is where we part. Wait till I become rich, then I'll be back to bring you to fly with me. Slowly, gradually, his silhouette disappeared from Lin Fan's view. Ah, this man is alone once again. That can't be right, Xiaofeng didn't even leave his number. When he becomes rich, how is he going to bring me to fly with him? Lin Fan hastily ran after him, but Xiaofeng's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. He could only shake his head and return to his $400 a month rented house. Looking at his tiny house, Lin Fan felt miserable. If he had known that things would turn out this way, he would have never entered that diploma mill. Even if he just came out to learn a skill after graduating from high school, he would still be living a better life than he was now, selling scallion pancakes. Forget it, at least Xiaofeng had the conscience to leave a note behind. Let's see what we have. FCK your second uncle. All of a sudden, piercing sounds of rage-filled cursing emitted from the tiny rented house. Over 10 magazines were placed in front of Lin Fan, along with several IOUs written on blank paper. Next to these IOUs, was a letter, which, judging by appearance, had already been passed through several hands. Dearest Brother Lin, when you read this letter, I'm afraid I would have just left, but you don't need to try to convince me to stay. I'm already firm on going to Dongguan. Shanghai hasn't been good to me for 3 months. I have no fond memories of the place. Quietly, I will take my leave, as quietly as I came here. Gently, I will flick my sleeves, and not even a wisp of cloud will I bring away. These IOUs are for you, but worry not, I am not someone who forgets his debts. Wait till I become a big shot in Dongguan, then I'll repay the debt 1,000 times, 10,000 times over. These magazines are my favorites. Today, I'm giving them to you, brother. See you again. Staring at the pile of magazines, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. This fella eats my food, borrows my money, and in the end, all he leaves me is a pile of magazines. This FC King Xiaofeng better not let me find him. Forget about it, at least I have something to look at. Let's see what we have here. Wow, he flipped page after page. Not bad, these are beautiful thighs. Damn, this woman is way too gorgeous. However, it is too immoral for such a gorgeous woman to appear on this kind of magazine. As time went by, minute by minute, second by second, the magazines were read by Lin Fan. One by one, they were dumped to the side until only one magazine was left. What's going on? Such an alluring cover page but not a single thing on the inside. And it's so thick too. This must be some sort of scam. Every one of the previous magazines had left a positive impression, but the final magazine put Lin Fan in a bad mood. Why did they put such an attractive woman on the cover page? To cheat the readers, draw their attention, and then drive them into a frenzy. Scums. Lin Fan lay on his bed, clutching the magazine in his hands as he stared at the lady on the cover page. This lady was indeed extremely attractive. Gradually, Lin Fan's eyelids shut, and he dozed off. Ring ring. His old iPhone 4 rang suddenly, causing Lin Fan to be startled. He instantly opened his eyes. It's time to open the stall. It's already 4:30 p.m. The primary school students will be dismissed soon. If we're late, there won't be any space left. After graduating from the diploma mill, Lin Fan came to Shanghai full of ambition and ready to take on the world. However, cruel reality hit him hard. In the 2 years after he graduated, Lin Fan had been to numerous companies and took on many jobs, but as if due to bad luck, each job never lasted long. At the first company, the boss ran away with his mistress. His wife sold the company away, along with the 2 months of pay that they owed Lin Fan. At his second job, Lin Fan was very contented. The couple who owned the business was good to him, but one day, they called Lin Fan into the office and sneakily told him about an investment opportunity. Invest $3,000 and get $500 monthly returns. The more you invest, the more returns you receive. When Lin Fan first heard about it, he was ecstatic. It appeared to be a very good deal, and even the boss couple were invested in it, so Lin Fan happily invested too and waited for the returns to come flying in. However, 2 months later, Lin Fan realized that something wasn't right. He had been cheated. When Lin Fan decided to tell his boss that he wanted to back out in a refund, he realized that his boss had invested his entire fortune into the business and was completely broke. That was when Lin Fan understood one of life's principles. Educational background was not an indication of IQ. He had lost 2 months of wages and was not about to continue being cheated. Eventually, Lin Fan used his remaining savings to start a small vendor business, selling scallion pancakes. In terms of money, it was actually a pretty profitable business selling pancakes for $6 each. Occasionally, when the customers spend more extravagantly, earnings were even higher. The only problem was the city's enforcement officers, who would come and chase Lin Fan away. Sometimes, the stall would get confiscated, and it would cost him several hundreds to get it back. It was a very costly setback. Since Xiaofeng had left, Lin Fan only had himself to rely on from this day onwards. Why is this magazine still stuck to my hand? As Lin Fan was about to put on his shoes, he realized that the magazine was sticking to his hand and would not come off. Could that FC King Xiaofeng have put glue on it? Just as Lin Fan was about to rip the magazine off his arm, a metallic sound rang in his ear and the magazine suddenly vanished. Ding! Binding requirements fulfilled. Not letting go of the blank magazine for 6 hours. Activating history's strongest encyclopedia. Due to the host being the first user, unsealing content related to the host's current occupation. Page 1. Godly scallion pancakes. Godly scallion pancakes. Grade. Godly. Tastiness evaluation. Unforgettable culinary delicacy. Task. Attain a small amount of reputation, no time limit. Task completion. Randomly reveal page 2 of encyclopedic knowledge. Reward. 10 encyclopedic points. At this moment, Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. He stood motionlessly for 10 minutes, with no clue about what had just happened. Lin Fan pinched his face, followed by his thigh. Everything felt real. Encyclopedia. Lin Fan recalled what had happened. With a sudden jolt, a magazine with the thickness of a mountain's height appeared within his mind. The cover page no longer displayed the beautiful woman. Instead, a large golden word was printed in the middle of the page, Encyclopedia. Wow! He flipped the cover page over. The first page was no longer blank but was filled with words and illustrations, vivid and lifelike images of scallion pancakes, with lines of densely packed words printed in gold. Is this a dream or something? Forget it, even if this is a dream, I still have to go and sell my scallion pancakes. Still in a daze, Lin Fan left the compound while pushing his cart along with him. Lil Fan, you're so late today. As he was leaving the compound, a group of middle-aged women was preparing to leave their homes and fetch their kids. Lin Fan nodded his head and continued pushing his cart away from the compound. Hey, Lil Fan seems distracted. Could he have just broken up? Breaking up is a good thing. I heard your daughter is already 30. She's getting old, isn't this the perfect timing? What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter may be already 30, but even so, she wouldn't go for this impoverished brat. Go off and fetch your kid. My daughter has plenty of men pursuing her. Ha 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 ha. The devilish laughter from the group of women resounded as they left. At roughly 4 p.m. each day, Red Star Primary School's gates would usher in a crowd of parents, and within this crowd, hawkers would start getting busy. There would be hawkers selling barbecued food, hawkers selling fruits, and of course, there would be Lin Fan selling his scallion pancakes. In fact, he wasn't the only one selling scallion pancakes. The competitive pressure was immense. Being a young man, Lin Fan was naturally not as brazen as the elderly aunts there and was always unable to seize the best spots because of this. Hey young man, what's with you today? Is there something wrong with your eyes? You've blinked over 100 times in the past 10 minutes. A particularly conspicuous, mustached middle-aged man asked. He was dressed in a robe, had both hands hidden in his sleeves, and he stood next to Lin Fan's worn-out cart, gazing at him. Wow, you really are Diviner Tien. You can even tell how many times I blink. Lin Fan's mind was in a mess. He wondered if he had been possessed. Why were things appearing in his head? And an abnormally thick encyclopedia too. That's just a nickname. Since school hasn't ended yet, why don't I read your fortune for you for $5? I, Tien, am capable of seeing into the future, past, and present. No matter who or what it is, with one glance, I can tell you your fortune. Diviner Tien sat atop the small bench, with his head twisted to one side. He was trying to trick Lin Fan into believing him. Being in this business, he had no choice but to bluff his customers. How else would he earn his living? Come on, if you really are so great, you would have become successful long ago. Why would you still be here, squatting in front of a primary school like me? However, you must be really proud of yourself, Tien Han Ming, to do this in front of a primary school, teaching these kids to believe in your trickery. Please don't call me that from now on. Call me Diviner Tien. I cannot reveal heaven's mysteries. However, the spot I am standing on right now is a sacred piece of land, where businesses can flourish easily. If you're interested, give me a piece of scallion pancake and it's yours. Lin Fan gave a small chuckle. He had nothing more to say. When Lin Fan had first started hawking, business wasn't going smoothly, and this Tien Han Ming tricked him into one of his scams. Ever since then, Lin Fan saw through his tricks. To even scam a poor man like him, did this Tien Han Ming even have a conscience? Big sister, please slow down, you have to take a look at this. At this moment, a 50-something-year-old auntie was passing by. Diviner Tien suddenly called out to her. His fingers started to move as if he was counting something. And the more he counted, the more his expression turned into that of shock, almost as if something grave had happened. Looking at this scene, Lin Fan let out another cold laugh. There goes another victim, he thought. Even so, each time this happened, Lin Fan couldn't help but be filled with envy. To get paid just for spouting some nonsense, it seemed like too good of a deal. This auntie seemed like someone who believed in fortune-telling, as she stopped in her tracks, with a look of surprise on her face. Master, what's the matter? Is there something wrong? Your eyes tell me that a major incident may happen to you in the near future. Diviner Tien said, raising his tone as if what he was saying really was real. The primary school students still hadn't been dismissed. Lin Fan just stood there, watching how Tien Han Ming was tricking his victim, and couldn't help but feel a slight admiration for him. With each lie he told, there would be a different reason behind it, and each of them actually made sense. 5 minutes later, the auntie nodded her head worriedly, then handed $10 over to Tien Han Ming. As she left, she continued to thank him profusely, as if he had just saved her life. How's that? Diviner Tien waved the money in his hand proudly before stuffing it into his waist pocket. Old cocky B** starred. Even as Lin Fan said that, his heart was still filled with envy. Ever since starting this scallion pancake business, times had been tough, especially since there were several other scallion pancake hawkers next to him. With regards to skill and quality of the pancakes, Lin Fan could not compete against the others. Earning just $100 in a day was considered lucky. Moreover, whenever the city's enforcement officers came to do their rounds, the entire day's revenue would be gone. Ding dong, ding dong, asterisk. The sound of the school bells ringing echoed through the city. Lin Fan took a deep breath and placed all his equipment and ingredients in position as he awaited the incoming parents. What troubled Lin Fan the most were the stalls stationed in front of him. The owners would compete viciously for sales, and when the parents reached his own stall, very few would even care to look at his pancakes. In a place like Shanghai, some parents wouldn't allow their children to eat these snacks sold on the streets, saying that the food wasn't clean or hygienic. Therefore, the number of patrons was very limited. The sound of chatter began to fill the place as a crowd moved towards the school gates. The street hawkers started to get busy as well, including Diviner Tien. Yet, there was no one in Lin Fan's vicinity. Nobody cared to patronize his stall. Several parents walked past the front of his stall, already holding scallion pancakes in their hands, bought from other stalls. Lin Fan tiptoed and saw that the other scallion pancake stalls already had snaking queues. The hawkers were all terribly busy. I can't just sit here. All of my hard work put into the preparations would be wasted. Lin Fan was getting desperate. Without a second thought, he started to scream out loud. Large and fragrant scallion pancakes for sale. Add ham for only $6. Add bacon for $7. Come and take a look. However, even after screaming for half a day, not a single customer came. Lin Fan was crushed. Despite all his efforts, nobody wanted to patronize him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's shouting, the auntie who was manning the stall opposite his sniggered with disdain. As she made her scallion pancakes, she said to her customer, "That brat makes horrible tasting scallion pancakes, that's why nobody buys from him. Some people don't know how bad they are and give it a try, but nobody buys from him twice." The parents who were standing around all nodded in agreement. Apparently, some of the parents had tried the pancakes before, and the taste was indeed horrible. Diviner Tien, after reading several parents' fortunes, looked over at Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan's miserable state, he broke into a chuckle. "Hey kid, why don't I take you under my wing? I'll cover your meals and accommodation, and I can guarantee you a brighter future than what you'd have if you carry on selling scallion pancakes. Once you finish your apprenticeship, I'll hand over this precious spot of land to you and you'll become rich. You can keep it, my spot isn't bad at all. There'll be customers coming over real soon." Lin Fan refused to follow this fraud Tien and become a fortune teller. If he did, he would be the laughingstock of the town. At this very moment, a sweet scent filled the air. Lin Fan took several whiffs of air. What an amazing scent! He turned his head, and what he saw made his heart skip a beat. "One scallion pancake with ham and bacon, please." The beautiful lady had a clear and crisp voice that was soothing to the ears. She had sunglasses on and was dressed classily, in a black dress. "Young lady, you sure have an eye for good food. This young boss is very skillful and makes excellent scallion pancakes. Why don't you let me read your fortune for you? When I'm done, the scallion pancakes should be ready as well." Fraud Tien said with a big smile on his face, exposing a row of yellow teeth. The beautiful lady giggled. "I've tasted these before. I'm in a rush and there's no queue here, so I'm just going to quickly buy one for my colleague. As for the fortune telling, forget about it. I don't believe in fortunes." The beautiful lady's words were laced with negativity. Lin Fan, who was busy making the pancakes, felt his face redden. He knew that his scallion pancakes were bad and customers would never return for a second time. Diviner Tien lowered his head but burst out laughing a moment later. He was an old-timer and could clearly hear the meaning behind her words. Suddenly, the magazine within Lin Fan's mind was flipped open. The rows and rows of words drifted about inside his mind. Lin Fan shook his head. "I should try preparing it this way." Lin Fan had never tried this method before. He had no prior experience, but at that moment, everything felt natural to him, as if he had done it many times before. "Wow, this method of cooking seems new. How interesting," exclaimed the lady, as she watched Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not know what to say, so he gave a little smile. Halfway through, the lady had to make a call and walked away from the stall for a moment. As Lin Fan carried on, he felt as if he was getting better and better at it. Within a few minutes, a beautifully made scallion pancake, which surprised even Lin Fan himself, was ready to serve. "This was made by me." Lin Fan was in utter disbelief. The outer layer was golden brown and crispy. The inside was white and fluffy. The fragrance of the scallion and the dough was overwhelming and incredibly appetizing. Even Lin Fan was tempted to swallow the whole thing in one bite, but he resisted. "Is it done?" The lady had finished her phone call and was rushing Lin Fan. "It's done, it's done." Without hesitation, Lin Fan placed the pancake into a plastic bag and tied it up. The beautiful lady walked over and handed $7 over to Lin Fan. She took in a small whiff of air. "Where's this amazing smell coming from?" Unfortunately, the lady didn't ask Lin Fan about the smell. She had tasted his scallion pancakes before and did not even consider that this incredible smell was coming from his scallion pancakes. She took the plastic bag and left, still without any idea of where the smell was coming from. On the other hand, Lin Fan was still in shock. He knew that something weird had just happened. Despite all this, Lin Fan's stall had no customers once again. Apart from that beautiful lady, no one else came to buy from him. Youth Arts Magazine Publishing Company. Zhang Qingyi held the bag of scallion pancakes and smiled. She bought it for her colleagues even though she was only out for a while. Zhang Qingyi thought, "I shouldn't think of it as extra effort. I should treat this walk like a free mini workout." Sigh, why isn't Qingyi back yet? "I'm starving," said Sister Meng as she laid motionlessly on the chair at her colorful work counter. She continuously licked her lips as she stared intently at the delicious food displayed on her computer. She was famished. The action of licking one's lips is so seductive. If a male was around, he might have forcefully kissed her, savoring the taste of her lips. Her delicate face was filled with sadness. It was as if she would starve to death if she remained like this for a few more minutes. This was a magazine publishing firm for female high fashion. The workers here were all youthful and beautiful. "Han Han, you're such a glutton, what if you become a fatty?" said a pretty colleague. She was lying flat on her stomach on the partition between the work desks, with her abdomen raised in a seductive and sexy way. I would rather eat till I die than starve to death. Why is Qingyi so slow? Will she only return after I starve to death? Huo Han lamented lethargically with a slight bitterness on her face. Even though she had eaten a slice of cake 10 minutes ago, she was already hungry. "Look, your saving grace is back," said the pretty colleague who was lying on her stomach. Then, she pursed up her lips and said, "This glutton would have died if you came back any later." "I'm not a glutton, Miss Qingyi, you're finally back. If not, I would have really starved to death. Look at the bag of pancakes you're holding, I love you so much," Huo Han said as she snatched the bag from Qingyi. Just as Huo Han was about to open the bag, she turned to Qingyi and asked, "Where did you buy this from?" "At the entrance of the school opposite us. I bought them from the charming man you talked about before who sells handmade pastries for a living even though he could easily be a model," Qingyi replied. "Ah," Huo Han exclaimed with a bittersweet expression on her face. "Why did you buy from him? Although I admire the young chap's looks, I don't really like the pastries he makes. There goes this bag of pancakes. I noticed his business wasn't very good and since you admire him so much, I thought I could do a good deed on your behalf by buying pancakes from him," Qingyi said as she flipped her hair. "If you don't want them, just throw them away." Huo Han sulked and sighed helplessly, Fine, I'm famished. Even if it tastes like crap, I would still have to eat it. Otherwise, I'd really starve to death. "Babe, is there a chance that you might be the reincarnation of a hungry ghost?" Zhang Qingyi smiled and asked as she walked towards the work desk. "HMPH, I'm a beauty from the heavens and I came down to savor delicacies in the mortal world. When I'm done, I will fly back to the heavens," Huo Han playfully said as she stuck out her tongue. Everyone in the office laughed after they heard what Huo Han said. With such a mundane job, bickering seemed to be the only thing that could cheer them up. Huo Han mumbled joyously to herself as she looked at the bag of handmade scallion pancakes. "These look different, perhaps he used an improved recipe. Now I'm excited to have one," Huo Han said as she opened up the bag. Suddenly, the office was filled with the aroma of the pancakes. It was an indescribable aroma. It was as if those people in the office who smelled it had found a delicacy which they had to try. Clattering noises. A series of chair-turning noises could be heard. All the beautiful ladies in the office stood up as they wiggled their noses, inhaling the aroma. "Where is this aroma coming from? Yeah, it smells so good, I have never smelled something as good as this. I'm suddenly so hungry and I feel like eating although I just ate a while ago." Just as the charming ladies were trying to locate the source of the aroma, Huo Han forcefully swallowed her saliva as she held onto the bag of pancakes. Her big and brilliant eyes filled with a strong desire. The pancakes had a golden and crispy outer layer, with each paper-thin layer clearly defined. The aroma filled the air, making everyone crave intensely for them as if the pancakes were the only thing they ever wanted. "The aroma is coming from this bag of pancakes," Zhang Qingyi said as she inhaled the aroma again. When she had been at another stall earlier, she had smelled the same aroma but she didn't know where it came from. Now that she was smelling the same aroma, there could only be one possibility, it came from the bag of scallion pancakes. Huo Han impatiently took a bite of the pancake. As she took her first bite, Huo Han had a look of astonishment on her face. Then, she stood up forcefully, as if she got hypnotized by it. It was as if Huo Han's soul was awoken by the waves of ecstasy from her first bite. Delicious. It's just too delicious. At this moment, Huo Han had recovered from the moment of ecstasy, the magical feeling which tantalized her taste buds and left her speechless. This was the best scallion pancake that she had ever tasted. Even those made by the finest chefs couldn't compete with these. "What do you guys want?" Huo Han asked as she involuntarily shielded the bag from her colleagues which surrounded her. Han Han, let us try the scallion pancakes please. Yeah, the aroma is irresistible. Yeah, my precious Han Han, just one bite please. The commotion continued. "No, they're mine. What do you guys want? Qingyi, help, they want to snatch my food away." Huo Han didn't want to share this bag of delicious scallion pancakes. She tried her best to protect them. However, even Qingyi had joined the queue for a taste of them. "Han Han, I bought them for you, let me have a bite please." Zhang Qingyi was already attracted to the aroma, and when she saw how badly Huo Han wanted to protect them, she wanted to taste them even more. In an instant, Huo Han was drowning in a sea of beautiful ladies. Ah, it's just too delicious. It feels like I've just tasted the best thing I have ever had. Give me a bit more, just a bit. There's none left. You bunch of ruthless B*TCHES, how could you forcefully snatch the scallion pancakes from me in broad daylight? Don't you have a guilty conscience? Huo Han cried out. Qingyi, you said these were bought from the stall opposite, right? Let's go, what are we waiting for? How could we just buy only one bag of such delicious scallion pancakes? I have decided to eat these scallion pancakes every single day for all of my meals. Let's charge towards the handsome chap. The army of ladies did not even think of consoling Huo Han. They immediately took the lift and charged towards the school. Wait for me, Huo Han said as she was left alone in the office. She then rushed towards them for the school. What exactly is this? Lin Fan sat there in a daze. Every time he closed his eyes, he could feel the pressure of the heavy and thick magazine in his mind. Encyclopedia. Maybe the alien god had seen him in such a miserable situation and rewarded him with a precious gift. He had read a lot of novels before and this situation didn't scare him. Lin Fan had to admit that his method of preparing the scallion pancakes had changed. The smell had improved, but he didn't know how it would taste. There was another important task at hand. A small amount of reputation. But how small is considered a small amount? His brain wandered for a while before he recovered from his daze. Why are you stoning? You should get the most number of customers within this half hour. You can't possibly be thinking of just selling one pancake a day, right? Fraud Tian realized that this chap was acting weirder than usual. It was as if he had lost his soul. Ah, Lin Fan stared into space for a moment. He then looked at Fraud Tian and casually said, "It's okay, it's not the first time. I am experimenting. If I can get this right, it would be fantastic." Indeed, Lin Fan was studying the magical encyclopedia in his head. This contained both the evil and the good, and if he was able to get both sides right, he would be destined for greater things. Bam! Asterisk. At this moment, the middle-aged lady from the stall beside his slammed Lin Fan's stall counter. "You must change your stall location tomorrow," she said with a disdainful and condescending tone. "What is it? What makes you think you have a say in my stall's location?" Lin Fan said as he looked at her, feeling a little uncomfortable from the look in her eyes. He thought to himself, she must be looking down on me. You can't do shit in this location. You don't even have a customer. When my husband comes to sell fermented bean curd tomorrow, he'll take over your position, the middle-aged lady said. She thought Lin Fan was a quiet, young chap who was easy to bully. He had such a great location and everyone wanted to fight for it. This served as a great opportunity for her to take over it and chase him away. What does your husband selling fermented bean curd have to do with me? He doesn't have the right to just take over me. You think he'll leave just like that upon your request? Lin Fan replied. Why are you so stubborn? You're so young, why must you take up this job? Can't you do something else? Your cooking isn't even that good. My son is younger than you and he's earning 4 to 5K just by working in a factory, the middle-aged lady replied with an air of pride and scorn. You old hag, are you trying to bully my people? At this moment, Fraud Tian rose and shouted. People around the area looked over to see what the commotion was about. The lady saw that this fraud had risen and a crowd had formed around them. Even so, she wasn't afraid as she said, what has this got to do with you, fraud? Who are you calling fraud? I, Tian, shall teach you a lesson. Watch what you say or it may cause someone to die. Fraud Tian mercilessly replied. Who do you think you're cursing? Obviously I'm cursing you. If you're not happy, let's have a battle. I will make sure I thrash you. Tian replied, along with some hand gestures as if he could start a fight with her immediately. Where's he? Make me a scallion pancake. The lady wanted to argue further but she saw that a customer had approached her stall. She stared fiercely at Lin Fan. Then, she hurried to her stall and said, I'm coming, I'm coming. Can't you be a little firmer? This old hag thinks you're a pushover. You have to be like me. Stand firm, Tian said to Lin Fan. Let me tell you, if this woman had really wanted to start a fight with me, I would have used my formidable skills against her. Do you believe me? Yes, I do, Lin Fan said as he smiled and nodded. Although he bickered frequently with this diviner Tian, they had a good relationship. That's good. Now, where did these angels come from? Diviner Tian said as he looked ahead and stared. Angels, Lin Fan said with a confused look. He looked in the same direction and was shocked. It really was what Tian had said. A bunch of beautiful women. There were at least 10 of them and all of them had impressive figures and pretty faces. The crowd that surrounded them were also stunned by the beauty of these women. At this moment, one of the pretty women pointed towards Lin Fan. That's him, it's that stall. The other women then rushed towards Lin Fan's stall. I'm first. No, I'm first, don't fight with me over it. I am the first customer of this handsome man. The surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. They could not understand what was going on. They looked towards the direction the women were pointing at and saw a normal stall with a good-looking man. However, his looks were far from that of a model. Could it be that these girls had a fetish for men that sell scallion pancakes? At this moment, Diviner Tien forcefully grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said, "What the hell did you do? These beautiful women seem to be charging towards you." Lin Fan didn't know what to say. If it was only one beautiful lady rushing towards him, Lin Fan would have been excited. However, there were at least 10 of them charging towards him. He was frightened at the sight of them. Lin Fan was afraid of his small figure being crushed by these women. Damn, I never knew you could attract so many girls. Looks like I chose the right place. If you can't handle them, please remember that I'm always here to help. It's the first time I'm experiencing this. Fraud Tien was drooling at the sight of these beautiful women. I'm first, I'm first. A crowd of women had surrounded Lin Fan's small booth. The woman who managed to reach first was literally jumping with joy. The people walking by would have thought that the group of women was insane. What are you guys doing? Lin Fan said nervously at the sight of these beautiful ladies. The scent of their perfume made things worse for Lin Fan. For a virgin like Lin Fan, this moment caused him to be extremely nervous and excited. Quick, give me 10 scallion pancakes. The first woman exclaimed. What, 10? You mean one, right? There are so many of us behind you. That's right, Ziyun, only one for you. Fine then, give me a scallion pancake. I want all the toppings available. Lin Fan was still in a daze. He couldn't recover in time and he still didn't understand what was going on. He refocused himself by looking at one of the women in the crowd. Could it be because of the bag of scallion pancake that I sold a while ago? Lin Fan thought to himself. Handsome, give me one first. I'll show you what I have later. The first customer urged Lin Fan. Alright, I'm sorry for the delay, I'll prepare it now. Lin Fan was only thinking about the magical encyclopedia and the godly scallion pancakes. Could it really be what I'm thinking? Fraud Tien saw what was happening and exclaimed, "Ladies, why not come here and let me carry out some free palm reading for you?" What disappointed Tien was that these ladies did not even bother to look at him. Perhaps I'm too old for this. The crowd of charming women attracted the attention of the people in the vicinity. Everyone was wondering what was going on. The middle-aged lady beside Lin Fan saw the crowd and quickly shouted, "Ladies, it's crowded there. It's empty here and you can get your scallion pancakes faster. Ours taste better and have more toppings. His skills are incomparable to ours." The owners of the surrounding stalls followed suit, hoping that they would be able to attract some of the customers, but the ladies only cared about Lin Fan's stall. One of the ladies said that the scallion pancakes made by Lin Fan tasted better than those made by them. All of them were left speechless. Wow, he handles the scallion pancakes so professionally as if it is a work of art. I can't wait. Lin Fan was brilliant at preparing the scallion pancakes. It was like a performance as he kneaded the dough into thin layers and cut them using a small knife. Everything was organized and kept in perfect shape. There is a technique to making these scallion pancakes. First, you have to ensure that the dough is soft. Then, add a little bit of salt into the flour and sprinkle some water before you knead the dough, Lin Fan said to the ladies as he read the instructions from the first page of the encyclopedia in his mind. Oh, so there are actually such techniques you have to apply when making these scallion pancakes. I have to try it when I get back home. For the rest of my life, I only want to eat the scallion pancakes that you make, the lady said. Lin Fan blushed awkwardly as he heard what the lady said. Ding, encyclopedic points +1 from explaining the scallion pancake preparation techniques. Encyclopedic points +1, what the heck is that? Forget it, I should focus on making the pancakes first. I'll figure it out when I get back home. The first serving of scallion pancakes was done very quickly and the aroma of it whetted everyone's appetite. It's hot, be careful not to burn yourself. Lin Fan had never tried one of his own scallion pancakes. And inside, he was a little curious, wondering if it was really that delicious. The pretty lady in front of him looked like she hadn't eaten in days. She tore off a piece of scallion pancake. The pretty lady took a bite of the pancake and the heat from the pancake caused her face to turn red and burned her tongue. Despite this, she could not resist that delicious piece of scallion pancake. Wow, it's so delicious, I think I'm gonna cry. The pretty lady took another bite. Her eyes opened up and she felt like she was on cloud 9. She let out a sigh of enjoyment. The people surrounding her couldn't help but drool. They urged Lin Fan, who was still in a daze. Hurry up and serve the next piece, I can't wait any longer. Ziyun, go to the side and eat. Are you trying to tempt us by eating in front of us? Yeah, I can't resist this beautiful aroma. The person at the front of the queue was a girl named Ziyun. She wasn't very tall, her figure was pretty good and she was considered pretty. Now that she had finally gotten to eat the scallion pancake, she was very satisfied inside. This is too delicious. What if I never get to eat this again? No, I have to slowly savor and enjoy this. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Her reaction was way too dramatic. Wasn't this just a normal pancake? Did she really have to act like this? Madam, is this scallion pancake really that good? Are the two of you accomplices? All the surrounding men asked. We are not accomplices, we are employees of Youth Arts magazine and this pancake is really amazing. If you don't try it, you will regret it forever. Ziyun slowly tasted her pancake after saying so. Everyone knew about Youth Arts magazine. Their office was in the office building at the other side of the road and it was filled with pretty ladies. At this moment, the aroma diffused into the air and whetted everyone's appetite. They were all thinking the same thing. Is that scallion pancake really that good? At the front of the middle-aged lady's stall, a man caught a whiff of the aroma. It caused his nose to jitter. Alright, are you eating here or taking away? It's okay, I want to go and try the other stall. The man paid the money but did not take the scallion pancake as he was drawn in by the aroma. This smell was really too amazing. Hey, young man, the female owner was dumbfounded after seeing such a scene. This situation had never happened before. She could not help but groan as she saw the people gathering around Lin Fan's stall. Diviner Tian stared blankly at Lin Fan and thought to himself, how lucky is this Lin Fan? The gods must definitely be looking after him. His business is booming, and he's suddenly making these delicious pancakes which he has never made before. Wow, delicious. It's really too delicious. I am satisfied, this scallion pancake is really the best in the world. The ladies of the Youth Arts magazine all felt extremely blessed to be able to taste something so delicious. The people who were standing around started getting curious. The looks on the ladies' faces as they ate the scallion pancakes were irresistible, and not to mention the aroma of the scallion pancake in the air. As more scallion pancakes were made, the fragrance intensified. Give me a piece, I must see how delicious it is. Standing so close to this beautiful aroma, it's impossible to resist. Sorry to trouble everyone, but can everyone queue up properly? Even a group of elderly men like you should still conduct yourselves properly. Upon hearing the pretty lady speak, all the old men immediately behaved themselves as they queued up in an orderly fashion. I'm going to be rich. Lin Fan thought gleefully as he made his pancakes. Lin Fan couldn't resist the smell of the pancakes. However, he was too busy to afford the time to try them. As time passed, the line in front of Lin Fan's store grew longer and longer. Despite never having tasted the scallion pancakes, people still queued up after smelling the aroma. The people were stunned as they took bites of Lin Fan's scallion pancake. It really was the most amazing taste in the world. How in the world was this scallion pancake made? It's really too delicious. Indeed, how have I never discovered this before? I walk past this area every single day and have never seen this before. If only I had discovered this earlier. My brothers, is it really that delicious? It is just a scallion pancake, do we really have to act like this? A curious passerby said as he was impressed after seeing an old man's joyous expression from eating the scallion pancake. The old man looked at the passerby and unwillingly pinched off a bit of the pancake. Try it. After trying the pancake, the passerby's eyes lit up and without saying another word, queued up immediately. Give me 10 of them. After a while, I'm sorry everybody, I am out of dough. Lin Fan had no idea how many scallion pancakes he had sold, and at the same time, he had no idea that today's business would have been this good. What? It can't be. I've queued for 40 minutes already. Boo-hoo, I just tried someone's scallion pancake and the taste left me speechless. Now you're telling me that there's no more. Are you trying to kill me? Yes, boss, you can't do this. How about you go back and get some more dough? We will all wait here. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Lin Fan blinked his eyes and was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. Lin Fan just wanted to rush home immediately to figure out what was going on in his mind. He didn't want to be held up any longer. I'm very sorry, can you guys come back tomorrow? I do not have enough ingredients with me now and I need to go home to prepare them, Lin Fan apologized. Damn, looks like I'll just have to come back tomorrow. Boss, please bring more ingredients tomorrow. From now on, I'm going to eat this for breakfast every day. Me too. After Lin Fan promised everyone that he would be more prepared tomorrow, everyone started to take their leave. Those who had already eaten the scallion pancake and still continued to queue were disappointed at not having the chance to eat another one of those scallion pancakes. Lin Fan thought Fraud Tian was still there, however, after turning around, he realized he had closed the store and left already. As he thought further, he figured this fraud must have gone back to the bridge to scam other people by now, and those pretty ladies from the Youth Arts magazine must have gone back to their office already. After he finished packing, Lin Fan pushed his cart away from the area and slowly made his way home. Lin Fan was in a daze as he sat on his bedside, thinking about the events of the day. Everything was so surreal, it was almost like a dream. Encyclopedia, looks like it's the fabled gift from heaven. Let me give it a read. Encyclopedia, come out, Lin Fan lifted his arms and shouted. However, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. He let out a sigh and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy-looking encyclopedia appeared in his mind. Looks like this is it. Doesn't seem like anything special. I better go check it out. Lin Fan was feeling a bit worried. He knew that in this skeptical society, if people found out about the encyclopedia, they would want to examine it. So, for his own safety, he vowed to not tell anyone about it even if it killed him. What kind of powers does this encyclopedia have? Lin Fan flipped to the first page and realized that there was not even a contents page. He furrowed his brows and wondered if this was just some sort of joke. First page. Godly scallion pancake. The page was filled with pictures of scallion pancakes, all of which almost looked real. At the bottom of the page, there was also a row of words that had been recorded down. Lin Fan could understand the words as they were about the origin of the scallion pancake, the recipe and other facts about it. He continued to flip the pages of the book. The second page, blank. Third page, blank, comma. Lin Fan immediately just flipped to the last page of the book, expecting it to be empty. It turned out that there were words inscribed. What the hell? Who created this joke of a book? The content page wasn't on the first page. It's on the last page. Whoever did this deserves an award, Lin Fan complained. Is this a joke? If he hadn't looked as thoroughly, he would have missed it. Lin Fan carefully analyzed it and realized the categories on the contents page were a little complicated. He flipped to the page on food and realized it was divided into Chinese and Western food, and in these categories, there were numerous subcategories. Thousands of dishes from all different corners of the world, and the godly scallion pancake was one of them. Also, all these delicious dishes had many different variations, which in turn had even more different variations. Lin Fan suddenly felt that his life had just become more interesting. There were categories for martial arts, music, languages, sciences, arts, mathematics, medicine, crafts, appraisals, finances, drama, and singing. Lin Fan could not believe his eyes after seeing so many categories. As he was preparing to rest for a moment, he saw a category which stunned him. Isn't this defying nature? Categories for martial arts, immortality, smelting tools, heroism. Lin Fan suddenly felt like his stomach had a stone pressing down on it and he was unable to take a single breath. If I unlock this category, would I still be human? Could this be the introduction of the encyclopedia? He said to himself. Encyclopedia. Able to contain all the knowledge in the universe. As you unlock more pages, you will be able to learn more. Encyclopedic points. If you complete certain tasks, you can obtain encyclopedic points. Another way of obtaining encyclopedic points would be to impart knowledge to others. Usage of encyclopedic points. The usage of a fixed amount of encyclopedic points allows selective unlocking of pages. Without using encyclopedic points, pages will be randomly unlocked. Encyclopedia tasks. Completing tasks and earning encyclopedic points would cause a new branch of knowledge in the encyclopedia to open. Since the host is the first user, the knowledge on the first page is related to the occupation of the host. Host. Lin Fan. Occupation. Scallion pancake hawker. Knowledge from the first page. Godly scallion pancakes. Mission. Gain a small amount of reputation. Incomplete. Reward. The second page of knowledge will be unlocked in +10 encyclopedic points. At this moment, Lin Fan finally realized what this encyclopedia was and he felt a burst of anguish. FCK, the scallion pancakes. Why did I start with the scallion pancake business? If I was ambitious and trained day and night to become immortal, I would have unlocked the encyclopedia page for immortality. I just let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away like this. Even if I was a just back-end office worker in a bank, I would have unlocked the banking category. Then, the money would be flowing in endlessly. What a pity. Lin Fan was lying in bed when he suddenly realized how many opportunities he had lost. Regretting it was useless now, and he could only go back to making an honest living by selling scallion pancakes, hoping that the second page's knowledge would be more interesting. However, trying to complete this first mission was a pain in the ass. Attain a small amount of reputation. How much is considered a small amount? Forget it, I'm just going to try having my own scallion pancakes and see how it goes. After seeing those people eat my pancakes, they looked like they tasted heaven. Could these scallion pancakes really be that good? Lin Fan felt heavy-hearted as he accepted the reality that the encyclopedia was part of his life now. It was really a gift from heaven. If he was to tell the world that his life was being taken over by the aliens and that he needed help, he would be a fool indeed. Lin Fan felt a tinge of pride. The most awesome thing in the world was now his. Hard work and more hard work, that's what he needed to become the most powerful person in the world. Enough talk, it's time to make some scallion pancakes. Lin Fan went to work and started preparing the scallion pancakes. He was getting excited from it. Hey, not bad, it looks good and the smell is pretty good, but is it really that delicious? Lin Fan opened his mouth and took a bite. Lin Fan was stunned, his eyes softened and his saliva started to flow out. This is really too delicious, I can't believe I made this. Lin Fan was shocked, he felt like he was going to collapse. At this moment, he finally realized why everyone had reacted like that. The scallion pancake was really too delicious. I never thought that I could make such a delicious pancake. Only heaven could reveal such knowledge to me. Lin Fan sat on his bedside as he savored the taste of the scallion pancake. His heart was content. I, Lin Fan, promise to be the best scallion pancake maker in Shanghai. I will make everyone fall in love with my scallion pancakes. No, this goal is too small. I, Lin Fan, will become the best at everything and earn a lot of money. I'll start in Shanghai and I'll make my ancestors proud when my business expands to my hometown. Lin Fan was bubbling with excitement. Lin Fan had finally found his purpose. Brat, what's all that noise you're making? Be a little more realistic with your dreams, will you? Elder Wang, who was nearby, exclaimed. The old Lin Fan would have listened but things had changed. Lin Fan retorted, this is my dream. Now shut your mouth before I take one of my scallion pancakes and shove it down your mouth, you old man. You little. Forget it, Elder Wang. Don't say anything else. He must have been really affected by the stiff competition in Shanghai. Fine, if not for you, I would have taught him a lesson. Lin Fan snorted in disdain. What AB****? At that moment, his iPhone 4 rang. Lin Fan knew no one would call him. It was a group message notification from WeChat. Attention! Students' gathering will be held on October 1st. We will be celebrating Teacher Shaw's birthday as well. Be there or be square. Said, a rich man, which was a WeChat username. Everyone must be present. It's Teacher Shaw's birthday. This is too important to be missed. You should reschedule your appointments that day if you have any. What will you do, Lin Fan? It's okay if you don't sell your scallion pancakes for 2 days. I'll just reimburse your 2 days worth of income. Haha, +1, +2. As he saw the messages, Lin Fan's fingers started typing. If you want to buy 2 days worth of scallion pancakes, you'd have to sell your house to be able to afford it. Haha, Lin Fan, you are so funny. Shanghai isn't a good place to do business. Come to where I am, I'll hook you up with a job. You guys should stop teasing him. Surviving in Shanghai isn't easy. But honestly speaking, we're all still young. Selling scallion pancakes at this age when you could be doing so much more is such a waste of your youth. Wang Zhen, you're one to talk. Although it isn't a glorious business, it seems easy to get on the news. Youngster in Shanghai only makes $100 a day by selling scallion pancakes. Haha, you would have to live on the streets in Shanghai if you're making just $100 a day. Lin Fan decided to not look at his phone anymore. He was just going to get teased further. Is the meetup on the 1st of October? I can't wait to shove my scallion pancakes down their throats. HMMPH. I, Lin Fan, have been blessed by heaven, unlike these people. It's only July now, I still have plenty of time to make it big. But on to more important things. I need to raise the price of my scallion pancakes tomorrow, or else I'll end up making a loss. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. As for Lin Fan's scallion pancakes, the peak in the number of customers usually occurred at 7 to 8 am in the morning and 4 to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. For the whole night, Lin Fan couldn't sleep as he was too excited. How could one expect Lin Fan to sleep properly when he had been given such a gift from heaven? If he had a rocket, he would have flown to the moon and sung a song. With the experience accumulated from yesterday afternoon, Lin Fan prepared quite a number of ingredients, sufficient to make 200 scallion pancakes. He hummed in joy as he took a shower and pushed his cart towards the usual location. My life is finally taking a turn for the better, Lin Fan thought to himself ecstatically. Lin Fan, you must be in a good mood to be humming since you left your house, said Aunt Wong, who greeted Lin Fan. Aunt Wong, you're getting prettier by the day, Lin Fan replied as he was still happily thinking of living a luxurious life in the future. Did you strike the lottery? Why are you so sweet today? Aunt Wong said as she smiled at Lin Fan. She was already in her 50s. To receive such a compliment from a young chap made her day. Yeah, I guess you can say that, Lin Fan couldn't hide his excitement as he continued to push his cart. Meanwhile, on the other side of Red Star Primary School, when Lin Fan arrived at his location, he saw an unusually large crowd of people. Damn, that's weird. In the past, there weren't so many parents sending their kids to school. Furthermore, these people look too young to be parents. Lin Fan was confused at this sight, but he continued to push his cart towards his location. It was then he realized that his position had been taken over by an old man. FCK, the old hag really meant what she said yesterday. They really took my place. Lin Fan was infuriated. Isn't this bullying? He's here, the little boss is here. He sells the scallion pancakes that I dreamt about the whole night ever since I ate one yesterday. Me too, they tasted so good. After I ate those scallion pancakes, the other things that I ate tasted like trash. Little boss, why are you so slow? If you had come any later, we would have starved to death. Lin Fan was stunned as a group of people surrounded him. Then, an old man flashed a $100 bill in front of Lin Fan's face. Little boss, just take my money and make as many scallion pancakes as $100 can buy. If I don't eat them today, I won't be able to go to work. And me, I want 10 pieces, I want 5, I want 3. It was the first time Lin Fan was surrounded by a large group of passionate customers. At this point, Lin Fan became a little emotional. He wanted to cry. Who says you can't make it big in life from making scallion pancakes? Aren't these people waiting impatiently for me to set up my stall? Lin Fan thought to himself. Everyone, don't be impatient. Let me push my cart over to the other side. Lin Fan exclaimed, trying to settle the crowd down. I need a scallion pancake. I'm rushing for time. People continued to pester him for pancakes. Lin Fan was shocked at the sight of this. Could he be dreaming? Wasn't it just a scallion pancake? Did they have to be so impatient? Guys, be careful, don't topple my ingredients, Lin Fan anxiously said. Did you hear that? Be more cautious. If the ingredients are to be toppled over, none of us will get to taste any pancakes. I'm as anxious as you are. But please relax, said a big-sized man. Slow and steady, don't be impatient. Listen to me. 1, 2, 3, relax, relax. With the enormous and chaotic crowd, it didn't even look like Lin Fan was selling scallion pancakes. Little boss, what are you waiting for? Can you hurry up? Everyone's waiting for you. I'm coming, I'm coming. Lin Fan didn't have time to react properly. If he hadn't experienced this situation personally today, he would have never believed it if somebody told him about it. The owners of the stalls in the vicinity were all dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. It was the first time they had seen a scallion pancake seller receive such an overwhelming response. Those parents who were sending their kids to school were also stunned by this sight. They shook their heads and thought that these people were crazy. They wanted to report the situation to the principal. Wife, what's going on? Asked the middle-aged man who was selling fermented bean curd, the one that had taken over Lin Fan's position. It's fake, it must be fake. Anyway, you've already taken over his place, work harder. These idiots trying to compete with me for business should take a look at themselves first. Hey, no worries, this place is mine, I'll return to my stall first. We should try to poach some of his customers, the middle-aged man said as he laughed despicably. Lin Fan took a glance at the stall beside him and the old hag. The old hag stared fiercely at Lin Fan, with a clear intention to show him that she wasn't going to ask her husband to move. Little boss, I came here first. Just use my $100 bill and give me as many scallion pancakes I can buy. The rugged-looking man said. I'm second, please queue up properly, let's not fight over each other's places. Although the people queuing behind them were getting impatient, they still formed an organized queue which stretched over 10 meters long. These people had bought the scallion pancakes from Lin Fan yesterday and couldn't forget the taste which had lingered in their mouths ever since they took their first bite. Everything they had eaten afterward had no taste at all. They only wanted one thing, the scallion pancakes. Hence, they rushed over in the morning just to buy the scallion pancakes. However, Lin Fan hadn't set up his stall yet. The people decided to stay put and wait. It was an addiction, it must have been an addiction. A day without the scallion pancakes caused them to feel uncomfortable. This was the effect of making the godly scallion pancakes, which clearly exhibited the immense power of the magical encyclopedia. Lin Fan had just started to prepare the scallion pancakes when a voice suddenly boomed, "This is my place, what right do you have to take it away from me? Little boss, I'm begging you, please just make a scallion pancake for me. I can't last any longer without it," the rugged old man begged Lin Fan. "I'm sorry, but I have to clarify things here," Lin Fan said as he waved the fermented bean curd seller aside. The man selling the fermented bean curd furrowed his brows and asked, "Why? Is your name stated clearly here? Does this plot of land belong to you? If you can produce evidence to prove that this piece of land belongs to you, I will leave right away." "FCK, isn't he wasting our time? Brothers, let's move this fermented bean curd stall away. It's preventing us from getting our scallion pancakes. If we don't get it, we're going to die." Under the lead of the rugged-looking man, a group of men shifted the fermented bean curd stall far away. "What are you doing?" the middle-aged man shouted. "What do you mean what are we doing?" The men stared and shouted in anger. They were getting impatient while waiting to have their scallion pancakes and did not want anything to prevent them from buying the coveted scallion pancakes. Their intense and fearsome looks frightened the middle-aged man. Then, Lin Fan joyously returned to his stall and exclaimed, "Sorry for the wait, the scallion pancakes are coming soon, just wait for a little while longer." As the saying goes, the only way to a man's heart is through his stomach. It was a saying that Lin Fan firmly believed in. It seemed that Lin Fan was able to capture the stomachs of these old men. People started to crave for the scallion pancakes as the aroma filled the air. The aroma of scallion oil and dough filled the air, and every breath each person took was a pleasure. This indescribable taste, the long wait was worth it. Gulp. The old man was so excited for the pancakes, and just as he took his first bite, he started to praise Lin Fan repeatedly. "With such skills, little boss shouldn't have to be afraid of being unemployed. No matter how many I eat, I will never get sick of them. It's just like a work of art." Lin Fan heard that and smiled to himself. Then, he thought of the encyclopedia which mentioned about gaining encyclopedic points when he explained the encyclopedic knowledge. "These scallion pancakes originated from Taiwan and I have improved the recipe on my own," Lin Fan tried to explain as clearly as he could. After he was done explaining, Lin Fan spotted the old men in front staring at the scallion pancakes intently. They were not interested in anything Lin Fan had said, which made him feel a little disappointed. Hey, little boss, I didn't understand a single thing you were saying, but as long as you're here, it's all good," the old men laughed and said. "Alright," Lin Fan was a little disappointed. It was exactly what he had thought. If the other party did not understand what Lin Fan was explaining, he wouldn't be able to obtain encyclopedic points. Looks like it's not that easy after all. "Oh right, the price for each scallion pancake is now $20. Lin Fan said. He almost forgot to mention the increase in price. "No problem, it's just $20. Even if they were $100 each, I would still buy them. It just tastes like heaven on earth. Besides your stall, I wouldn't want to buy scallion pancakes from any other stall. Look at this scallion pancake. It has such defined layers, just like a work of art. Now I can't even bear to eat it." Crunch. The old man took a huge bite, his face instantly lit up in ecstasy. Lin Fan did not say much. He continued to hustle and make more scallion pancakes. Although it was rather tough, it was good money. As for the mission that required Lin Fan to gain a little reputation, the current situation made it seem like Lin Fan would be able to complete it without a problem. Back at the Youth Arts Magazine Publishing Company. "Ah, the handsome chap has finally set up his stall," exclaimed the ladies in the office. Their eyes gleamed at the sight of the scallion pancakes and Lin Fan's stall at the school opposite their office. "Why are there so many people? How long do we have to queue? Baby, I'm about to starve to death. Ching Yi, please save me. Put your beauty to good use. Capture the handsome chap and force him to make scallion pancakes for us." Huo Han laid there motionlessly as if she did not have any energy left in her. Go, if someone is to use her beauty for something like this, it would have to be you. Since you like the scallion pancakes so much and have so much admiration for his scallion pancake making skills, you are a perfect match for him," Zhang Qingyi said as she smiled. Then, she licked her lips as she thought of the heavenly taste of the scallion pancakes. "So who's going later? The boss is here, if all of us go, it would definitely attract his attention," one of the ladies said. It's so crowded now, we wouldn't be able to make it if we were to go now. We have to observe the situation first. Once the crowd dies down, we will charge towards the stall immediately. Thereafter, everyone was too focused on observing and analyzing the situation at Lin Fan's stall. Nobody could focus on their work anymore. Ah, it tastes so delicious. It is indeed a pleasure, said an old man as he ate 3 pancakes in one go. He couldn't fit any more scallion pancakes in his stomach. The people in the queue behind were drooling at the sight of these men enjoying their delicious scallion pancakes. Along with the aroma, it was just too difficult to handle. Lin Fan's speed was improving tremendously as he took out the piping hot scallion pancakes out from the pot one by one. People who walked past the stall witnessed how good the business was and it piqued their interest. The other vendors in the vicinity were both in admiration and jealousy. If only their businesses were as good as Lin Fan's. It wouldn't have been a problem for them to earn a few $1,000s a day if they had such great business. This is heaven on earth. I feel so energized after finishing all of my scallion pancakes. I used to go to work exhausted. After I eat these scallion pancakes, I feel as strong as a bull. If I have one every day, going to work would be a joy. Little boss, you can't just disappear. If you change your location, you have to inform us at the very least. I have to bring some for my boss to try. Maybe I could use them as a reason to go to work late in future. These people made exaggerated expressions as they were eating the scallion pancakes, which caused others to feel envious of them. Do these scallion pancakes really taste that good? Is there a problem with these guys? It's just a simple scallion pancake. How can one be so happy by eating it? I don't believe it, I have to buy one to try. These people did not believe that the scallion pancakes really tasted that good. They wanted to try it for themselves. In the end, they joined the rest in praising Lin Fan as they ate the pancakes. They hadn't expected that such a delicious scallion pancake existed. It cheered them up and made them feel as if their problems vanished into thin air. On the other hand, Lin Fan was becoming more confident in himself. He felt that his life had really changed for the better. He had become famous just by making scallion pancakes, and it was at that moment that Lin Fan entered his world of fantasy. In a grand marketplace, there was a middle-aged man wearing a tuxedo who was holding a bidding hammer, auctioning things. The starting bid for Lin Fan's scallion pancakes is $1,000. The people in the crowd were going crazy. $10,000. $100,000. $1 million. The city enforcement officers are here. Quick, run. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard, causing Lin Fan to tremble. City enforcement officers. DMN, it's time to go. Undoubtedly, city enforcement officers had the ability to affect Lin Fan the most. Those in the same line of work as his were all afraid of this phrase the most. This was the strongest team. Lin Fan had been caught by them before. Xiaofeng had also been forced to leave for Dongguan because of them. Now, nobody knew how Xiaofeng was doing. Then, Lin Fan turned around. There were a few trucks which had city enforcement written on them. They stopped and a group of uniformed personnel rushed out of the vehicles. The other vendors in the vicinity fled quickly as they did not have much business anyway. Lin Fan packed up his stuff immediately and prepared to run away. If he got caught, his money-making business would be gone just like that. Little boss, what's wrong with you? Yeah, our scallion pancakes aren't ready yet. Little boss, don't be anxious. Please at least complete my scallion pancakes first. Lin Fan broke out in cold sweat. The city enforcement officers were already here and all they cared about were the scallion pancakes. Guys, the city enforcement officers are here. There's always a next time. Let me escape first. No, little boss, you can't run away today. If we don't taste the scallion pancakes today, we can't survive until tomorrow. That's right, I would be lethargic every day if I don't have your scallion pancakes. The crowd held on firmly to Lin Fan's stall, preventing him from escaping. Lin Fan had previously felt that it was awesome that he had so many customers. However, he realized that it was actually a burden. Guys, please just let me escape. I promise to punctual tomorrow noon. Lin Fan begged the crowd. But what happened next left Lin Fan speechless. Little boss, please, just make the scallion pancakes for us, we will definitely let you go off in the future. The crowd kept begging and pestering Lin Fan. All of them couldn't handle the pain of not being able to taste the scallion pancakes. Suddenly, Lin Fan let go of his stall and threw it aside before running away. If he really got caught at that point, he would have to receive formal punishment. Little boss, you can't run. The large group of people soon caught up with Lin Fan and hugged him to prevent him from leaving. You can't go. That's right, you can't leave us. The city enforcement officers saw this and all they did was look at each other before bursting out in laughter. Not bad at all. The citizens of today are becoming more morally upright. Now, they even help to restrain these illegal hawkers. The team leader of the city enforcement team was Chief Liu Xiaotian. Then, he gave a thumbs up to the citizens and complimented some of them for their good work. As for Lin Fan, it was the complete opposite. He looked towards the sky and cried. It's too late. Lin Fan sighed in helplessness as the city enforcement platoon came to his shop. They say that a single slip can cause you an eternity of sorrow, but Lin Fan had never thought that things would turn out this way. The scallion pancakes were so delicious that the customers would not let Lin Fan leave. In the end, he was caught red-handed by the enforcement officers. You sure are a stubborn brat. Even after getting caught by us time after time, you still have the guts to open your stall here. Do you know that you're ruining our city's image? Standing in front of Lin Fan was a 30-something-year-old man. He was the city enforcement platoon's leader, Liu Xiaotian. Ever since he had started hawking, Lin Fan had had his cart confiscated thrice, and every one of the 3 times, it was this Liu Xiaotian who caught him. Chief Liu, I'm just a first-time offender, please have mercy on me. Lin Fan was fearful of Chief Liu. His nickname was Hawker Killer. If you were caught by him, it didn't matter what kind of tragic story you had, or whatever excuses you gave. He would dish out the appropriate punishment regardless, without a shred of sympathy. First-time offender. HMPH. Brat, if I include today, you would already have had 4 offenses. You even ran away from us a few times. Who knows how many times it would be if you hadn't run. Fortunately, these dear citizens were around today to stop you, otherwise, you probably would have run away again, wouldn't you? Liu Xiaotian smiled slyly as he reprimanded Lin Fan. Then, he waved his hand. Officers, take this cart away. Liu Xiaotian then turned to the surrounding crowd and said with a wide smile on his face, thank you for your help, citizens. These hawkers opened their stalls illegally, ruining the image of Shanghai. It's thanks to you, the outstanding citizens, that we can have such a beautiful and vibrant city to live in. Liu Xiaotian had worked as an enforcement officer for almost 6 years. Due to the stellar results that he produced, he rose to the appointment of platoon leader in just a short period of time. City enforcement officials across the country had a bad reputation and many citizens were prejudiced against them. There were occasional cases of violence by city enforcement officers across the country, but they were few. Even so, one bad apple can spoil the barrel and these cases caused their reputation to be ruined. Liu Xiaotian's subordinates always carried out their duties with a peaceful and friendly attitude, never resorting to violence. Even if they were attacked, they would not retaliate physically. Just as the city enforcement officers were about to take away the hawking cart, those citizens who were in the queue for the scallion pancakes decided that they had had enough. What are you people doing? This stall cannot be taken away. Yeah, you absolutely cannot take it away, my scallion pancake isn't even ready yet. Hands off. Get your hands off. You city enforcement officers are never around when you're needed, but just have to come at a time like this. You must be doing this on purpose so we can't enjoy our scallion pancakes. At this moment, the citizens erupted. They had waited so long just for these scallion pancakes and it had almost been their turn too, but these city enforcement officials just had to show up now and decide to take away the cart immediately. Did they have any conscience? Liu Xiaotian was in shock. A moment ago, he had just been complimenting the citizens, but right now, these so-called outstanding citizens were directing all of their anger towards him and his men. My dear citizens, this hawker is ruining our city's image. We are all residents of this beautiful city. We wouldn't want that to happen, right? Liu Xiaotian tried earnestly to persuade them. He couldn't let the relationship between the city enforcement officers and the citizens sour even further. We are a big city, an international hub. This is why we must serve our citizens. He thought to himself. Don't give me that rubbish. Whether the city is beautiful or not, that's the city planner's business. Let me ask you this, what could go wrong if we eat the scallion pancakes? My fellow man, we are well aware of your duties, but sometimes you have to listen to what the people want, right? That's right, I've been queuing here for 40 minutes. If you just take this stall away, wouldn't that be unfair to us? I'm a doctor. If I don't have these scallion pancakes, I'll be lethargic the whole day. Do you know what kind of impact that will bring? I have an operation to perform this afternoon. If I can't focus, I might commit a mistake. That may lead to major problems, even death. When that happens, I'll be sure to drag you down with me. Liu Xiaotian was stupefied. What the heck was going on? They were just taking away a hawking cart, why was there so much dispute? More and more people surrounded them to spectate the scene. Most of them had no idea what was going on and thought that some big incident had just happened. Seeing the words, "City Enforcement Officer," triggered them and made them recall the cases of violence by enforcement officers. One by one, the spectators whipped out their cell phones and gathered closer. However, they were confused upon taking a closer look. What kind of situation was this? It didn't seem like anything had happened. Lin Fan was dumbfounded as well. He had never seen something like this. Customers were disputing against the city enforcement officers for the sake of wanting to have some of his scallion pancakes. In fact, looking at the current situation, it seemed like even he wouldn't be able to leave until he served every one of his customers. "Chief, what are we going to do? These people won't let us have the cart," one of Lu Xiaotian's subordinates asked. This kind of situation had never happened before. They were at a loss on what to do. At this point, even Lu Xiaotian himself was out of ideas. If he just left the hawker alone, that would be against the regulations and it would make him uneasy. However, seeing how the citizens were, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to confiscate the cart even if he wanted to, at least not until they had their scallion pancakes. Lu Xiaotian was in a predicament. More importantly, the crowd was getting bigger and bigger. If this dragged on any longer, news of this incident would start reaching the internet. Then, it wouldn't matter who was right or wrong, all the blame would be on the city enforcement officers. God MMIT. What's the matter with these people? All this because of some scallion pancake. "Chief," Lin Fan said weakly, "why don't you just let me make these scallion pancakes for them?" "No, rules are rules. You've already broken a law, I have to confiscate your cart," Lu Xiaotian said strictly. Lin Fan sighed in frustration. "If you're going to be so stubborn, then let's see how you handle this. Everybody, listen to me. We have to carry out our duties according to the rules and regulations. This hawker has broken the law, if we don't put a stop to it, our city will fall into disarray," Lu Xiaotian reasoned with all his might, hoping the citizens would understand. However, to this bunch of impatient citizens, whoever stood in between them and their scallion pancakes was an enemy. "Don't give us that bullshit. If you dare to take away the stall, I will report you. Yeah, if you don't let us have those scallion pancakes, you're basically killing us." Lu Xiaotian stared at these citizens who didn't show any sign of backing down. He was at a loss for words. The world has changed. Since when did situations like this start occurring? In the past, hawkers would scurry away in fear of their stalls being confiscated. And now, this scallion pancake hawker is just standing there impatiently, indifferent to what is happening as if he has done nothing wrong. "Chief, why don't we just let it go? These citizens look like they've been possessed or something. If we try to take the cart by force and something happens, we would be blamed even if we are right." He's right. These days, the internet is filled with criticism of his city enforcement officers. Let's just look the other way for today. Otherwise, there may be some serious consequences. Lu Xiaotian blinked a few times, then finally and reluctantly gave in with a nod of his head. "Since it's come to this, let's just forget about it. Go ahead, but after this group of customers, no more," Lu Xiaotian said firmly. Lin Fan was astonished. He never thought this Chief Lu would give in. With this, the surrounding citizens started rejoicing. "Hey officers, you guys aren't too bad after all. Next time someone dares to talk bad about city enforcement officers online, I'll be the first to object." See, that's how city enforcement officers should be, listening to the people's wishes. Seeing how the citizens, who had just been protesting against them a moment ago, suddenly praised them like that, Lu Xiaotian and his men were extremely gratified. All right, let's make an exception just this once." Lin Fan was now convinced that there was power in masses of people. Even the renowned city enforcement platoon had given in to them. "Boss, hurry up and make us some scallion pancakes. I can't wait any longer. Ah, what a harmonious society we have. Indeed, our country is becoming better and better. These officers are so empathetic towards us people, how could those netizens slander such fair and reasonable people? This is the graciousness of our dear Shanghai enforcement officers, they deserve to be praised." Lu Xiaotian smiled awkwardly. A moment ago, some of these people had seemed as if they were ready to kill if he didn't give in to them. Those who were spectating the scene had seen how the city enforcement officers were overwhelmed. This scene was way too shocking. Fortunately, the situation had been recorded. It would soon be uploaded online for everyone to view. This stall was great, and so was the crowd. They had managed to drive the city enforcement officers back just for the sake of eating Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. Lin Fan didn't know what to do. This encyclopedia was awesome. A simple scallion pancake had so many people going crazy over it. If he used the encyclopedia to cook all the dishes of Chinese cuisine, he would be famous. Lin Fan thought that this encyclopedia seemed really powerful, but it would be a waste to only use it to get recipes. If it really was so great, it should be able to tell him how to become an immortal being. Even if that was not possible, it'd at least be able to teach him martial arts and he'd become a great noble warrior, unmatched across the world. Lin Fan shuddered with excitement at that thought. Hey boss, how do you make your scallion pancakes so delicious? A youngster, who was in the queue, asked curiously. Lin Fan was elated upon hearing that. So firstly, encyclopedic points +1. A metallic sound rang as Lin Fan finished his explanation. On the encyclopedia's character column, the encyclopedic points increased to 2. This was an improvement. Lin Fan enjoyed sharing his knowledge, and would never tire of it. An amazing fragrance spread across the place. This smells magnificent. I could smell this all day and not get tired of it. The queuing citizens breathed in deeply. This smell was too amazing. Just smelling it was a pleasure in itself. At this moment, even the city enforcement officers who were still standing next to the stall were entranced by the smell. They stared at the freshly made scallion pancakes, with amazement in their eyes. Those scallion pancakes were beautiful. If they had civilian clothing to change into, they would definitely join the queue, but right now, they were in their uniforms and could not join the queue no matter how good those scallion pancakes smelled. Even Lu Xiaotian was drawn in by the smell. He swallowed his saliva uncontrollably, gazing at the scallion pancakes, but then he thought of his reputation and resisted the temptation. His heart was thrown into a state of disarray. This smell was too entrancing and the urge to eat was too great. But he was the city enforcement platoon leader. He had to resist the temptation. Wow, delicious, delicious. These are the scallion pancakes I've been dreaming of my whole life. For the rest of today, I'm not going to eat anything else. I need to savor this taste. The youngster at the front of the queue let out an expression of gratitude as if this was the best day of his life. I feel so blessed. Gulp. The city enforcement officers looked at the youngster ecstatically devouring that golden brown, crispy scallion pancake and couldn't help swallowing back their saliva. They were seduced by the scallion pancakes and their appetites had all been stimulated, but every one of them still resisted the temptation with all their might. Then came the next customer. Little boss, sorry for the trouble, but could you please hurry up and make those pancakes? It was the doctor from before. Would you like to know more about these scallion pancakes? Lin Fan wanted to earn some more encyclopedic points. No thanks, little boss. Getting those scallion pancakes is more important. I still have an important operation to perform this afternoon and I'm counting on the scallion pancakes to carry me through it, replied the doctor as he stared yearningly at the scallion pancakes. Since having those scallion pancakes the previous day, he couldn't stop thinking about them. He had even told his wife about them, but she didn't believe that they were that amazing. For people who hadn't tried the scallion pancakes themselves, it was impossible to believe that a scallion pancake could be so incredibly delicious. However, to those who had tried them, the scallion pancakes really were out of this world. Eating the scallion pancakes made them feel like they were on cloud 9. Lin Fan realized that those encyclopedic points might be harder to earn than he had thought. Even if he wanted to share the information, it wouldn't matter if no one was interested. That's great, I never thought my scallion pancakes would be so useful. Hope your operation will be a success. Lin Fan said, cheerily. Of course. After having your scallion pancakes, I'll be able to focus for sure. The doctor grinned as he replied. As time passed, scallion pancakes were served, one by one. Each of the customers left with expressions of awe on their faces. It was as if the scallion pancakes that they held in their hands were bars of gold. The surrounding spectators were in disbelief. This situation didn't make any sense. How good could a scallion pancake taste? Alright, the public's needs have been met and your stall wasn't confiscated, but you still have to come with us, said Lu Xiaotian. What? When Lin Fan heard this, he got mad. Chief Lu, that can't be right. All I did was illegal hawking, not some kind of major crime, why must I go with you? Every time Lin Fan had been caught, his cart had been confiscated and he had been issued a fine, but never before had he been taken away by the officers. This was completely nonsensical. Had he been too cocky? Perhaps they wanted to give him a beating. What the issue? We have listened to the public's wishes, can't you abide by our wishes now? All we want is to bring you back for some questioning. After that, you may leave, Lu Xiaotian said with a peculiar gleam in his eyes, then glanced over at the scallion pancakes in the citizen's hands. He thought to himself, are they really so delicious? DMMIT, I have to get myself one no matter what. What about us? Don't close the stall yet. At this moment, crisp and clear voices filled the place. Everyone turned their heads and saw a bunch of young, beautiful ladies running towards them with anxious looks on their faces. Because they were running so quickly, their boobs bounced vigorously. Gulp, every male person in the crowd couldn't help but start to drool. What a beautiful sight. Lu Xiaotian's head was a mess. One problem emerged after another. Just what kind of demonic powers did these scallion pancakes possess? This hawker is selling illegally. We've already temporarily excused him, but please understand that we do have duties to carry out, said Lu Xiaotian. Officer, I'm begging you, please just give us a little more time, Huohan pleaded, as she grabbed Lu Xiaotian's arm, her doe eyes fluttering. They had just been in their office a moment ago when they realized that the city enforcement officers had come to take away the hawking cart and all of them turned pale. Earlier, due to the huge crowd, they had planned to wait and come down when the crowd had dispersed, but who would have thought that the city enforcement officers would come? Sorry ladies, we have to abide by the regulations. We can't let this hawker continue any longer. Before the ladies even had a chance to argue, he snatched his arm back forcefully and got into his car. Whimpering sounds, I don't want to live anymore. I told you that we should have come earlier. But no one listened to me, and now the stall is gone. I'm going to starve to death. Those shitty city enforcement officers. Lin Fan was dragged into the car. Shanghai City Administrative Enforcement Bureau, otherwise known as the City Enforcement Center. A car was parked along the sidewalk. Lin Fan looked helplessly as he watched the city enforcement officers lowering his pushcart from the car. Chief Lu, this is my first offense. How about I just pay the fine and you let this slide, Lin Fan pleaded. Lu Xiaotian gazed at Lin Fan before he chuckled, how can this be the first offense for a brat like you? You're already a repeat offender. Where is your partner? I haven't seen him around today. He's gone, and it's all because of your iron-fisted approach towards such crimes. If you want my opinion on this, I sincerely feel that you should get a permit so that you'll be able to operate legally. You're not robbing or stealing, but this behavior of yours has severely affected the cityscape. Lu Xiaotian walked towards the bureau, intending to help Lin Fan with his registration. However, something caught the eye of Chief Lu. It was a scallion pancake cart. Young chap, you are pretty skilled at making these scallion pancakes, I must say. Look at all these townsfolk who are fighting for it, Lu Xiaotian exclaimed. Upon hearing that, there was a feeling of delight and pride deep down in Lin Fan's heart. However, he humbled himself before gracefully replying, you flatter me, this is just a small business. Come on, don't be so humble, after so many years of working as an inspector, I really haven't seen anything close to what you have, Chief Lu said as he waved to a fellow colleague. Xiao Wang, are you hungry? Lu Xiaotian asked. No chief, I'm not. Xiao Wang shook his head before getting back to work. Hey, Xiao Li, are you hungry? Lu Xiaotian then asked. Oh, I've already had my breakfast before this, but I must say that I am kind of hungry right now. Xiao Li was just about to say that he was not hungry, but at that moment he felt there was something amiss with Chief Lu's question. Since when did Chief Lu start being so caring? He had never asked questions with such concern throughout his time in the bureau. Xiao Li thought to himself, there is definitely something horribly wrong. Isn't this showing another side of yourself? At that moment, all the sights and scents flowed through Xiao Li's mind. That was when he realized, it was that distinct scent. The one that came from the scallion pancake shop. It was then that Xiao Li found himself uncontrollably headed toward the direction of the scallion pancake shop. Oh, I finally get it. Chief Lu was using this as a tactic to get some of that guy's scallion pancakes. Xiao Li understood how he should reply to Chief Lu's caring question. Chief, I am famished, it's a pity that there's absolutely nothing to eat here. Look around, there's not even a store in sight. Chief Lu frowned and with a look of helplessness muttered, yes Xiao Li, that is the main issue here. Having made it so obvious that he wanted some scallion pancakes, it did not take long for Lin Fan to catch on. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Chief Lu, breakfast is such an important meal of the day. Skipping it can cause a lot of health problems. I'll tell you what, why not I make a few scallion pancakes for you? I am sure that will fill your stomachs. Oh, that is so generous of you. Although this violates our directive, health is definitely way more important. Look at Xiao Li, she has already gone pale from hunger, a few scallion pancakes will surely help with that. Chief Lu had become obsessed with trying the cakes and there was nothing that was going to stop him from doing so. Chief Lu wanted to try the scallion pancakes so badly ever since he caught a whiff of it. This time, the city enforcement platoon had also managed to smell the amazing aroma of the scallion pancakes. They also saw the joy on people's faces as they devoured the fragrant and delectable pastry. I'm hungry too. Of course, I haven't had breakfast yet. I didn't get breakfast also. My daughter-in-law went out this morning. I'll have a portion too. The team could no longer resist it. They abandoned all their jobs at hand and started to gather around the scallion pancake stall. A few of the city enforcement platoon members who didn't understand what the hype was about barely took a few glances before going back to what they were doing. As the crowd grew larger, Liu Xiaotian had no choice but to tell them to do their work first and would call for them once their scallion pancakes were ready. No one had dared to disobey the instruction of the chief. They slowly dispersed as they repeatedly reminded him to call for them once their scallion pancakes were ready. Yes, I did it, Liu Xiaotian thought to himself. Deep down, he was already suppressing the ever-growing urge to tasting the scallion pancake. Lin Fan grinned to himself and walked to his cart, proceeding to make the cakes. He thought to himself, I am such a genius, I can't believe I am selling scallion pancakes at the city enforcement platoon office. A lot of people may think that making scallion pancakes is easy. It actually takes a lot of skill to make it this tasty, Lin Fan explained as he carefully made the scallion pancakes. Lin Fan would do anything in order to get more encyclopedic points. However, after witnessing the current situation, the city enforcement officers began to lose their interest. From Lin Fan's point of view, their interest in the scallion pancakes was definitely growing. After his explanation, he realized that his encyclopedic points didn't increase at all. He felt like he had suffered a setback. It was no question that this world had many different types of delicacies. However, it was unrealistic for people to master the recipes by themselves. How is it that with the same seasoning and flour, I am able to make one of the best scallion pancakes around? Lin Fan thought to himself. It must be the mysterious powers of the encyclopedia. It didn't take long before the scallion pancakes were ready and a pleasant aroma filled the air. The golden brown crust glistened under the rising sun. This skill you have is way too incredible, Chief Lu exclaimed as his eyes locked themselves on the magnificent sight of the freshly made scallion pancakes. It looked like a 1,000-layer pancake and each layer as the thin paper was truly something out of this world. Based on looks alone, it had already surpassed any competitors by miles. Sniff, sniff. With the fragrance of the cakes in the air, the city enforcement officers who were watching by the side could not help but salivate, all yearning for a piece of that delectable pastry. The first portion is ready. Lin Fan bagged the scallion pancake with one deft motion and put it on the counter. It felt like time had frozen. The people were looking around to see who would be the lucky first person to get the scallion pancake. At this moment, it seemed like anyone present would kill for a first bite of the scallion pancake. Chief, why don't you go first? Yes, why not? It has been a busy morning and I am absolutely famished right now. Liu Xiaotian could no longer hold back anymore. His dream of having the first bite was finally fulfilled. Liu Xiaotian carefully inspected the scallion pancake. Perfect score on the shape, perfect score on the fragrance, perfect score on how it feels in my hand. All that's left is to find out how it tastes like. He opened his mouth wide and took a huge bite. His eyes enlarged as if he had experienced something unbelievable. Gulp. The scallion pancake slid down his throat. Chief, how does it taste? Come on Chief, you can't be for real, that expression of yours. Liu Xiaotian was speechless. He felt as though he was flying, spreading his wings and gliding through the skies. That bite of scallion pancake was so soothing and comforting that it could be described nothing short of a bite of happiness. Those were the only sounds that left his mouth. Upon hearing this, his colleagues watched in agony, all wanting to get a taste. At this moment, Liu Xiaotian finally understood why there was a huge crowd that morning. With such great-tasting scallion pancakes, they couldn't bear to close down his stall. He would probably feel like dying if he didn't get to eat the scallion pancakes again. What on earth are they doing? Officers from the city enforcement center looked on with curiosity. Beats me, Chief Liu surely has no regard for how he looks when he's eating. Look at him, it's almost like he hasn't eaten for days. To be honest, I think I'm getting hungry from looking. How can one even resist this fragrance? How about we head over to take a look? Yeah, sure. With that, the group of officers headed in the direction of where the fragrance was coming from. What a special treat. I feel like I'm about to fly. This taste, it is amazing. I really can't find the words to describe how it tastes like. If the scallion pancakes were really as good as how Chief Liu said, that will be absolutely mind-blowing. The city enforcement officers who had fortunately bought a piece of the delicious scallion pancake all had huge smiles on their faces. It was almost like they had managed to savor the absolute essence of what this earth had to offer. After just one bite, their entire mouth was coated with the richness of the delicious scallion pancake. Even if someone offered $10,000, they still wouldn't give up a slice of the scallion pancake. Eating this scallion pancake was really something else. There was a feeling of satisfaction deep down in their hearts. Their worries seemed to have disappeared, and even the air that they inhaled felt much fresher. After Lu Xiaotian tried the pancake, he closed his eyes as he tried to indulge in the wonderful taste. After which, he opened his eyes and the only words that came out were, "This scallion pancake, it is literally the essence of this earth, the best of the best." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt extremely proud of his work. He humbly replied, "I hope I did not disappoint you." "Disappoint me? This is way past any form of my expectation. After trying this, I'm afraid there's nothing left in this world that can beat its taste." Chief Lu, what are you guys up to? Standing beside Chief Lu, the newly gathered colleagues finally inhaled the splendid fragrance coming from the freshly made, piping hot pancakes. It was then that they realized that they had inevitably been hooked to this aroma and that they were not leaving without getting a slice. "There are still some left, do you guys want to try it too?" Lin Fan asked as he continued shaping the scallion pancakes skillfully. "Scallion pancakes are not really my cup of tea. I'll gladly have your share if you are not going to take it." Since you guys seem to be enjoying it so much, I guess I'll give it a try." Following which, the rest of them all started to take a piece of the scallion pancake. Those who had never tried scallion pancakes had no idea why the taste was such a big deal. However, upon their first bite, all doubts had vanished, and it was then that they realized that was the start of an insatiable appetite for Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. This taste, it truly did not disappoint. This is amazing. As it was their first time experiencing such great tasting cake, they were all dumbfounded. No one could let out a single word, and all there was were people focusing on enjoying what was left of their pancake. The taste, the texture and the feeling they experienced from eating the pancake were absolutely out of this world. Lu Xiaotian, who had just managed to recover from the shock of how good the cake tasted, nodded his head in satisfaction. It was then that he realized that he would never be able to live another day without having that cake. "Lin Fan, round up the tab," Chief Lu said. "It's fine, these scallion pancakes are free for you today." There was no way they could accept Lin Fan's offer. Not when the pancakes tasted so good. Accepting them for free would only make them seem like a bunch of thugs. Thus, Chief Lu was adamant about paying. Since they had taken them, it was only logical for them to pay for the scallion pancakes. As such, he was firm that he would still issue the fine and pay for the scallion pancakes. In addition, abusing his power as an inspector to receive favor was sure to get him in trouble. "I cannot accept your kindness. Although we are city enforcement officers, we are definitely not the kind that abuses our authority. Please, how much do I owe you for the delicious scallion pancakes?" "I'm thankful for your kindness to my crew and me, but I'm afraid I will still have to write you a ticket for $500 since this is not your first offense," Chief Lu said. "Chief Lu, you have mistaken. Listening to what you said this morning, I feel like I'm still young and this business can't go on forever. That is why I'm planning to go look for a job. So, the stall will eventually have to go too." Lin Fan's expression seemed to have suggested that Chief Lu's advice had some form of effect on him, as if like he had been enlightened. With that, his future seemed to be even better. "That won't do," Lu Xiaotian said without any hesitation. "Why not?" Lin Fan was taken aback. "Is he still going to give me a ticket even if I'm not going to set up my stall anymore?" Cough, cough. Lu Xiaotian coughed lightly. "No, listen to me, young man. Setting up a stall also has a pretty great future. Look how many successful people depended on setting up stalls to earn their pot of gold. You have talent and skill in making these pancakes, and I am very optimistic about this business. As long as you follow the proper procedures and obtain a permit, you're free to set up your shop anywhere you like." "Chief Lu, this is not right. What does this have to do with having proper procedures? This is just a roadside occupation at best." Lu Xiaotian knew he had to tolerate the young brat. He had to allow him to continue this business. If Lin Fan had really stopped selling, he would not be able to die in pieces. He still wanted to eat these pancakes in future. "You shouldn't put in that way. Of course, there is a difference." "Enough said. Let my subordinates help you to take care of this. All you need to do is just tag along," Chief Lu said. Lin Fan shook his head. "No, the procedure is long and tedious and I still have to spend money. I don't have the time for this." Leave this to me, I'll pack the stall up and look for a job elsewhere. Upon hearing this, his colleagues started to panic. They had the exact same thoughts as Chief Lu. If they had not tried the pancake, it wouldn't have mattered. However, the taste was now engraved deeply in their minds, there was no way they were going to let it close down now. They were also conflicted. If Lin Fan really stopped selling, that would really spell trouble for their taste buds. Chief Lu, let us stop for a moment to think about it. It's not that easy for a young chap like him to set up a business like this. Could we do the people a favor and help him settle this? I agree. Since the permit would take a few days to process, we can make him a temporary permit so that he can continue selling the pancakes for the time being. Oh, I'm familiar with temporary permits. I'll go make one for you right now, a young chap said before heading straight to the bureau. Hey, the procedures are handled by us, let's step on it and make it quick. In that case, I'll call for a meeting later. Pass the word around, the store will be legally in business from now on, Lu Xiaotian hurriedly added in. It was obvious that those who tried the scallion pancakes had all been captivated by its amazing taste. Here you go, your temporary permit is ready. It barely felt like a minute before the young chap had returned with the documents in his hands. He said to Lin Fan as he handed the documents to him, you better continue selling pancakes at this stall. Lu Xiaotian took out $300 and passed it to Lin Fan. You should focus on working hard and we'll take care of the rest. Once the documents are ready we'll deliver it to you personally. Lin Fan could not believe what had just happened. Chief Lu, how about the fine? What are you talking about? Forget about the fine. Your stall is clean, sells good food and has good service. It is totally unlike those small roadside stalls. Chief Lu, I'm sure this is breaking the rules, Lin Fan said with a deep sense of happiness knowing he would not have to pay the fine. Not only did they pay for the food, they also made him a permit. What a lucky day for Lin Fan. Rules are made by humans. Although we are the city enforcement officers, we definitely do not want to discourage the youth from setting up exceptional businesses like yours. Work hard and expand this business. It surely has the potential of blowing up and expanding overseas. After such a long talk, Lu Xiaotian was so glad his efforts paid off and that he had managed to convince Lin Fan to continue selling scallion pancakes. Lin Fan was absolutely ecstatic. In everyone's eyes, he was an exceptional person. Quick, help the young chap load his stall up on the truck, Lu Xiaotian commanded. Yes, Chief. As Lin Fan was getting ready to load the truck, Lu Xiaotian gave him a good pat on the back and asked, what time do you open every day? Around 7 to 8 a.m. in the morning. Till around 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Near Red Star Primary School. Yes, you'll find me there. After getting his answers, Lu Xiaotian waved Lin Fan goodbye. It was time for Lin Fan to go. Lin Fan got up the truck and took a long look at the sky. He realized how FC King awesome he was. Work hard, young chap. Remember to continue selling your pancakes. Don't worry, I'm going to make this global. You can do it, bro. I got my eyes on you. For Lin Fan, it was never about making this business global. As soon as he could, he would get out of this business. Completing the task of making the business reputable was very much attainable for Lin Fan at this point in time. With the emergence of the internet, any viral news would circulate on the internet. Today, Weibo and WeChat both provided a platform for news to spread like wildfire. That morning, however, another e-platform emerged on the internet. It didn't have much power to influence people, but it was slowly gaining popularity. It had all sorts of eye-catching headlines. A shocking and mysterious scene on the Shanghai streets. Youngster selling scallion pancakes surrounded by crowds. Understanding city enforcement officers allowed a street vendor to continue his business. The constantly improving UC News department was also shocked at the headlines and the fact that a new e-platform was gaining so much popularity. The UC News department quickly followed suit and wrote articles and news headlines regarding the scallion pancake seller. As for the headlines, they were even more shocking. Breaking. Vendors, city enforcement officers and the crowd have a secret to share. Breaking. How did this mysterious vendor become a crowd favorite and cause the city enforcement officers to withdraw from their stall closing operations? These breaking news attracted thousands of people to read. What the FCK, UC, Breaking News, Department. What else can you do apart from providing breaking news? When did the city enforcement officers become so understanding? The sun must have risen from the west. These scallion pancakes are earning big bucks. It doesn't seem logical. How can these people be so crazy over scallion pancakes? Their expressions look so fake. 50 cents per stack, what else needs to be said? Editor, your whole news station's about breaking news. You've been reporting about breaking news the whole day, but is it really breaking news? Isn't this the entrance of Red Star Primary School? How did the business flourish overnight? It must be delicious. Hey you, go try the pancakes personally tomorrow and report to me. Following the city enforcement office's first visit to Red Star Primary School, the vendors all ran away. Then, they came back to continue their business shortly after the officers left. For the vendors, it's just a game of hide and seek with the city enforcement officers. Some of the stall vendors were elated upon hearing the news of Lin Fan being arrested. Yeah, this lad deserved it for fighting over my stall location. It's his retribution, the old hag chatted loudly with the other vendors. The other vendors didn't say much. They just smiled and agreed that the absence of Lin Fan reduced the competition there, especially for the past 2 days where Lin Fan had stolen most of the customers. Her husband continued to set up his fermented bean curd stall at the same location. If Lin Fan still tries to fight over my location, I will teach him a lesson. Wow, where was your courage when his stall was being taken away earlier? His wife chided. That's because they're here. The city enforcement officers are here. Upon seeing the conspicuous city enforcement truck, the vendors quickly packed up their stalls anxiously. These bastards, weren't they here just a while ago? Why are they here again? And they're so strict on us doing business here. Yeah, if I don't set up my stall today, I will have no money to survive. Don't block my way. Who's blocking you? The road is so wide, can't you make a turn? To the stall vendors, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They hurriedly packed their stuff. In an instant, all the stalls at the entrance of Red Star Primary School were gone. The area became a ghost town. Lin Fan came down from the truck and smiled when he saw the empty space. Where were all the other hawkers? Then he suddenly remembered that he was taking the city enforcement truck, and understood. Looks like I, Lin Fan, have gained some power, he thought to himself. What's this? Temporary licensing for vendors. What happened to the permanent one? But Lin Fan had always been an ambitious man. This stall was a temporary thing. He had greater plans for himself in future. Then, he saw the city enforcement officers helping to set up his scallion pancake stall. He hurriedly said, let me do it, let me do it. Small boss, you don't have to move. It's all right, let us do it. These city enforcement officers were all captivated by him after eating his scallion pancakes. Sorry to trouble you then, Lin Fan said as he leaned on a pole nearby. He didn't expect it to be so relaxing, watching people set up his stall. The people that witnessed this scene were all shocked at the sight. The city enforcement officers were actually helping a vendor to set up his stall. It's the first time they've seen such a thing. Meanwhile at the Youth Arts magazine publisher. A bunch of pretty ladies lay there motionlessly as if they haven't eaten in years. When is Mr. Handsome coming back? Said a lady who mumbled to herself as she revealed her thighs seductively. I don't think he will be coming back. The stall had been taken away by the city enforcement officers, how would he be able to set up his stall again? These officers purposely came at such a bad timing, aren't they making life difficult for us? I already said, we should have gone to queue earlier. You didn't want to listen to me. Now there's nothing left, nothing. The usually sweet-looking Huo Han also looked really depressed. If I don't get to eat the pancakes now, I would really die. Han, just shut up, Zhang Qingyi helplessly sighed. Then she involuntarily turned to look towards Red Star Primary School. She suddenly stood up and exclaimed, it's out. It's out. Qingyi, what's out? Mr. Handsome is here, Zhang Qingyi pointed towards the school and said excitedly. What? Suddenly, the whole office had shaken up. It was as if each and every lady got resurrected. They suddenly had so much energy in themselves. Ah, he's really here. Quick, 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 the executive office door opened. A tall and slim lady walked towards the ladies, looking rather unhappy. The crowd shrieked in fear as they saw her walking towards them. Huo Han looked at Zhang Qingyi. Perhaps only Qingyi could salvage the situation at that point in time. Sister, Zhang Qingyi paused. It was all because of the scallion pancakes. In the past, she wouldn't have spoken up regardless of what had happened. Call me the president or head editor. When we're at work, I'm not your sister. I'm your superior, Zhang Qingfan said sternly, trying to establish her relationship with Qingyi as the CEO. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat after hearing what the dominant CEO said. A normal person wouldn't usually be so entitled. Although Qingyi was her sister, she got brushed aside by Qingfan. Head editor, everyone's hungry, we want to buy scallion pancakes from the stall opposite, Zhang Qingyi said. Qingyi felt very pressured having to deal with such a beautiful but assertive sister. She had always been compared to her even outside of work. Sometimes, she felt like she was living under the shadow of her sister. Zhang Qingfan looked at the people in the office and turned towards Red Star Primary School. Then, she said, "You may go." "Yay!" Huo Han exclaimed upon hearing that approval had been given. However, she immediately became silent after realizing that the dominant tigress was still standing there. Then, she tried to duck down, hoping to avoid Qingfan's attention. "Qingyi, only you can go. The rest of you better continue with your work. If this week's magazine is in the last few positions, all of you can pack up and leave." Bang! Asterisk. The head editor's office room was slammed shut. As the tigress left, the rest of the office ladies could finally relax. The atmosphere was so intense that they had almost wet their pants. The city enforcement truck was parked at about 300 meters away from Lin Fan's stall. One of the city enforcement officers immediately changed out of his uniform into civilian attire. "Sigh, sometimes wearing a uniform for my job is troublesome. I have to change out of it even when I just want to buy something." "Did you really think you can go without changing out of it? We are city enforcement officers. If we were pictured buying things from these stalls in our uniform, then things would be impossible to explain." "That's true, Lin Fan stood there and thought of the emptiness he felt despite how invincible he had become, akin to someone that was begging to be defeated. There wasn't a single stall in the vicinity. Even if Lin Fan wanted some competition, there was nobody to compete with. He felt lonely and depressed. Lin Fan had become the invincible hawker of Red Star Primary School, but he yearned for someone who could compete with him for business. Sound of wheels rumbling. The sound of carts being pushed could be heard as some stall vendors sneakily observed the situation outside Red Star Primary School. They looked astonished when they saw Lin Fan had set up his stall outside the school. "It's all right, the city enforcement officers are gone." Then, a large number of stall vendors slowly appeared and retook their positions. The old lady saw Lin Fan's pushcart, smiled freakishly and said, "Wow, you're back so soon. Looks like you've been fined a hefty sum of money. Look at how stupid this guy is. He doesn't even know how to pick a good spot while we're gone." The lady's husband then laughed and pushed his cart beside Lin Fan and said, "Kid, how much were you fined?" "That's none of your business." Lin Fan took a glance, rebutted with a sentence and didn't bother to say anything else. "Wow, look at how arrogant you are. Why don't you have any business now? Did you spend all your money on the show earlier? I think you should just do an honest business and stop with these tricks. Look, you've run out of actors and you have no business now." Lin Fan did not want to say anything. The stall vendors were still considered to be his competitors. These old people thought a young chap like Lin Fan was a pushover. But he did not want to argue with them. After all, he had obtained a verified license for his stall. Step, step. A series of noise could be heard from a lady walking in heels as she stopped right in front of Lin Fan's stall. In an instant, the scent of her perfume filled the air. Lin Fan looked up and thought, wasn't this the pretty babe from yesterday afternoon? The lady had something different about her. She looked prettier by the day, and today, she looked even prettier as she was wearing something different. But Lin Fan was not a pervert. Naturally, he didn't stare at the lady. Although admittedly, she had a good figure, especially her basketball-sized breasts bulging from her tight dress, as if they could burst out from her clothes anytime. But Lin Fan himself was a man of morals. "Babe, do you want to have some scallion pancakes?" Lin Fan smiled and asked. Zhang Qingyi saw the scallion pancakes and suddenly felt like she was in paradise as she was standing so close to the heavenly food. "Yes," Zhang Qingyi replied without any hesitation. "Give me 20 pieces." "No problem," Lin Fan replied and thought to himself that business had arrived. Then, he took a glimpse of the sweaty fermented bean curd seller beside him. "Open your eyes, business is here." When the fermented bean curd seller saw the lady in front of Lin Fan's stall in her giant jugs, his eyes were fixated on her. Then, he thought of the aged wife he had and felt like he had wasted his entire life, having never fcked someone so beautiful. "Babe, the secret to these scallion pancakes is..." In order to earn encyclopedic points, Lin Fan started to explain the secret to the scallion pancakes. But he realized that he did not earn any encyclopedic points after he had finished explaining. Then, he raised his head and saw that the woman had been playing with her phone. She did not hear any of his words. To Lin Fan, that was a tremendous blow. Then, the city enforcement officers arrived in their civilian attire. They saw that Lin Fan was busy and knew that they had to queue. They also noticed the red tag on Lin Fan's stall and figured that they had to wait even longer. Hence, they decided to take a look at the fermented bean curd stall. Hey, Lin Fan noticed that these guys looked familiar. Then he paused and realized that they were the brothers that sent him there. But when he saw that they were in civilian attire, he understood that they were definitely there for the scallion pancakes. To Lin Fan, he considered these city enforcement brothers to be his good friends. Boss, want to have some fermented bean curd? The man greeted and asked passionately. Looks like there's something wrong with the oil you're using. You haven't changed it for some time, right? The city enforcement officers pointed and asked. For the experienced officers, they could tell if the oil was unusual with just one look. How could that be? I just changed the oil 2 days ago. It's very clean. The man tried to look normal as he replied, but there was a peculiar look on his face. In actual fact, he was using processed cooking oil which was recovered from the sewers and gutters. Could it be that this particular officer noticed that? Oh, is it? The officer nodded and said. Nobody knew if he believed the man's words. Boss, you might not know this, but for a vendor like me, hygiene is our top priority. Look at the scallion pancake seller beside me. It looks like the oil he's using has not been changed in months. The pancakes can't be eaten, the man said softly, but Lin Fan still heard his words. The man had wanted to let the lady hear it, perhaps to stop her from buying the pancakes. But what surprised the man was that the lady did not even look concerned. Zhang Qingyi was not bothered by what the man had said. How could it be that such delicious scallion pancakes were made by low-quality oil? Even if he had used such oil, she would still eat the scallion pancakes. But for these city enforcement officers, they couldn't tolerate the man's nonsense. Lin Fan's scallion pancakes held a special place in their hearts. How could they tolerate his bullshit? They couldn't tolerate it, they truly couldn't tolerate it. Bang! Asterisk. The city enforcement officers slammed the man's stall counter and the man was stupefied. They then took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Come to Red Star Primary School." Boss, what did you mean by that? The man asked as he did not understand what was going on. In less than a minute, a city enforcement truck appeared. The city enforcement officers are here, the city enforcement officers are here. Boss, I'm sorry, the city enforcement officers are here. I gotta go. The man tried to push his cart away, but the officer held onto his stall counter firmly. Don't move, I am a city enforcement officer. You are violating the law by setting up your stall here, the officer said. This particular sentence had a huge impact on the man, as if he had said, "Sorry, I am a police officer." Then, a uniformed city enforcement officer came. The man saw what happened and finally understood how stupid he had been. He looked around him and saw that everyone else had fled the place, even his wife. But as he saw Lin Fan patiently making his pancakes, he exclaimed, "He is also a vendor, he must have violated the law too." Lin Fan turned to the man, blinked and took out a form. He dabbed a bit of wet dough on it and stuck it on his cart. "Sorry, I have a license for this. I am abiding by the law." "Babe, don't worry, these scallion pancakes are definitely edible. I am a verified vendor." Lin Fan smiled and said. Zhang Qingyi let out a loud sigh of relief. She thought she was going to be taken away by the city enforcement officers. The man saw the piece of paper and was dumbfounded. How could it be? As for Lin Fan, with the license in his possession, he wasn't afraid of anything. Life is as such for a ruler like Lin Fan. Zhang Qingyi left happily with her pancakes. The fermented bean curd vendor was also mercilessly arrested. He was so shocked by Lin Fan possessing a license that he kept looking at it even as he was being taken away. In the early afternoon, Lin Fan enjoyed a luxurious meal as he immediately went to order 2 dishes and a soup from a nearby restaurant. Lin Fan reflected on his life in the past and compared it to his current life. What kind of life had he been living? Lin Fan happily sipped on his beer while eating his meal. He then whipped out his phone, wanting to look at some sensational news. I don't see any breaking news by the UC News Department today. Let's see what else there is. Lin Fan scrolled through his old and worn-out iPhone 4 and paused as if he saw a strange piece of news. I'm on the news. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and looked in disbelief. He looked again and realized that it was really him. Shocking scenes outside Red Star Primary School, scallion pancake vendor bewitched crowds of people. Lin Fan read through the article closely and clicked on another e-platform app. Just when the app was opened, mesmerizing voices could be heard. Wow, it's so delicious. Simply delicious. These scallion pancakes are so delicious. These praises caused Lin Fan to feel rather awkward, especially after he looked at the people's exaggerated expressions. When Lin Fan was selling the pancakes, he did not realize that there was something unusual. But after he saw what was recorded and reported on the news, he realized that it seemed rather rehearsed. But Lin Fan was still confident of his scallion pancake making skills and believed that he made delicious pancakes. However, he was both angry and helpless when he saw the comments. These actors' expressions are too exaggerated. 51 people, if there were any more people, it would have been even worse. What era are we living in? Now any profession can be faked. Fake my bastards, my scallion pancakes are truly delicious. Under these circumstances, Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. He started to leave comments to argue with this group of haters. Lin Fan wasn't afraid of these guys taking revenge. If that really happened, he could stuff their mouths with the scallion pancakes and use it to unify their views on these pancakes. After spending half an hour in the comments section, Lin Fan proceeded to push his cart slowly back to its original position as he prepared to continue working hard through the afternoon. Lin Fan thought that since he was already on the news, he would be able to complete the encyclopedic task soon. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. In the afternoon, at various Shanghai news departments. Xiao Wang, I want you to make a trip to Red Star Primary School to interview the scallion pancake vendor and write an article about it, said the head editor. Alright, head editor. Xiao Wang was a new reporter for the company and didn't have many opportunities to interview any well-known people. If he could make a news out of this and upload it onto the internet, it could help to boost his popularity. Xiao Wang was envious of the experienced reporters who frequently got to interview famous people and wrote the big headlines. Scallion pancakes vendor, I finally get to interview someone of decent popularity. But obviously, everything is staged. Looks like I have to find an actor to go with me. Xiao Wang had everything planned out in his mind, even the article content was all prepared. At 4 p.m., Lin Fan pushed his cart back to its original position outside Red Star Primary School, but he realized that the vendors in the vicinity looked at him weirdly. Kid, you're so awesome. When Lin Fan was done with setting up his stall, Fraud Tien came over and said something that Lin Fan couldn't understand. Awesome, yeah, I'm FC King Awesome, Lin Fan replied. No, tell me honestly, when did you get your license? When you weren't here just now, everyone was discussing about it, Fraud Tien asked while looking at the piece of paper glued to Lin Fan's cart. As for Fraud Tien, if the license was obtained through legitimate means, he had wanted to go apply for one as well. Hey, you wanna know how? Simple, just give me $100, Lin Fan said as he stretched out his hand. You wanna ask for money for this? That's hurtful, it's okay, I won't ask further, Fraud Tien waved his hand and said. Lin Fan took a glimpse of another stall, hit his stall counter repeatedly and said, my permanent pass is coming soon. In future, there wouldn't be any more city enforcement officers coming after me. I can finally set up my stall with a peace of mind. Little boss is here, little boss is here. When Lin Fan was done setting up his stall, streams of people queued up for his scallion pancakes. Lin Fan recognized that these people were those that had tasted his scallion pancakes before. Little boss, you're indeed punctual. I can't wait any longer, give me 3 pancakes. I want 6 scallion pancakes. A day without your scallion pancakes makes me feel so uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's stall had a long queue in front of it. The other vendors were all envious of him. This FCKER simply didn't make sense. He had just set up his stall and he already had so many people queuing for his pancakes. It looked too staged. FCK. Fraud Tien was also shocked by what he was seeing. What exactly was happening? This kid was too good. But as people say, having connections with influential people will reap benefits. Fraud Tien then started to promote his stall. Don't miss out on my amazing fortune telling. Come, find out your future and reflect on your past deeds. Just after advertising his fraudulent business, many people actually came over to his stall after getting their pancakes. Once Diviner Tien saw that people were coming, he smiled ecstatically like a chrysanthemum flower which had just bloomed. Just as Lin Fan was busy making pancakes, someone took a microphone and another person followed behind with a camera. Hi, I am from a reporter from Shanghai Star Publisher. Are you the famous scallion pancake man? Xiao Wang smiled and asked. The scallion pancake man? Yeah, that's me. Lin Fan seemed rather satisfied with the name that he had been given. Hi scallion pancake man, I am reporter Wang from Shanghai Star Publisher. The things that happened here went viral on the internet. I heard that each and every one of your customers would make exaggerated facial expressions after eating your scallion pancakes. May I know what's so magical about your scallion pancakes? Xiao Wang asked. But in his heart, Xiao Wang thought that the crowd who was queuing for the pancakes were just a bunch of actors. Even the best chef in the world wouldn't be able to make something so delicious that would make everyone go crazy over it, not to mention a simple scallion pancake. Hey, reporter, can't you see that small boss is busy? Can't you carry out your interview after he's done? Yeah, you want to find out about the magic behind it, right? Let us answer that for him. It's heavenly. It's practically heaven on earth. That's right, you can't understand how delicious it is without trying it for yourself. The crowd surrounding Xiao Wang had a lively discussion which shocked Xiao Wang. It seemed unusual. Xiao Wang merely wanted an interview with Lin Fan. He thought that Lin Fan asked the actors to surround him just to stage an overwhelming response. But as he analyzed the situation, he realized that Lin Fan wasn't bothered at all. It didn't seem logical at all. Sorry, reporter Wang, I'm kinda busy now, Lin Fan smiled and said to Xiao Wang. Lin Fan had wanted to be interviewed properly so that he could complete the task to earn the encyclopedic points. But at that moment, the thing he had yearned for finally happened. After spending the entire noon on the internet trying to increase his popularity, the task which required him to obtain a little popularity was finally completed. The magical encyclopedia then flipped to the second page. Just when Lin Fan read the content on the second page, he was stunned. You must be kidding me. At the Youth Arts magazine publisher. Look, there's a reporter at Little Boss's stall, said the shocked Huo Han as she looked over to Red Star Primary School. It's no surprise, the scallion pancakes are just too delicious. Huo Han, I guess your Mr. Handsome must be elated at the sight of the reporter. Zhang Qingyi was also captivated by the scallion pancakes. More importantly, it allowed her to regain some dignity with her sister. That morning, she had given a scallion pancake to her sister to try. Qingyi giggled at Qing Fan's ridiculously hilarious expression after eating the scallion pancakes that she had bought for her. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She just regretted not having taken a picture of her ugly expression. What do you mean by my Mr. Handsome? He is everyone's Mr. Handsome, okay. Yeah, I guess Little Boss would definitely be really happy, Huo Han smiled and said. But what they did not know was that they had guessed wrong. Lin Fan was feeling depressed and helpless. If he had a cigarette, he would have silently lit one to show his sadness. The second page of the encyclopedia was a joke. Unlocking the second page of the encyclopedia. The second page involves the profession of someone close to the host. Mr. Tian has been a good friend to the host, hence the fortune-telling classification will be opened. Acquired task. To become a brilliant and well-known master Lin in fortune-telling. Task reward. 20 encyclopedic points and the ability to unlock the third page of the encyclopedia. Note: upon opening a new page, the host must quickly equip himself with new knowledge, otherwise the encyclopedia will be withdrawn. While Fraud Tien was actively trying to get more customers, he realized that a pair of eyes had been looking at him viciously. The hair on his body stood on their ends and his anus expanded as he felt threatened. Why are you staring at me? Fraud Tien looked at Lin Fan curiously as he did not know the intent of Lin Fan. If Lin Fan had a knife, he would have used it to chop Fraud Tien into bits and pieces. Why did I become friends with someone like that? Lin Fan thought. What the FCK? Fortune-telling classification. Looking at Fraud Tien sitting on the small stool in the way he had been fortune-telling for others, Lin Fan felt like killing himself. Lin Fan thought the new given classification should have been something better than selling scallion pancakes. But the current situation left Lin Fan speechless. If he did not start his fortune-telling career, the encyclopedia would have to be withdrawn. Lin Fan's current situation was like a dream. How could he give up on the encyclopedia just like that? Ah, Lin Fan let out a loud sigh and turned his head. Looks like he really had to go into conning people in the future. But at that instant, a sudden outburst of information appeared in his mind as he looked at the customer in front of him. Yang Kong, 40 years old, a language teacher in Guangming Secondary School, divorced. Currently raising a son and a daughter. Virtuous, charitable and has no evil intentions. Will have a fruitful end to his life. In Lin Fan's eyes, the freckles and wrinkles on Mr. Yang's face suddenly became symbols. Each symbol had its own meaning. Lin Fan suddenly had the ability to look at someone's entire life. This was too damn powerful. Lin Fan blinked several times. Everything felt illogical. Suddenly, Lin Fan suddenly let out a series of vulgarities. Lin Fan had thought that a career in fortune-telling would involve many lies. But the current situation was unusual. Little boss, are you okay? The stunned Yang Kong asked Lin Fan. He had no idea what happened to him, it felt like he was possessed. Fraud Tien looked up at Lin Fan. Did something bad just happen? Nothing. Lin Fan waved Yang Kong away and continued to make scallion pancakes, but he looked at Yang Kong and studied him more carefully. More and more images appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Immensely good fortune, almost as if the god of fortune watches over him. Lin Fan felt that things were becoming clearer to him and proceeded to look further. Buys a ticket from the ticketing counter outside the school entrance and wins the grand prize. It seems like the god of fortune could leave any time and that would indicate a change in his life. Until then, Yang Kong could miss out on this one-time opportunity. The way Lin Fan had looked at Yang Kong made him have goosebumps. He felt as if someone was targeting him. This little boss shouldn't have that kind of interest, right? Yang Kong started to hallucinate and felt that Lin Fan had a vicious look in his eyes. Mr. Yang, do you buy the lottery often? Lin Fan asked. Lottery? I've never bought it before. It's all a scam, Yang Kong smiled and said. Then, he realized something and was shocked. How did you know my surname was Yang? If I told you it was just at my fingertips, would you believe me? Lin Fan said. While Fraud Tien was trying to scam others, he coughed violently and looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. This scallion pancake seller is starting to con others too, he thought. Could it be that he has been influenced by me? Haha, Yang Kong laughed and thought Lin Fan was just joking. He didn't think much of what he had said. But Lin Fan realized what was going on. What he saw in his mind was not a fixed outcome. Mr. Yang had the blessing of fortune in his life. If he took the opportunity to achieve great fortune, he would reap the benefits of it. If not, then it would all be for nothing. One has to be opportunistic and make the most out of the opportunities presented to him. Once he misses it, it's gone. When Lin Fan passed the scallion pancake to Mr. Yang, he grabbed him by the hand. Mr. Yang was stunned and thought that Lin Fan had a thing for him. Mr. Yang, I could see from your face that you were destined to win big money today. Remember to buy a lottery ticket from the stall counter at the entrance of the school, Lin Fan said it seriously to him. If it was true, it could prove that the magical encyclopedia was invincible. And if he did not win the first prize, he could just pretend like nothing happened. When reporter Wang saw what had happened, he was also shocked. In his mind, he laughed and thought, this FCKER must be kidding, there's already a fraud beside him and now he wants to be a conman. Reporter Wang did not say much as he did not want to interfere with the show that Lin Fan was performing. Fraud Tien looked at Lin Fan and gave him a thumbs up for coming up with such bullshit which was even more ridiculous than what he had told people. This guy's crazy, just telling someone to buy the lottery ticket straight, without fearing what would happen if he doesn't win. Wow, Yang Kong was stunned by how serious Lin Fan was. This, bang, asterisk, suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the stall beside him. What the FCK? The sudden jolt scared the FCK out of Lin Fan, his heart had skipped a beat. The people surrounding him were also scared to death. Lightning, it's lightning. Lin Fan forcefully swallowed his saliva, his heart had not settled down. Warning, host is insulting the magical knowledge of fortune telling. The host is forbidden from directly telling people their fate. It's the first and last warning. If it were to happen again, the host will become a handicapped man from being struck by another bolt of lightning. Initially, Lin Fan thought it was just a normal lightning bolt, but it was actually a warning from the magical encyclopedia. The surrounding people were so scared that they turned pale. If they had been struck by the lightning earlier, they would have died immediately. Mr. Yang ran far away from the stall. Mr. Yang, don't forget, I won't repeat again, if not I would be struck by the lightning. Lin Fan exclaimed. Bang, came another bolt of lightning. Lin Fan trembled. He waved his hands and said, I won't say it anymore, I won't say it anymore, please don't strike me. Reporter Wang had wanted to expose Lin Fan's scam, in order to write some news article about it. But as he witnessed how dangerous the place had become, he quickly fled the area. He was just there for a piece of exclusive news, not to gamble with his life. Those who had wanted to buy the scallion pancakes were also stunned. Compared to delicious food, their insignificant lives still mattered more. What the FCK did you do to infuriate the heavens? Quick, give me $200 and let me tell your fortune. Fraud Tien hugged his stool and quickly distanced from Lin Fan. This chap must have FCKED some old pig next door to have angered the heavens to this extent. As the saying goes, a fire in the city gates is also a calamity for the fish in the moat, the bystanders would also suffer. What the FCK? Lin Fan shouted unhappily. The FCKER just wanted to remind Mr. Yang and felt that there wasn't a need for another lightning bolt. I won't say it anymore, that's it. At this hour, there wasn't a single person at the gates of Red Star Primary School. Everyone was hiding far away. The power of the lightning was truly terrifying. To the ordinary people, it was a truly mysterious power. Once you were struck, there wouldn't be a need for hospital wards, it was instant death. Those who did manage to survive were very few, and they had to possess some kind of mysterious divine power. Don't come near us, brat. You must have angered the gods. Don't drag us down with you. Fraud Tian saw Lin Fan walking towards them, and was so frightened that he jumped. This was way too strange. The lightning struck twice in a row, and each of them struck so menacingly. Oh my god, Lin Fan looked at the crowd in front, cowering in fear of himself and felt annoyed. It was all just a misunderstanding, there was no need to be so frightened. Hey guys, don't you want some scallion pancakes? Lin Fan asked. Not today, boss, I'll buy from you again tomorrow. Yeah, me too. You should be careful, boss. I think it's best if we leave this cursed place quickly, in case the lightning strikes again. The crowd mumbled in agreement and then scurried away. The scallion pancakes were important to them, but it was not as important as their lives. Who knew if the lightning would strike again? The new fortune-telling classification still required more experimenting. After the task was completed, he now had 12 encyclopedic points. Lin Fan scanned through his encyclopedia and saw that there was nothing he could do with these 12 encyclopedic points. In order to choose a class of knowledge himself, he needed at least 1,000 encyclopedic points. A mere 12 points were really useless. All he could do was slowly accumulate more points. It was 6 o'clock. Mr. Yang got off from the public bus and walked towards the school. He was an English teacher and the form teacher of the best third-grade class. He lived a meaningful and altruistic life, helping less fortunate students. Since becoming a teacher, he had already provided financial support for 32 financially needy students. To Mr. Yang, it was a blessing to be able to help so many people. However, life couldn't always be so perfect. One day, Yang Kong discovered that his wife had been cheating on him with one of his colleagues and was furious. Eventually, they got divorced, and he claimed custody of his 2 children. At least his 2 children were hardworking and studious, and they managed to get accepted into reputable local universities. To Yang Kong, his life's greatest mission had been completed by raising his children well. At this moment, Yang Kong was just passing by the lottery stand outside the school. He reached into his pocket and found 2 coins. Mr. Yang, you absolutely have to buy a lottery ticket when you come to school. The scallion pancake hawker's voice rang in Yang Kang's head. That little boss really likes to fool around. These lottery tickets are all rigged, there's no way I can win. Yang Kong prepared to walk straight into the school, without buying any lottery tickets. But just as Yang Kong was about to go, a loud and distinct voice rang out from the noisy lottery stand. This season's grand prize is $15 million. Who knows who will be the lucky one to claim it? The crowd of lottery addicts started an enthusiastic discussion. Yang Kong pondered for a moment, and then laughed to himself, oh well, since I only have $2 in my pocket, keeping it with me wouldn't be useful at all. Let's just buy a ticket, and if I don't win, I'll have the little boss repay me. Of course, Yang Kong was only joking. Boss, give me 1 lottery ticket. Yang Kong had never been to a lottery stand and was unfamiliar with how lotteries worked. What number do you want? The lottery stand owner replied with a smile. Just give me a random number. Alright, this number has high odds of winning the small prize. The ticket was printed out in just a few seconds. Yang Kong took it from the owner and placed it in his wallet as he walked towards the school. Due to the lightning strike, the customers were all scared away, and Lin Fan had no choice but to close his stall early. Just within these 2 days, he had earned $4,000 from selling scallion pancakes. This, in Lin Fan's eyes, was hard to believe. Selling scallion pancakes like this is really not a bad idea. If I carried on like this, becoming rich wouldn't just be a dream. It's just that this encyclopedia's rules are really annoying. Not doing fortune-telling is not an option. How troublesome. After keeping his stall into the apartment, Lin Fan sat at the entrance by the road and curiously observed the people that were walking past. Miss Wang, 28 years old, will become a famous star at Ame Hair Salon near the city's West Bridge. She has a hoodlum boyfriend who is mean and rarely kind. She will get plagued with illness in her later years. A gorgeously dressed lady in high heels walked past Lin Fan. A pungent smell struck his nose, causing him to sneeze uncontrollably. Famous star. Before Lin Fan could respond, she started giggling to herself, as if she had understood. Lin Fan never had anything against this line of work. It was an honest way of earning money, relying on one's own ability. It was much better as compared to many other jobs. One by one, many people had passed by and Lin Fan came up with a conclusion. There were people from all walks of life, they had different jobs and careers, but some would die painful deaths, while others would suffer tragically in their later years. And the reason behind it was how they lived their lives. Kindness begets kindness and evil begets evil. This saying was indeed very true. However, life can't always be smooth sailing, and obstacles are aplenty. As long as someone doesn't commit any despicable sins, he would have a happy ending to his life regardless of all the obstacles that he has to face. On the other hand, people who commit evil sins may seem like they live comfortable and extravagant lives, but that is only temporary. In the end, karma will always get them. Of course, these reflections weren't thought of by Lin Fan but were recorded in the encyclopedia. "Lil, Fan, you're back so early today?" asked an auntie as she walked past Lin Fan, holding her granddaughter's hand. "Oh, Aunt Zhang, that's right. I'm not feeling too well today, so I came home earlier," said Lin Fan with a smile. He then used his fortune-telling vision and took a look at Aunt Zhang's granddaughter. Upon looking, Lin Fan's face turned pale. Pearl Mao was Aunt Zhang's granddaughter, but right now, an ominous energy surrounded her, almost as if the death god himself was there. My god, what's going on? How could it be that a little kid like her possesses such an ominous energy? Lin Fan was dumbfounded, and couldn't think straight. "What's wrong, Lil, Fan?" Aunt Zhang inquired cheerily. "Aunt Zhang, I know how to read fortunes, and I just read Pearl's fortune," replied Lin Fan. "Oh, Lil, Fan, you had this kind of ability." Aunt Zhang had always believed in fortune-telling, and at this moment she didn't care whether or not Lil Fan really knew about fortune-telling but was just curious to listen. "Then please take a good look at my granddaughter's fortune." Aunt Zhang also enjoyed chatting with youngsters, especially a handsome young chap like Lin Fan. Lin Fan then understood the reason behind everything. This is all repayment for his sins. It was all because Pearl's father dated many girls when he was young, and almost every one of them got pregnant with his babies. In the end, all of them ended in abortion. The burden of all these sins had been passed down to Pearl. "Aunt Zhang, things don't look too good," said Lin Fan sternly. Aunt Zhang had been expecting Lil Fan to praise her granddaughter. She would never have expected this youngster to say something negative right off the bat, and her mood instantly changed. However, she held her temper in and asked, "What doesn't look too good?" "Aunt Zhang, don't be mad, I am absolutely not bluffing you, but if you listen to me, everything will turn out fine." Lin Fan saw a displeased expression on Aunt Zhang's face and knew at once that she was angry. After all, who wouldn't be angry after hearing something like that? However, Lin Fan was a warm-hearted guy. To him, if he didn't make use of it to change lives for the better, his fortune-telling power would be redundant. Since speaking too directly would cause him to get struck by the lightning and he would become handicapped. All he had to do was say it in an indirect manner. "What's wrong with my granddaughter?" Aunt Zhang's expression had turned ugly. She was very displeased. Her good mood had been ruined by this youngster. If he didn't have a proper reason behind it, she was going to teach him a lesson. "Aunt Zhang, from Pearl's face, I can tell that something bad will happen tonight. This ominous feeling, no, if you want to avoid it, it'd be best that you go out to have dinner tonight. Don't eat at home regardless of what happens." Note: if the host directly makes changes again. When Lin Fan heard this, he was startled. "Crap, I've barely said anything and it says that I'm being too direct," he thought. Then, he proceeded to change the topic and speak more vaguely. "Aunt Zhang, you believe this brat's blabbering? If it was me, I would give him 2 hard slaps right away. Isn't he cursing your granddaughter?" At this moment, a Mediterranean man stood by the entrance of the apartment and glared at Lin Fan with disdain. It was his neighbor, Old Man Wang. Ever since Lin Fan moved in, they had been on bad terms. Aunt Zhang furrowed her brows. It seemed that Lin Fan wasn't being too friendly, and she was starting to feel that he was cursing her granddaughter too. Lin Fan took a glance at Old Man Wang and was furious, but he kept quiet and didn't bother to argue. After a moment, he looked over at Aunt Zhang again. "Aunt Zhang, this isn't a joke, you have to believe me. This is about life and death and you have to be careful. Everything I said has a reason behind it, I'm not just making it up," Lin Fan said sternly. "Haha, life and death my ass. You probably couldn't fit into the society in Shanghai and now you've gone crazy. Your mental illness must be pretty serious, for you to even try to bluff Aunt Zhang and curse her granddaughter." Old Man Wang insulted Lin Fan to his heart's content. Old Man Wang couldn't stand this youngster. Pale and delicate, with no sense of self-respect. He doesn't even greet me when he sees me. This kid obviously doesn't know what's good for him, thought Old Man Wang. In an instant, Old Man Wang's face lit up. He called out, Brother Mao, come and take a look. This brat is cursing your daughter. At this moment, Pearl Mao's father, who was riding his electric bike, had just returned. When Old Man Wang saw him, he called out to him with a sadistic gleam in his eyes. Let's teach this brat a lesson, he thought. Pearl Mao's father, Mao Zhongxing, worked at a nearby company. Coming home from work and seeing his mom and daughter standing by the road had him curious. However, when he heard Old Man Wang's words, he was slightly angry but didn't know what exactly was going on yet. When Mao Zhongxing was young, he hung out with a bad lot and got involved in many fights and conflicts, and took part in many immoral activities. He slept with many different women as well. Eventually, he got arrested and put in jail for 2 years for some incident. After his release, he turned over a new leaf and got married to an honest woman. He taught himself some technical skills and became an IT information technology manager at a company. It wasn't enough to live a luxurious life, but he did manage to raise a healthy family, without having to worry about food or water. Daddy, Pearl Mao's face lit up when she saw him. What's going on, Mummy? Mao Zhongxing parked his electric bike by the side and hugged his daughter. Before Aunt Zhong could respond, Old Man Wang pointed towards Lin Fan and accusingly him, Brother Mao, this brat is saying that he knows fortune-telling to scare Aunt Zhong. He said something bad will happen to your daughter tonight. Look how healthy she is, what could possibly happen? He must be trying to curse her. Mao Zhongxing was very protective of his daughter. When he heard this, he snapped, UFC king brat, how dare you curse my daughter? I'm going to give you a good beating. Bam! Suddenly, Mao Zhongxing kicked Lin Fan in his abdomen. Lin Fan couldn't react fast enough and before he knew it, he was kneeling over on the ground. FCK, Lin Fan cursed in his mind. This FCKER here is kind enough to give you a heads up, but you repay me with a kick in the stomach. What are you doing, Zhongxing? Aunt Zhong immediately tried to restrain him. This was Shanghai. If you assaulted someone and the police came, even if it was just some mild injury, you would have to pay at least a $2,000 fine or spend a few months in jail. I'm warning you, brat. If you spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. Mao Zhongxing barked viciously. His daughter was everything to him. He would never let anyone talk bad about her, let alone curse her. Lin Fan's temper was now at his limit as well, but seeing how Pearl had been frightened to the point of tears, he didn't want to cause her to be emotionally scarred. He looked over at Mao Zhongxing. I'm just giving you a heads up. If you don't believe me, then so be it. When the time comes, even if you beg me, I won't be able to help you. Seeing how that beat still dared to talk, Mao Zhongxing was just about to raise his fist and give him another beating, but his daughter, who was still in his embrace, started to cry. Fine, since you're so great, let's see. If nothing happens tonight, I want you to kneel before me tomorrow. Fine, we'll see who kneels down to who tomorrow. Lin Fan didn't want to argue further. His heart was filled with rage but he thought, forget it, he'll be in tears tomorrow. Hee. Old Man Wang was delighted, seeing how Lin Fan had taken a beating. Lin Fan gave Old Man Wang a glare but decided to let it go. He had just read Old Man Wang's fortune and saw that he would get beaten up the next day. Back in his house, Lin Fan laid on his bed, thinking about his future. This scallion pancake business can't be done regularly, and I need to find a better place to do my fortune-telling as well. Fraud Tian is always scamming people, but if I get him to help me to make a scene, that shouldn't be a problem. When I see him tomorrow, we can have a good chat. However, at this moment, what worried Lin Fan the most was whether or not Pearl would avoid the danger. Even though her father made him furious and he wanted to see her father kneel before him, that had nothing to do with the child. He knew that danger was imminent, yet he could only watch it happen. This was something that Lin Fan could not stand doing. Note: the host cannot personally intervene with heaven's will, or he will be instantly struck by lightning. Lin Fan barely thought of doing something, when the encyclopedia's distinct sound rang out. What a shitty day. It was 7 p.m. in Aunt Zhong's home. Mummy, I'm going out later. I have an appointment with a friend. Tomorrow, I'll take care of that brat properly, Mao Zhongxing grunted as he finished his dinner. Let it go, we're all neighbors after all. Maybe Lil Fan doesn't mean bad at all, Aunt Zhong replied as she kept the dishes. Mummy, don't get involved in this. I'm going to leave now. Mao Zhongxing's heart was still filled with rage. His precious and only child had been cursed by someone, how could he just let it go? When Mao Zhongxing left, Aunt Zhong had finished keeping the dishes as well. She took out some color pencils for Pearl. Pearl, Granny is going to Granny Shen's house to play some mahjong. You stay at home and have fun drawing, okay? I got it, Granny. Juju picked up the color pencils, and then laid down on the table and started to draw. After that, Aunt Jong left the apartment. She had locked all the windows and doors, to be safe. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. 7:30 p.m. Bang, bam, game over. A group of elderly ladies was engrossed in their game of mahjong, all smiles and laughter. Old man Jong, what's the matter? You seem troubled. Yeah, weren't you fine just now? Aunt Jong suddenly recalled what the youngster had said just a few hours ago. Aunt Jong, I'm afraid something bad will happen to Pearl tonight. This ominous energy. Aunt Jong couldn't sit still, something didn't feel right, so she stood up. Granny Shen, I have to go back to take a look. Ah, what's the matter with you, Aunt Jong? That was only the first round. I have to go and check on my granddaughter, I'll be back in a bit. Aunt Jong felt uneasy after thinking back about what the youngster said. Without saying much, she rushed straight to her apartment. On the way there, Aunt Jong couldn't help showing signs of anxiety. She kept trying to comfort herself. That youngster Lil Fan is just trying to scare me. There's no way this fortune-telling is real. Pearl, Pearl, Aunt Jong started yelling as she reached the apartment door, but there wasn't any response from her granddaughter. The house was quiet. Bang, Aunt Jong swung the door open, and suddenly, the pungent smell of smoke entered her nose. And with one scan across the living room, she saw her granddaughter lying motionlessly on the floor. Oh my God, Pearl, Aunt Jong panicked. Help, help. Aunt Jong had a thunderous voice, and within seconds, her neighbors had all come out from their homes and frantically rushed towards the source. And at this moment, Lin Fan stood in the shadows and watched from afar. He heaved a sigh of relief, then took a look at his watch. 7:30 o'clock, they made it in time. According to his vision, Pearl was only discovered after 8 o'clock, but she would have already passed away at 8 o'clock. Who knew that fortune-telling would be so powerful? Not a minute early, not a minute late. At the hospital, my beloved granddaughter, hopefully, nothing bad happens to you, otherwise Grandma won't know what to do. Aunt Jong sat on the floor paralyzed with dread, crying. She believed that everything that had happened was caused by her. She couldn't bear to live if anything happened to her granddaughter. My son, Mother has let Pearl down. Mao Zhongxing paced up and down the corridor, deep in thought. His thoughts were muddled. The telephone rang and his heart leapt out of his chest. His daughter was his world, and he'd never thought something like this would happen to her. It's all my fault. If I had not rushed for my mahjong game, this would never have happened. Aunt Jong kept blaming herself. Even if she forgot to close the gas line then, this wouldn't have happened so fast. Who would have thought the gas system had a fault, causing a massive gas leak? Mum, don't worry, everything is going to be all right. Mao Zhongxing originally wanted to blame his own mother, but seeing her so distraught, he couldn't bring himself to do it. At that very moment, the doctor walked out of the room. Mao Zhongxing and Aunt Jong hurriedly went forward. Aunt Jong grabbed the doctor by his coat as she was anxious to know the outcome. Doctor, how is my granddaughter? Is she okay? The doctor faced her sternly and said in a serious tone, how do you even take care of your kid? You left her alone at home, don't you know how dangerous it can be? Especially since she is so small, if anything were to happen to her, it would be too late to even regret. Yes, sir. Mao Zhongxing and Aunt Jong profusely nodded their heads as the doctor berated them. Luckily she was sent here on time so nothing really serious happened to her. If she was sent here 10 or 20 minutes later, things would have turned out much worse. The doctor could not fathom the irresponsibility of these two caretakers. Luckily nothing terrible happened that night. Thank you, doctor, thank you, Aunt Jong said weakly. She leaned on the wall in fatigue after hearing the good news. Mao Zhongxing looked at the doctor and continued to thank him for his efforts. Mum, Pearl is going to be fine. Next time we've got to be more careful to make sure this doesn't happen again. Mao Zhongxin's daughter was well and that was all. He was lost for words and this incident taught Mao Zhongxin a grave lesson. He resolved to go out less at night and instead, stay at home to spend more time with his daughter. Aunt Jong, you should play less mahjong next time, the neighbors said as they surrounded her. I won't play, I won't ever play again. Aunt Jong was traumatized. How could she ever dare to play it again? But if you think about it, this could only be divine providence. You sensed something amiss while you were playing mahjong. It seems that God still has his protective hand over Pearl, the neighbors said. Hearing his neighbors, Mao Zhongxing started to wonder too. His own mother was addicted to mahjong. If nothing serious happened, she wouldn't even leave her seat. How did she have such a premonition? Aunt Zhang immediately thought of Lin Fan's words. Son, after this you should follow me to look for Lil Fan, Aunt Zhang said as she grabbed Mao Zhongxin. It is all thanks to Lil Fan. If not for what he said, I probably wouldn't have had that premonition. The neighbors were curious since nothing bad happened to Pearl. Aunt Zhang, what does this have to do with Lil Fan? Mother, you should explain this fully to me. What did he tell you today? Mao Zhongxing asked. When I was sending Pearl home today, Lil Fan was sitting at the door, and I greeted him. Lil Fan said he was able to fortune tell, so he read Pearl's fortune and said that she would have an accident tonight, and told us to eat out instead of at home for the day. Aunt Zhang recounted the day's events. Also, Lil Fan said something about the gas. But he briefly mentioned it and never said it again. He just stressed that we should go out to eat tonight. After hearing all of these, Mao Zhongxing was astonished. He couldn't believe it. The neighbors also had the same reaction. This was all too weird. Coming to think about it, it is really scary and too coincidental to be real. I only played one round of mahjong and my brain just kept on repeating Lil Fan's warning. I had a feeling something was amiss and I thought I'd better go home to take a look. Luckily I did, otherwise terrible things would have happened tonight, Aunt Zhang said. How is this even possible? Lil Fan is just an ordinary scallion pancake seller, how could he possibly tell the future? The neighbors didn't believe Aunt Zhang's words. Although they didn't know Lil Fan very well, they still saw Lil Fan since he was young, and they never heard of any fortune-telling ability from that person before. Son, regardless of anything, we still have to thank Lil Fan. If not for his words, I can't imagine how this night would have turned out, Aunt Zhang said. Mao Zhongxing had never believed in fortune-telling, but the turn of today's events had left his sanity on edge. Mum, I know this. Mao Zhongxing blamed himself. This afternoon, his facial appearance was a little off. Lil Fan has indeed done our family a good deed. Tonight we shall look for him. We should also bring a few gifts to thank him. Aunt Zhang got even more excited. The thought of kowtowing to Lin Fan seemed acceptable just to express their gratitude. The neighbors suddenly exclaimed, what if, when Lil Fan talked about the gas supply but didn't mention it twice, was because the will of heaven cannot be divulged? I've read a few of these books, and they say that humans cannot violate such divine laws. Doing such a thing would shorten a person's lifespan. In the end, Lil Fan had his foot injured. That could only be divine retribution for breaking the heavenly laws. In my opinion, Lil Fan had his life shortened. All the neighbors agreed unanimously. The neighbors were all of considerable age. They certainly had experience in dealing with such spiritual matters. Old Man Wang does have a point. You're a mahjong addict, one experience and you'll always go back for more. It must have been Lin Fan using his tricks to make you feel like going back home to check on things. He has a point, although I can't really understand how Lil Fan had the ability to pull this off. I'll have to find out tomorrow. The neighbors continued their chatter. The more they discussed, the more absurd the theories became. However, there was still some truth in what they were saying. Indeed, Lin Fan almost broke the heavenly law by divulging the will of heaven. However, it was done to save a life, so it was not that severe. Otherwise, Lin Fan would have been struck down by lightning. Son, you heard them. We all should go and thank Lil Fan, Aunt Zhang said. Mum, there really is no hurry. It is getting late already. People need to sleep, and Pearl just survived a crisis. How about we go tomorrow in the morning to thank him? Mao Zhongxing said. Mao Zhongxing originally had his doubts, but after hearing the lengthy discussion from his neighbors, he began to believe in the supernatural a little more. There was no way this could have happened, especially when his mother is a mahjong addict. Could it be that what they said about Lil Fan was real? Listening to his neighbors talk about having one's life shortened, he began to think back to the words he said this afternoon. Mao Zhongxin fell silent. At that very moment, Lin Fan lay on his bed, holding up a mirror to himself. It's so weird, this fortune-telling ability is so powerful, yet I couldn't foresee that my leg would get injured like that. Lin Fan lay there, staring at himself in the mirror. He was still dissatisfied with his current standards of fortune-telling, as he was still unable to foresee his own circumstances. However, he realized that he had become a little more handsome today. He chuckled to himself. Thereafter, Lin Fan fell asleep. Tomorrow was going to be the start of his fortune-telling journey. This journey to become a well-known and respected master fortune-teller was not going to be an easy one. However, Lin Fan had a real talent for fortune-telling. He couldn't possibly fail on this journey, could he? The next day, it was 7:30 p.m. Lin Fan woke up refreshed and more energized than ever. Ho, today has to be better than yesterday. He hurriedly changed out, brushed his teeth and washed his face without hesitation. Lin Fan was all ready to walk his new path of becoming a fortune teller. He took in a deep breath as he opened the door. His morale was at an all-time high. I can do this. Oh, you're up early. Your leg injury hasn't gotten you down, I see, Old Man Wong said as he sipped his morning tea while sitting on his front porch. None of your business, Lin Fan retorted. Old Man Wong was such a drag. Your fortune tells me that you will have a disastrous day. Ha ha, how absurd. A disastrous day for you, I suppose, Old Man Wong said indignantly. Lin Fan didn't say any more. He turned his back on Old Man Wong and made his way to his shop. As he reached the front door, Lil Fan, a voice rang out. It was warm and familiar. That can't be right, Lin Fan thought to himself. Who was familiar with him anyway? Lin Fan turned his head around, seeing Aunt Zhang and her son along with a whole group of neighbors. Aunt Zhang, what's up? Lin Fan pretended he didn't know what was going on. He knew that they were here to thank him for what he did yesterday. Lil Fan, I can never thank you enough. If I believed what you said at first, Pearl would have never gone through so much suffering. After saying that, Aunt Zhang bowed down in thanks to Lin Fan. Ah, you don't have to bow. Lin Fan said cheekily. We're all neighbors here, so we should help one another. As long as Pearl is fine, there's nothing to worry about. Next time you shouldn't be this careless. Lin Fan shrugged it off naturally as he thought that it was nothing really. It didn't require any effort at all and they didn't have to keep going over it. As Lin Fan kept on doing that, Aunt Zhang felt a greater sense of gratitude as it was really important to her. While she tried to sleep last night, she kept on thinking how things would have turned out if Lin Fan hadn't warned her. The more she pondered, the more frightened and fearful she became. Mao Zhongxing suddenly did something out of the ordinary, causing even Lin Fan to be amazed. Plop, asterisk. Mao Zhongxing fell on his knees, head bowed. Lil Fan, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. I can't thank you enough for saving my beloved daughter's life. You sincerely wanted to save my daughter, but I shrugged it off then. I hope you can forgive me. He said reverently, if it would please you, you can even kick me a few times. Mao Zhongxin was now profusely thanking Lin Fan, which was such a stark contrast from his aggressive behavior towards Lin Fan yesterday. How the tides have turned. Brother Mao, please get up. I am not worthy of this, Lin Fan said. I didn't control my emotions yesterday. To be honest, my words were a little frank yesterday. If any father had heard that their daughter would be hurt, I am sure they would also have reacted the same way. Any bad blood between the two had dissipated. When Lin Fan was telling Pearl's fortune, he also received an idea of how her father was like. Despite walking astray in his youth, he still grew up to be a fine man. If it was anyone else, it would have been out of the question to kneel in front of others in gratitude. The neighbors saw how sincere Mao Zhongxin's apology was, to the extent of kneeling in front Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't stay angry at Mao Zhongxin. Lil Fan, let us all go into the house to talk, it's too hot standing outside here. The neighbors who followed Aunt Zhang and Mao Zhongxing were all curious. They wanted to see what kind of abilities Lin Fan had. A master fortune teller who could divine the future was as good as a god to them. Oh, what mysteries await. Lin Fan wanted to open a fortune-telling stand at first, but seeing the current situation, he didn't think it was possible anymore. Even the skeptical Old Man Wong became curious after seeing the large crowd stay for so long. Old Man Ji, what are you guys doing? Old Man Wong asked. We're all watching Lil Fan. He's almost like a god. I'll let my fortune to be read by Lil Fan. That bastard, Old Man Wong said indignantly. He looked at Lin Fan, eyebrows raised and snorted. What blasphemy. Aunt Zhang, I can't possibly accept this gift. Aunt Zhang pushed whatever she was holding to Lin Fan's hands. There was a slaughtered chicken, several bottles of rice wine and a few other gifts. They were all expensive gifts, amounting to a few $1,000s. Lil Fan, I insist. If you don't, my heart will not be at peace. You have my household a huge favor. Whatever Aunt Zhang said did make sense. If Lin Fan had never told Aunt Zhang, Pearl would most certainly have died. Lin Fan was on cloud 9. It felt good to be praised this much. Other people came up to him to thank him profusely, all because he helped them with fortune-telling. They even came up to him to offer gifts. This definitely better than selling scallion pancakes for a living. At this point in time, Mao Zhongxing took out a red packet and shoved it into Lin Fan's pocket. Brother Mao, what is the meaning of this? I can't possibly accept this as a gift. I've already received wine from your wife, that's good enough. Lil Fan, please accept it. My household isn't exactly wealthy, but just $1,000 to express my gratitude is nothing. Just take it as the fees for fortune telling. Mao Zhongxing's face had a look of desperation to it. I guess it can't be helped, Lin Fan thought to himself, as he pocketed the red packet. Lin Fan's conscience was clear. After all, it was hard-earned money through the use of his abilities. After all, the saying goes that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. $1,000 as a gift couldn't be said to be a lot as repayment, but it wasn't a small amount after all. This definitely beats selling scallion pancakes. Seeing so many people crowd around Lin Fan, Old Man Wang couldn't help but feel jealous and envious of him. Not only did he get gifts, but also received money. Old Man Wang sighed. Hey, stop getting scammed by this youngster. To even think that he's a god. All those fortune tellers from the overhead bridge have already gone, Old Man Wang scoffed. Who knows, maybe it was just blind luck, or maybe it was him who released the gas. Lin Fan's mood immediately flipped as he frowned at Old Man Wang. He clearly deserved a spanking for saying such slanderous words. While Lin Fan was seething with rage, a scuffle happened at his side. Womp! Asterisk. Mao Zhongxing lashed out, kicking Old Man Wang in the abdomen. Wang Zhongming, keep on saying those blasphemous words, I dare you. I'll break your face, Mao Zhongxing said aggressively. Lin Fan was the benefactor of his household. He could not bear to hear such impudence. Brother Mao you, Old Man Wang looked at Mao Zhongxing fearfully. When Mao Zhongxin walked astray in his youth, Old Man Mao was especially terrified of him. After all these years, he hadn't forgotten the things that happened. He didn't dare to say another word. I'll make sure you remember that Lil Fan is my household's benefactor, and if you have any problem with that, I'll deal with you, personally. Don't fight, guys, Lin Fan said. We're all neighbors. A kick is good enough. Lin Fan felt like laughing. He predicted that Old Man Wang would have received a bearing. But where was the blood? Old Man Wang resentfully looked at Lin Fan, and stood up and turned back to his house. While walking on the stairs, he accidentally lost his balance and fell onto the floor, hitting his nose. He started bleeding profusely from his nostrils. Oh, so that's it means when I predicted the bloody disaster. Lil Fan, please read my fortune. Is that how you should address him? You have to address him as Master Lin in future, not Lil Fan anymore. Yes, Master Lin sounds good. We're all neighbors here, please read our fortunes. Lin Fan saw how lively the crowd was. Naturally, he was ecstatic too. These neighbors didn't really give him any trouble and it wouldn't do him any harm to read their fortunes a little. In fact, it might even be good for his reputation. Sure, one at a time, Lin Fan waved his hands. It was show time, the audience better have come prepared. The neighbors nimbly arranged the stools to surround Lin Fan. Aunt Zhong and her son stood one side, wanting to see Lin Fan's capabilities. The art of fortune-telling was, after all, a mystery. Although today's society was so advanced, many would still approach fortune-tellers for advice on the important occasions in their life. However, it didn't mean that many believed it. Most people did it for the sake of consolation. The opening was simple. Lin Fan felt that there was a need to answer everyone's small doubts. If there were people who were good with their languages and could give a sound explanation, then the encyclopedic points would definitely be in the bag. In the spring and autumn, period 770-476 BC, fortune-telling was known as the study of the yin-yang and 5 phases of Chinese philosophy. It only flourished in the Tang dynasty, or it could be said that fortune-telling originated from the Tang dynasty. Back then, there was a great master known as Li Shuzhong. He created the 4-column method, which is known as the study of the 8 characters today. Lin Fan tried his best to explain clearly, but the neighbors were all lost in the sea of information and did not manage to understand his words. When Lin Fan was finally done with explaining, nothing happened. Literally, none of them understood what he had explained, thus he did not receive any encyclopedic points. Lin Fan sighed and thought, this damned life, the encyclopedic points are so difficult to earn. Master Lin, why not we just go ahead with the fortune-telling? We couldn't understand you despite your detailed explanation. Mr. Zhang smiled and said as he lit up a cigarette. All right, Lin Fan looked closely at Mr. Zhang's face. From an outsider's point of view, he must be fortune-telling already. But to these neighbors, they were just there to join in the fun. But in actual fact, they were still doubtful of Lin Fan. They just listened to how profound the idea was, but how could they believe in what was being preached? The fortune-tellers in the streets these days are all scammers. They could bewitch you with their ambiguous words, but it ultimately depended on whether the listener believed in their words. Then, his entire life flashed past Lin Fan's eyes. Zhang Guoming, 63 years old, will die at 81 years old, will suffer a small disaster on the 30th of July at 2 p.m. He would fracture his leg while moving some goods. The life of Mr. Zhang could be said to be smooth, with little or no major issues. 30th of July was the very next day. But as Lin Fan thought of the rules in the magical encyclopedia, he knew that he couldn't tell it to Mr. Zhang directly. Mr. Zhang, something bad might happen to you tomorrow, but it won't be life-threatening. Don't worry too much. Lin Fan tried to console Mr. Zhang after breaking the news to him as he saw the fearful look on his face. Xiao Fan, you're not scaring me, right? Mr. Zhang was really frightened by Lin Fan. Although he did not really believe Lin Fan, he still felt a strange feeling. Hee, Lin Fan smiled and said. Don't move any heavy objects tomorrow and you'll be fine. Move things. What heavy things? Mr. Zhang said. Lin Fan shook his head, smiled sheepishly and said, it's a secret, just remember what I said today, then you'll be good. Lin Fan was afraid of being too direct with his words as he did not want to be struck by lightning and end up as a handicapped man. But Lin Fan could tell that Mr. Zhang did not really believe him. To Lin Fan, what needed to be said, had been said. There's always an end to life. They were lucky to be able to find Lin Fan to fortune tell for them. Ultimately, it all depended if they believed in him since he had already said what he needed to say. Mr. Zhang, did you hear what Master Lin said? Be more cautious tomorrow. The surrounding neighbors jeered at him. Mr. Zhang turned his head to his left and right and felt a little unhappy. Why would he be faced with a disaster? But these were all requested by him. Even Xiao Fan had said it, he shouldn't be angry. Elder Zhang, Master Lin has already told your fortune. You gotta pay. The neighbors laughed and mocked him as they saw that Mr. Zhang was preparing to leave. I am already going to have an accident tomorrow, why should I still pay? I'm going home. Mr. Zhang slapped himself in the thigh and left. Lin Fan shook his head and did not pursue the matter further. All of you should have thought things through. I can read your fortune, but if you hear something that you dislike, you shouldn't be unhappy. Life is like this, you can't always lead a good life, and likewise, good things may happen to some people. Today is my opening, and since we're all neighbors, I will do my fortune telling for free. Lin Fan said. Xiao Fan, people look at the 8 characters when they fortune tell. Why don't you ask for them? The way they greeted Lin Fan had changed. After what happened with Mr. Zhang, some of the people did not call him Master Lin anymore. I am just basing it on looks. In fortune telling, there's facial analysis, palmistry, the study of the 8 characters, personal encounters, the study of the heaven and earth, Lin Fan explained. But to these neighbors, they did not understand him at all. Master Lin, is Mr. Zhang really going to face a disaster tomorrow? Aunt Zhang asked. Lin Fan just smiled, not saying anything. Everything was recorded in the magical encyclopedia. If one believed in it, it would change one's life. If not, it's just one's fate. Some of the neighbors left as they had something on, while some others all had nothing much to do, and so they decided to stick around to see what Lin Fan would say to them. Everyone had their own life, and not everyone would have something major happen in their lives. Some would only occur in a few years' time and even in a few decades. Even if he were to mention it now, it would be pointless. Besides Aunt Zhang and her son, the others would just forget about Lin Fan's words if they were to have their fortunes read by him. It would be better not to say. Just when Lin Fan was fortune-telling for the neighbors, something happened at Red Star Primary School. A group of citizens had gathered at the school. Why isn't Little Boss here today? Sigh, the wait is killing me. If I don't get to eat Little Boss's scallion pancakes, I would feel really uncomfortable. It's almost 8, Little Boss isn't even here yet. I have to go to work soon. For those people, the happiest thing that could happen to them was getting a taste of Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. The absence of Lin Fan made them anxious. At a random road junction, Lu Xiaotian was enjoying his day as he was praised by his team leader in the morning. It was all because he did not restrain Little Boss from setting up his stall the other day. He wanted the citizens to be able to purchase good stuff and hence decided to do away with his original decision to restrain the others. Because of that, it stirred up the reactions of the netizens, as many of the netizens liked what he did. This had improved the image of the city enforcement officers. As the team leader got the news, he praised Xiaotian, which showed that he had done a good job. Lu Xiaotian was still young and he still had tremendous potential for promotion. Leader, Little Boss did not set up his pancake stall today. A non-uniformed city enforcement officer hurried over and said. What? Little Boss did not set up the stall? Lu Xiaotian was furious when he heard the news. He was there just to eat Lin Fan's scallion pancakes. It would be disastrous if he did not set up the stall. Could it be that little boss went somewhere else to set up his stall? Get on the truck, let's go have a look at other places. Maybe little boss shifted his stall. Besides them, the ladies over at the Youth Arts magazine publisher were all staring intently at the school entrance and waiting for Lin Fan. Thereafter, all the neighbors left. Lin Fan felt a little awkward as Aunt Zhang had started to cook a spread in his kitchen, although it was the best meal that Lin Fan had eaten since he had gotten to Shanghai. Most men were, after all, kind-hearted and favors ought to be returned. Lin Fan knew that the reason why Aunt Zhang cooked was to thank him for his free fortune-telling. Naturally, Lin Fan accepted it. Initially, Lin Fan had thought the fortune-telling was nothing but a scam. After he found out how powerful his fortune-telling skills were, he became extremely excited about it. Especially those that believed in him and managed to escape the disasters they all had returned to thank Lin Fan. This gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Which young chap didn't like the feeling of being praised? It was especially so for Lin Fan, who had not accomplished anything after being in Shanghai for such a long time. It wasn't that Lin Fan wasn't hard-working, it was just that he wasn't very lucky. Just then, Lin Fan looked at the time and realized that it was only 1 p.m. There was still quite some time before he needed to set up his stall. Lin Fan proceeded to lie down on his bed. He whipped out his phone and had an idea after he saw the Weibo app on his phone. In the era of the internet, anything could be found online. For his current mission to be a well-respected Master Lin, the internet was a great place for him to fulfill his mission. Weibo was a favorite among the netizens. If Lin Fan could appear on the top searched list on Weibo, he would surely become famous. Lin Fan had registered for Weibo before, but he rarely used it and didn't have many fans. In his opinion, that wasn't a problem. He was now a man of substance and talent, and he felt that he would definitely become famous. Lin Fan opened the Weibo app and logged in. He saw that he only had 35 fans, which was a hard-earned achievement back then. His username was, "An ordinary but extraordinary man." The name was tacky, it looked like it belonged to a school kid. As he thought of it further, he remembered that he had created it back when he was in university, and it was some time during his second year. Then, he immediately changed his name. Old chauffeur turned fortune teller, Master Lin. The name looked rather impressive to Lin Fan. As long as a person's not stupid and understands Chinese, he would definitely understand Lin Fan's username. Then, he changed his personal bio. One look to know your past life and another to know your current life. Tag: Know It All. Once Lin Fan was satisfied with everything, he posted on Weibo for the first time. Divine fortune teller on earth, there's nothing that I don't know. Free fortune telling for a limited time only. Leave your name and 8 characters at birth in the comments. After typing the last sentence, Lin Fan felt like something was missing. So, he added another sentence in: "If it's not accurate, I'll eat sheet for you immediately." Lin Fan was finally satisfied with everything. As for the people he used to follow, he unfollowed all of them. After all, he was a divine fortune teller now. He thought that he should wait for people to take the initiative to follow him and not the other way round. Then, Lin Fan downloaded a picture of the 8 divinatory trigrams of the Book of Changes from the internet and used it as his profile picture. After he was done with it, he closed the Weibo app. All he had to do now was wait for people to approach him. Soon, it was 4 p.m. in the afternoon. Lin Fan left his house to set up stall punctually. There was a huge crowd waiting for him when he had arrived at Red Star Primary School, as if he was a superstar. Lin Fan's scallion pancakes were considered to be heaven on earth by residents in the area. A day without it made them anxious. Hence, those that loved the pancakes all added each other on WeChat and created a group. A notification would be sent out immediately when Lin Fan came to set up his stall. Breaking news: Little Boss is back. Those who are free, please come here quickly. I'll go queue up for it first. Lin Fan was that popular. Just one morning without selling his pancakes made life difficult for a lot of people. Pal, why are you so slow today? Did you get a girlfriend? Was yesterday night too tiring for you? Fraud Tien laughed and asked. Go, go. Fraud Tien was acting chummy with Lin Fan. One look at him and he could tell that he wanted a favor from Lin Fan. But as Lin Fan thought about his fortune-telling career further and said, Fraud Tien, don't rush back home later. I have something to tell you. What is it? Could it be that you're gay for me? Fraud Tien's stall counter was stuck beside Lin Fan's. As a result, his business had also improved. However, the tone he had adopted was suspicious. Get lost. Lin Fan did not want to speak to Fraud Tien further. This B** starred was already quite advanced in age, but he was still so wretched and perverted. As for the residents who had eaten Lin Fan's scallion pancakes, they were all making awkward facial expressions which made the situation a little worse. "Handsome, can I have your WeChat?" a girl said to Lin Fan loudly and clearly, just as his head was lowered while he was preparing the pancakes. Lin Fan raised his head and was a little taken aback. The girl was so pretty. It looks like the area was definitely a precious plot of land. There were so many pretty babes around that area. But for Lin Fan, was he really going to give his WeChat so freely? "Why do you want it for?" Lin Fan said coldly in pretense. Huo Han was shocked. She was such a pretty lady and she didn't expect to be asked such a question when she had already taken the initiative to ask for Lin Fan's WeChat. Huo Han felt that something was wrong. "Handsome, you're so indifferent." Huo Han was a little angry when she had said it. "Yeah," Lin Fan just nodded and said. "Babe, I have WeChat. How about I add you?" Fraud Tian suddenly interrupted. As for Lin Fan rejecting such a request from a pretty lady like Huo Han, he deserved to be struck by lightning. "You, get lost," Huo Han said, without even looking at Fraud Tian. Then she turned to Lin Fan and asked, "You're really not giving me your WeChat?" "Yeah, I'm not giving you," Lin Fan replied. Huo Han was so furious that her face had turned red. Then, she said, "If you don't give it to me, I would shout to everyone saying that you abandoned me and you're my husband." Lin Fan furrowed his brows and thought, this chick has got some tricks up her sleeve. But if he was to really talk about tricks, she's probably just a beginner compared to Lin Fan. "Babe, shout then I'll kiss you. Do you believe me?" Lin Fan wasn't afraid to match up to her shameless behavior. Lin Fan counties with his work and waited for her to make her next move. After waiting for a while, he realized that she had not moved. Out of curiosity, he looked up. Just as he raised his head, he realized that the girl's eyes had turned red, her nose was wiggling as if she was going to cry. What the FCK, this brat could really put up a show, she could even cry on the spot. Lin Fan thought in disbelief. Then, he waved his hands and said, "Fine, fine, you win. Just take it and scroll through." Lin Fan took out his phone and opened the WeChat app before letting her scroll through once. After she had added him on WeChat, she let out an evil and cunning smile. "What the FCK, are you really an actor? If you were, I'd give you full marks for that." Lin Fan felt defeated when he saw that the girl was instantly back to normal. "Handsome, how did you know I had always wanted to be a superstar?" Huo Han asked. Lin Fan took another look and realized that this chick really wanted to become a superstar. She wasn't joking. "Your scallion pancakes." Lin Fan passed her a bag of pancakes that he had just wrapped. Huo Han quickly took the pancakes over from Lin Fan and smiled. She then said, "I am Huo Han, my colleagues and I are all loyal fans of your scallion pancake." Lin Fan introduced himself, smiled and said, "Your dream to become a superstar might really come true one day." When Huo Han heard what he said, she laughed and replied, "Handsome, you're using such an outdated method to flirt. I love my job now, I guess my dream's impossible to come true. But still, thank you for that. See you." Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and thought, this chick has got so many tricks up her sleeve. Then, Lin Fan continued with his work until he finished selling his ingredients. By then, it was already night time, and so, he started to pack up his stall. "Fraud, let's go." At the roadside stalls, "Hey youngster, why are you so kind-hearted today?" Fraud Tian asked as he drank his beer. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Lin Fan had always remembered the fact that he had been cheated of $100 but he still treated him to a mug of beer. Lin Fan thought that since he was going to become a master, he would need followers in future. After all, Huang Tianming was already an experienced fraud and he had decent skills. If he could convince him to join him, then things would be better in future. Fraud Tian, full name, Tian Han Ming, 45 years of age, from Handong. You have 2 brothers and a sister. You're the oldest of them all and both of your parents are still alive. Lastly, you're still single and not married. Fraud Tian really didn't know what Lin Fan wanted, he just continued eating shelled peanuts. But when he heard Lin Fan's words, he was flabbergasted. "Did you check up on me?" Tian Han Ming was dumbfounded. He was shocked beyond words when Lin Fan managed to even recite his past happenings to him. That's literally impossible. Fraud Tian was shocked. He was also a fortune teller. Could it be that this man was an even better fraud than him? "You said you're a fortune teller?" Fraud Tian said in disbelief. He was in the same trade and he knew that he had to base his assumptions on something, just like 1 + 1 = 2. They had a comprehensive list of principles when it came to fortune telling. There was a fixed set of rules when it came to one's birth. Everything was written in there and one could discern it easily if they knew how to. You'd be able to take advantage of someone else with your legs later, Lin Fan smiled and said. Fraud Tian was in disbelief. Wasn't that bullshit, taking advantage of someone with my legs? I'd rather use my hands. Slam. Brother Jun reserved this place today, please get out of here, a skimpily dressed girl with tattoo-covered arms walked towards them and said arrogantly. The small crowd of dispersed customers was from the same place of residence as Brother Jun. When they had heard his name, they were all shocked. Did they just mention Brother Jun, the leader of the biggest gang in their place of residence? It was Brother Wu Bao Jun. Scuffling noises. Then, the small crowd of customers all left without saying much. The boss just nodded his head repeatedly upon hearing Wu Bao Jun's infamous name. Slam. The skimpily dressed woman slammed Lin Fan's table and the beer had spilled all over it. Get lost, she ordered. Then, she turned around to take orders from her leader and she started to prepare some things. Then, Lin Fan just smiled and asked, you can tolerate that? No, Fraud Tian was furious, but they knew that this girl was so arrogant because she had a strong backing. They knew they couldn't start a fight with her. You see her ass, the left side's yours and right side's mine. Let's give her a kick and run away. How does that sound? Okay, let's do it, Fraud Tian said as he nodded. Okay, let's go. Then, Lin Fan stood up and settled the protection fees with the woman as she stared at him fiercely. Lin Fan was extremely pissed at the way she was looking at him. If he had unlocked the page for martial arts, he would have kicked her in her boobs immediately. After paying the fees, Fraud Tian and Lin Fan stood together behind the woman. They looked at each other and thought of the same thing. 1, 2, 3, kick. Slam. Ah, who's the B************ that kicked me in the ass? Lin Fan and Fraud Tian kicked her at each side and quickly ran away. BTCH, you better not get caught by me. If not, I'll chop you up, the woman shouted with rage. The people that were walking past saw what had happened and started to laugh. By this time, Fraud Tian and Lin Fan had already run miles away. What the, you actually dared to do that? Want to join me from now on? Okay, but how do we split the money? Monthly pay of $3,000 with year-end bonuses, Lin Fan said. You're so heartless. My monthly income from the overhead bridge is not even this little, Fraud Tian complained. What am I? Lin Fan asked. A divine fortune teller. That's right, I'm a divine fortune teller. When my reputation increases in future, you'll receive more pay. There's plenty of money waiting for you. That's true. Fine, I'll do it, Fraud Tian said after he thought about it for a while. At the small Dayuan district in Shanghai. This district in Shanghai was mainly in charge of administrative educational work. Their time belonged to the organization and they could only knock off from work after working hours. Yang Kong had been standing for the whole day as he taught his students. He was a teacher in charge of a class and therefore he had more work to do than others. After a long day of work, he would return home exhausted. 8:30 p.m. Yang Kong reached home and rinsed the vegetables that he had just bought to prepare for dinner. Yang Kong thought he could buy some scallion pancakes from the vendor outside Red Star Primary School but realized that his stall was already closed. 9 p.m. Yang Kong ate his dinner alone and read the news on his phone. As he had been helping some of his students financially, he could only lead a simple life. He couldn't afford to eat and drink like a king but he was satisfied with just filling his stomach. His 2 children were working and studying at the same time while attending university. He only had to transfer a bit of money to them as they were capable of earning the rest on their own. Furthermore, they had a scholarship which considerably reduced the burden on Yang Kong. It was 9:30 p.m. He had finished his dinner and washed the dishes. He wanted to switch off the TV and go to bed but the TV screen attracted his attention. The first number is 02, 04, 12, 04, 12. Ball rolling sounds could be heard from the TV. The fourth number is 14, the sixth number is 24. Then, for the last number, if one got all 7 matching numbers, he would win the top prize which was a $15 million in cash. 02, 04, 12. This is the most money that the dual-colored ball lottery has ever offered for the top prize. It was as if the host's voice had some kind of magical power over everyone. It attracted thousands upon thousands of people to witness the lottery results. 02, 04, 12. Then, Yang Kong suddenly remembered the lottery ticket in his wallet. The numbers seemed a little familiar but he wasn't sure of it. The numbers were random and not chosen by him. Therefore he only took a glimpse of it and didn't pay close attention to it. He took the lottery ticket out of his wallet and matched the numbers with those on the TV. His suddenly lit up, even his breathing rate had increased. The first 6 numbers are exactly the same. Alright, the last number is 6 plus 1, if he could match all the numbers, he would win the top prize. Yang Kong had never been interested in lotteries, but this time, he was on the edge of his seat. He held the lottery ticket tightly and waited patiently for the last number to be revealed. Yang Kong had never been this nervous. Special number, 15. The lottery numbers are 02, 04, 12, 14, 17, 24 and 15. Yang Kang's mind was blank as if something had smashed his head. But at that moment, Yang Kong suddenly remembered what Little Boss had told him. Mr. Yang, you must buy the lottery ticket when you reach the school. Your luck is off the charts. How would he know, unless Little Boss really knew how to read people's fortunes? Yang Kong was stunned. Even if he didn't believe it, he still had to. Luck. Although Yang Kong sort of believed in it, the person who told him that was Little Boss. If it wasn't Little Boss who told him that, he wouldn't even stop at the lottery center. He would also never have bought lottery tickets in the first place. Yang Kong rubbed his eyes as he analyzed the numbers on the TV screen. He then looked at his own lottery ticket. The numbers matched. Grunting noises. Yang Kong gulped. He wasn't going to be able to sleep tonight. Mr. Yang, you should listen to yourself and continue to buy lottery tickets, right? Lin Fan had initially wanted to use Mr. Yang as an experiment to test his fortune-telling skills, but now he didn't have to anymore. Lin Fan could safely say that his fortune-telling abilities were nothing that he imagined it was capable of defying the laws of nature. He was going to reach greater heights from now on. Right, I'll just read your fortune. Nothing too complicated. Lin Fan suddenly realized that something was amiss when he read Mr. Yang's fortune. What is going on? I thought I read that Mr. Yang had unparalleled luck. How did it turn into a smooth-sailing life? This wasn't logical at all. Lin Fan couldn't make sense of it, so he brushed it off. Maybe he'll understand it in the future. Lin Fan took out his phone and accessed Weibo to catch up on the happenings around him. Damn, my fan base only increased by 6 followers. That's way too little. Lin Fan was disappointed. The name that he had was not too bad. Why didn't the number of viewers match up? Lin Fan saw 2 comments on his post. Username, Autumn Swordfish Killer, haha. The fortune tellers of today have finally caught up with technology and have started using Weibo as a site to do business. How retarded. Lin Fan wasn't too happy to see that comment. That user was just out to humiliate him. Lin Fan laughed as he read the second comment. There were still people who believed in him. Weibo user, Joy and Chaos, Wang Mingyang, male, born on the 4th October 1991, born between 3 to 5 p.m. Please read my fortune. Lin Fan's post had been there for just an afternoon, and there was already one person who wanted their fortune read. It wasn't a bad start after all. Lin Fan started calculating and reading his fortune following the data that the person provided. The encyclopedia was awesome. Fortune telling was so easy with it. Oh, this person's fortune reading looks good. Looks like everything is fated. Now wasn't the time to be in awe. Lin Fan immediately got on with sending a reply. Your desire to gamble will take control over you, and will make you bankrupt. This wasn't too direct, but any sensible person could directly tell what it meant. After Lin Fan made a few corrections, he sent out another Weibo post. Free online fortune readings, last 2 days. Lin Fan immediately closed his Weibo after he did that as he prepared to sleep. His fortune-telling journey would officially begin tomorrow. Lin Fan was so contented with the encyclopedia. It was almost a dream come true. Lin Fan was like any other young person who wanted to get rich. However, he had to put in a lot of hard work to achieve that. If he wanted to make a fortune, all he had to do was to take Mr. Yang's lottery ticket. After all, it was as simple as conning Mr. Yang of his lottery ticket after he had bought it. It wasn't difficult to pull off for Lin Fan, but it would be a major dick move if he did that. The next day, ding dong, who's that knocking on my door this early? Lin Fan asked groggily. It's me, old man Tien. Fraud Tien shouted from outside. I'm coming. Why this early though? Fraud Tien walked in with a bag of things as Lin Fan opened the door. What is this? Lin Fan rubbed his eyes as he asked. Didn't you say you wanted to team up with me to read people's fortunes? I brought over all my little gimmicks and gadgets. Fraud Tien opened his bag and dumped out everything. What are all these things? There's even a compass in here. Lin Fan was stunned as he saw all the fortune reading tools in front of him. You'll sometimes need to read people's feng shui. You can't do without all these fortune-telling gear. Lin Fan stared helplessly. All these gimmicks were useless to Lin Fan. He was more interested in having his own shop. The biggest concern was the expensive shop rental prices in Shanghai. Fraud Tian and Lin Fan were both broke. They had no capital, to begin with. Fraud Tian and Lin Fan were busy for the whole day until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They had finally finished what they needed to do. They set up shop at their original counter. The only difference was the signboard which read, Divine Master Ellen, Red Star Primary School. Lin Fan's stall got a lot of attention from the people walking by. At that moment, Fraud Tian stood on a chair and hollered at the top of his voice. The iron-mouthed Master Lin, ladies and gentlemen. With one word he'll tell life and death, wealth and poverty. Lin Fan wondered what Fraud Tian was going to say. As he started talking, Lin Fan immediately stopped him. Fraud Tian was so unreliable. Little Boss has opened his stall. Lin Fan's scallion pancakes were legendary in that area. Everyone would remember how delicious his pancakes were. As soon as they saw him open his shop, they all rushed over. Little Boss, I've been waiting for you to open your shop since morning. But now that you're here, we can finally buy some scallion pancakes, one of his regular customers said before taking a look at the new signboard which stunned him. Little Boss, what happened? Lin Fan gave a sly smile and said, I've changed my profession. I now specialize in fortune reading. Ah, why did you ever do that? There's no future in fortune reading. Your scallion pancakes are way better. Lin Fan's scallion pancakes were the life of all the regular customers. More and more people gathered around Lin Fan's stall as they rushed over to buy scallion pancakes. All the regular customers got the shock of their lives when they found out that Lin Fan had wanted to change profession. Lin Fan's stall started becoming more crowded. All the people around him were trying to convince Lin Fan to sell scallion pancakes instead. If Lin Fan had followed their advice and continued selling scallion pancakes instead of doing fortune reading, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Little Boss, you can read my fortune. But you must make me a scallion pancake once you're done. Yes, that's right. I'll pay for the fortune reading and the pancakes, but I have to get the pancakes. Lin Fan felt like giving up after hearing all that. His scallion pancakes couldn't possibly be that good, could it? Guys, I'm really not going to make any more scallion pancakes. I'm just a fortune teller now. If anyone is interested, please do try. Lin Fan said. Little Boss, please pity us. We need your scallion pancakes. Fortune reading is a scam and it can't possibly beat your scallion pancakes. Yay, this whole fortune telling thing is all just a hoax. Lin Fan looked at Fraud Tian helplessly. If this were to continue, his fortune telling business would not survive. He might not even be able to fulfill his mission requirements. A loud sound emanated from far away while the crowd was trying to persuade Lin Fan to continue selling scallion pancakes. The voice sounded extremely excited. Little Boss. As Lin Fan turned to see who it was, the corners of his mouth curved upwards. His savior had finally arrived. Yang Kong was full of energy. He didn't even sleep last night. The next morning, he brought his identification documents and the lottery ticket to the main lottery center in Shanghai. $15 million. He had actually won $15 million. Most people couldn't even earn that much money in their entire lifetime. If Yang Kong hadn't eaten or drunk for his entire life, he wouldn't even have been able to earn that much money. After he was done with everything, the first person he thought of was Lin Fan. If not for him, he wouldn't have bought the lottery ticket. Little Boss. Yang Kong was so excited that his face and ears turned red. Mr. Yang, don't panic, speak slowly, Lin Fan smiled and said. The surrounding customers knew what had happened the day before, so they interrupted to mock Lin Fan. Little Boss, look, Mr. Yang is here to settle scores with you. Mr. Yang, did you waste your money on the lottery ticket that day? It's good that you're here today. Little Boss said he was going to be a fortune teller and quit the pancake business. Don't you think it's a joke? Said a resident. I won. I really won. Mr. Yang was full of admiration and respect for Lin Fan. He would have gone down on his knees and worshipped Lin Fan like a god if he could. Won what? The residents were all confused. Yang Kong calmed himself down and sternly said, 2 days ago, Little Boss reminded me to buy a lottery ticket even though I wasn't a fan of it. However, I bought a ticket that day at the school entrance after I heard what he told me. I actually won the first prize after matching the numbers yesterday night. The residents were all doubtful of his words. How many numbers did you win by? Just $10, right? You're just here for free scallion pancakes, right? Looks like Little Boss really has some talent. If I were to buy a ticket every day, I would get free scallion pancakes in future too. Yang Kong anxiously said, no, I won the first prize, $15 million. Huh, what? Every single resident was stunned beyond words. It was as if they had just seen a cow flying in the sky. Those who had heard what he said started to laugh. They said, "Little boss, where are your morals? How could you gang up with Mr. Yang to lie to us? We don't believe in that bullshit." Just as the conversation ended, several reporter vans came and a large number of reporters charged out of the vans. Mr. Yang, Mr. Yang. These reporters were from the large newspaper publishers of Shanghai. This was a potential big headline. The scale of the news article for winning the first prize wasn't always a contender for a big headline. Most of the people who had won the first prize rejected the interviews. But it was the first time in history that someone had won over $15 million, the highest amount ever. $2 won him $15 million. They initially wanted to just interview Yang Kong and did not expect to find out any shocking piece of news. They just wanted to know how he was feeling. Mr. Yang was unexpectedly someone who has never bought any lottery tickets before, and he had wanted to donate the remaining amount of money to educational organizations after paying off all his debts. The reporters were all shocked beyond words. It was the first time they had witnessed such a thing happen. In the past, there were cases of charitable winners, but the most they had donated was merely a few $100,000. As for Mr. Yang, who wanted to donate over $10 million to charity, the reporters had the potential to write big headlines with that piece of information. Then, the reporters followed Mr. Yang to the respective educational organizations and witnessed him donate all the money away. But just before he donated, he took out $300,000 from the winnings and kept it for himself. From all the reporters' point of views, they were full of nothing but respect for Mr. Yang. They could only use respect to describe the feeling they had towards him. He only kept $300,000 with him and he had donated everything else. Then, they realized that the $300,000 was to be given to someone else. This gave them more things to write about. Especially after hearing what Yang Kong said, they all felt extremely curious. Without Little Boss, there wouldn't even be this winning ticket. Lin Fan was also stunned by the situation that had happened in front of him. It created such a big commotion. The reporters rushed out of the place as if they were stalking a superstar. "Mr. Yang, do you regret donating everything away?" The residents in the vicinity couldn't believe what they had seen. Did he really FC King win $15 million? One of the residents who knew what had happened 2 days ago, pulled one of the reporters and asked, "What happened? Mr. Yang really won the first prize?" Initially, the reporter that was dragged out was rather unhappy as the resident had prevented him from conducting his interview. Suddenly, he realized how stupid the question was. What did he mean by, "really won"? Could it be that there was something more to the story? "Hi sir, Mr. Yang has won the first prize for the double-colored ball lottery. The prize was $15 million. What were you implying when you asked if he had really won?" The reporter placed his microphone in front of the man, hoping to get more juicy news. The other reporters who heard their conversation also did the same thing. At that instant, the resident was shocked and couldn't believe what he had heard. All that was going through his mind was, he won $15 million. "Sir, what's wrong? Could you tell us?" The reporter noticed his reaction and anxiously asked, "Why was this man so shocked?" Then, the other residents who had the same reaction came over and said, "This was what happened. 2 days ago, Little Boss told Mr. Yang that he was going to win big money. He told him to buy a lottery ticket. Initially, we all told it was a joke. But he really won the first prize." After he told them the story, the resident exclaimed to Lin Fan, "Little Boss, I don't want my scallion pancake anymore, just help me read my fortune." The situation became really chaotic, everyone was having their own conversation. Although $15 million wasn't exactly considered to be a massive sum of money in Shanghai, it definitely wasn't a small sum. What shocked the crowd was the fact that Little Boss had reminded Mr. Yang to purchase the ticket. If not for what they had witnessed, nobody would have believed what they said. Yang Kong took out a credit card from his pocket and shook Lin Fan's hand. "Little Boss, I am truly grateful for you. This card has $300,000 in it, it's what you deserve." Lin Fan had accepted Yang Kang's gift of gratitude as he felt that he deserved it. Besides, with his current stall front for fortune-telling, it did seem a little underwhelming. If he had the money, he could use it to rent a nicer place to set up his stall. But what had shocked Lin Fan was the fact that Mr. Yang donated all his money away. "Mr. Yang, did you really donate all your money?" Lin Fan asked. "Yes, I donated all of it. I am more than satisfied with my life even if I were to die now. I used to fascinate about what I would do if I had a large sum of money. But now I know that education of others holds the highest place in my heart. Mr. Yang said emotionally as if he was going to cry. Lin Fan nodded after hearing what Mr. Yang had said. He was full of respect for him for donating over $10 million without saving any for himself. At the same time, Lin Fan understood the reason why Mr. Yang decided to do that. As a teacher, he had dedicated his entire life to educating others, and that's probably the reason why. He thought that Mr. Yang would definitely be promoted to be the principal. Hi little boss, may I know what's your occupation? Hi little boss, may I know why you requested for Mr. Yang to purchase the lottery ticket? And how did you know that he would win the first prize? Lin Fan just smiled to the reporters, took a few steps backward as he pointed to something that was beside him and said, "It's because of this." The reporters looked towards the direction Lin Fan pointed at and were all stunned when they saw the few shiny words. They just realized that these words were so flashy. It said, "Divine Master Lin." In the minds of the reporters, it was as if they had seen 10,000 images flashing across their faces. Little boss, call me Master Lin. Lin Fan was trying to get used to being a fortune teller. From then on, he was no longer the scallion pancake man that everyone knew him as. He was Master Lin that nobody had heard of. The reporters finally had something juicy to write about when they got back to the office. Especially for one of the reporters, which as from the UC News department that was known for their unexciting, breaking news, he was so emotional that his face had turned red. Big news indeed. He had even thought of the title of the article. Breaking news. The Master of Four Phases Master Lin helps Mr. Yang to win the first prize of the double-colored ball lottery. Master Lin, what did you base your calculations on when you predicted that Mr. Yang would win the first prize? A reporter asked. Lin Fan smiled and replied, "Actually, you've already mentioned the answer. Everything was done based on my own prediction and calculations." The reporter was taken aback by Lin Fan's reply. There was no difference between him replying or not, as he still didn't obtain a substantial answer. Master Lin, everyone knows that street fortune telling is full of rubbish. Could it be that you have some form of spiritual connection or power? Another reporter asked. I was born with this natural talent. As for the others on the street, I wouldn't know if they're scammers, I wouldn't want to comment on that. As for me, I'm able to predict every single thing. There he was, confident and arrogant. Lin Fan felt like he had the world in his hands, he felt invincible. Master Lin, don't you think your words were too unbelievable? In this modern age with such advanced technology, aren't you afraid of the media's potential criticism? A reporter asked. Haha, I'm not afraid. If anyone's not happy with what I've said, they can come to me or leave their birth 8 characters with me. I can tell them about their entire life. Lin Fan smiled and did not take the reporter's words to heart. The current mission on hand was to become a well-respected Master Lin. Lin Fan had hoped for more people to find trouble with him so that he can make use of them to blow up his popularity. The reporters were getting increasingly interested. It was indeed a strange incident to report. This information would add flair to their article about the dual-colored ball lottery winner. While Lin Fan was being pestered by the reporters, something happened at the house which he rented. Old Man Zhang, are you looking to buy a washing machine? At the entrance of Old Man Zhang's house, a passerby looked at how busy he was and made a casual remark as he laughed. Yeah, my daughter ordered it on the internet or something. I already told her there was no need for it, but she still went to buy it. Looks like I just have to use it, Old Man Zhang smiled and replied. He was actually really proud of his daughter. I could beat my chest and proudly say that it was bought by my daughter. You gotta be careful when you move it. Master Lin said you'll face something bad today. A neighbor shouted as he walked away further. What, Master Lin? This brat is just spouting rubbish. How about saying that something disastrous would happen to me every single day? Old Man Zhang waved his hand and did not think much of his words. If this small devil could be called a master, what would you call the best fortune teller in the world have to be? Ah, it hurts. At the next moment, his scream could be heard. The neighbors quickly rushed out of their house without hesitation. Their relationship with Old Man Zhang was considered to be decent. Upon hearing his scream, they stopped whatever they were doing to help. Old Man Zhang, what's wrong? Old Man Zhang. When the crowd had arrived at his house, all they saw was Old Man Zhang lying on the ground with the brand new washing machine beside him. Old Man Zhang was really sweaty and his right leg looked out of shape. My leg is killing me. Old Man Zhang screamed as he breathed deeply. It looks like a fracture. Don't move, Old Man Zhang. Someone quickly, call the ambulance. The neighbors scrambled to help Old Man Zhang. Old Man Zhang suddenly thought of Lin Fan's words as he was lying on the ground. He could not believe that it really happened. Could it really be that accurate? As Old Man Zhang thought about it further, he was in greater disbelief. Then, the neighbors beside him started to discuss it. That can't be right. Yesterday Lil Fan really did say that Old Man Zhang would face a disaster today. Yeah, Lil Fan told Old Man Zhang to be more cautious and do not love anything heavy. Today, the moment Old Man Zhang went to shift something heavy, he fractured his leg. We can't confirm that. Lil Fan had reminded him yesterday. Surely Old Man Zhang did not keep his words in mind. If not, how could things have turned out this way? The crowd suddenly thought of what had happened while they were trying to help Old Man Zhang. They were all present at that time when Lin Fan had reminded Old Man Zhang. However, they did not think much of his words too. Then, Aunt Zhang came from a distance away, and when she saw what had happened, she frantically asked, "Old Man Zhang, what happened to you?" "Aunt Zhang, you're back." What Lil Fan said was true. Old Man Zhang fractured his leg while moving the washing machine. Aunt Zhang walked over to Old Man Zhang, and when she saw the condition of his leg, she was extremely shocked. The injury looked pretty serious. "Old Man Zhang, why didn't you believe in Lil Fan's words? He is truly a talented man. Look, now you believe him, right?" Aunt Zhang mentioned. In her heart, she started to trust Lin Fan even more. Whatever he said really came true. He was indeed a living god. I believe him now, I really do. When Lil Fan gets back, I will surely clarify things with him. Old Man Zhang said as he was cold sweating from the pain. All right, but when the ambulance arrives later, you'll be in the hospital for some time. A fractured leg needs a rather long time to recover. If you had listened, this wouldn't have happened. Aunt Zhang shook her head and said. Aunt Zhang was an old lady, and with regards to fortune-telling, sometimes she'd believe in them. But for Lin Fan to predict everything so accurately, it was the first time she had witnessed something like that. Looks like Lil Fan was really a capable man. His words really came true. Meanwhile, at Red Star Primary School, Lin Fan was quickly surrounded by a huge number of people. The reporters felt like they had witnessed something extremely magical for the first time. There were all sorts of lottery winners in history. Some had a sudden urge to buy a ticket, some had the feeling that they'd win, and there were so many different types of winners. But for today's situation, it was one of a kind. Someone had won the first prize based on fortune-telling. Even if it was to be told to others, nobody would have believed it. But for these reporters, it was a rewarding day. They were still in some sort of disbelief. For someone to believe this, the person must be an idiot. To them, it was just luck. Thereafter, Mr. Yang and the reporters left. The remaining passerbys surrounded Lin Fan. They all had wanted to have their fortunes told by Lin Fan. But what turned Lin Fan off was that these people just wanted to know if they would win the lottery. In Lin Fan's opinion, weren't they just trying their luck? If it was really that easy to win the lottery ticketing center would have closed down long ago. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Lin Fan thought that the residents would trust him a lot after the whole saga with Mr. Yang helping to advertise for him. But what made Lin Fan fed up was that all these residents were just asking about when they would win the lottery. Lin Fan finally understood that he overthought too many things. Mr. Yang winning the lottery had such a great impact on them that besides winning the lottery, they did not care about anything else. The sky must be falling. How could these people be like that? Who's to say someone had to win the top prize every day? That's just luck, all right. Do you agree, Fraud Tien? Lin Fan sighed as he sat on the stool after everyone had left. He was exhausted. Fraud, Lin Fan shouted for a few times but did not get any reply. Then, as he turned behind, he only saw Fraud Tien's sly look as if he wanted a favor from him. Why are you looking at me for? Lin Fan asked. Then, Fraud Tien suddenly screamed. After that, he said softly, don't tell me you managed to predict the winning ticket. Weren't you there on that afternoon? Lin Fan rebutted. He knew that even Fraud Tien wouldn't believe in what had actually happened. Could it be that there is really a divine fortune teller in this world? Even the best and most renowned fortune teller from Lianzhou, Mr. Wu Tian, he is a fraud. If you're really able to fortune tell so accurately, you are destined to earn big money. Fraud Tien mumbled to himself and seemed a little agitated. Who is this Wu Tian he? Lin Fan asked. That's the most renowned fortune teller from Lianzhou. Many court officials and superstars believe him. He's considered to be one of the best in this field of work, Fraud Tien said enviously. Looks like you envy him a lot. Why should you be so envious? I can be that FC King awesome too. Now that I have $300,000, let's use it tomorrow to go look for him. Let's use an official way to expand our business. Lin Fan was now filled with noble aspirations. Although the knowledge he had in making scallion pancakes was all fraudulent, this second one was indeed decent. He could change someone's life in a sentence. If he had the opportunity to meet someone wealthy, he would have been able to earn big bucks. All Lin Fan wanted to do was to earn lots of money so that he could become the master Lin that everyone respected and then unlock the second page of the encyclopedia. If he received another piece of godly knowledge, then his life would be changed for good. Fraud Tian listened to Lin Fan's perfect plan and was mesmerized by it as he thought of the luxurious life he was going to have in the future. Lin Fan had packed up his stall early in the afternoon. When Lin Fan returned home, the neighbors welcomed him warmly. Lil Fan, no, I mean Master Lin is back. Master Lin's fortune-telling is so d*mn accurate. Elder Zhang really fractured his leg today. Master Lin, please look at us and read our fortunes. Lin Fan was so fed up with these neighbors, but he realized that there was nothing more that he could have done. Elder Zhang did not believe in his words and he couldn't have forced him to do so. If the other party didn't want to believe him, he wouldn't have been able to help further. But these neighbors were pestering him for their fortunes to be read and that gave Lin Fan a headache. He had previously done it for them and there was nothing significant worth mentioning. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already done it for all of you yesterday. There's really nothing much, Lin Fan said as he waved his hand as he tried to brush them aside. We're begging you, Master Lin, please help us once more. Yeah, just once more. Do it more specifically for us. Lin Fan did not want to waste any more time on them. I'm exhausted, I will be busy with the opening of my fortune-telling stall. You guys can come show your support then. Lin Fan did not help them with another attempt at fortune-telling. They were all rather disappointed. If they had known that Lin Fan was so accurate, they would have paid more attention to him and let him have a more in-depth analysis that day. It was too late for them to regret. At some luxurious hall in the night, 8 p.m., a group of wealthy and ruddy people walked out. The man who was walking in front of everyone else looked really depressed. Chief Wang, you lost quite a sum of money today. Don't take it to heart, let's play again next time when we have the chance, a man smiled and said. No problem, it's just small money, Wang Mingyang replied with a half-smile. Although he did not seem like he cared about the money he had lost, he was actually furious. Of course, 3 million is indeed peanuts to Chief Wang. What's $3 million to someone like Chief Wang? Anyway, guys, I'll leave first. I'll see you guys again soon. The people around Chief Wang all left one after another. When everyone was gone, Wang Mingyang got into his car. Son of AB*TCH, how dare they cheat my money? To Wang Mingyang, $3 million was indeed peanuts. But what infuriated him was the fact that the others had ganged up against him to win a fortune from him. If it was really based on luck, Wang Mingyang would have had nothing to say, but that was clearly a scam. That made him furious. Initially, Wang Mingyang did not see through their tricks. Then, it got weirder and weirder. For someone like Wang Mingyang who cared about his pride more than anything, he just continued to finish the game. If it was really based on luck or skills, he would have accepted the defeat. FC King Hell, take the 3 million and buy each of yourselves a coffin. When Wang Mingyang had reached home, his butler had already prepared his meal. At the dining table, Wang Mingyang whipped out his phone and read the news. Then, he opened Weibo and read a few messages. Just before he closed the app, there was a reply which he opened immediately. He was stunned by what he had seen. Gamble a little for fun, gamble frequently and you'll destroy your life. Also, you'll lose money tomorrow. Wang Mingyang noticed that the reply was from the previous day. This made him extremely curious. How could the person have known that he was going to lose money the very next day? Then, Wang Mingyang replied, when can I win money? Wang Mingyang was not addicted to gambling, but he wanted to test the powers of Master Lin. A short while after he had sent his message, Master Lin replied. Tomorrow afternoon, same place and position. When Wang Mingyang saw the message, he smiled subtly and thought that it was impossible to be that accurate. But Wang Mingyang wanted to see if it was really true. Alright, if I win tomorrow, I'll donate 1 million to you. He sent the message and exited the Weibo app. Then, he made a call to those that had played with him today to arrange for another game the next day. Meanwhile, Lin Fan read the message and thought to himself, the wealthy are indeed domineering. Besides Wang Mingyang, nobody else actually contacted for Lin Fan on the Weibo app. Indeed, it was pretty hard to socialize on Weibo. Lin Fan was really envious of Wang Mingyang for having such an awesome life as he has so much money from his family's inheritance at such a young age. He's got such a valiant life. The very next day, the moment Lin Fan got out of his bed, he saw a WeChat text. Handsome, quickly set up your stall. He recognized the profile picture which belonged to Huo Han, the girl that had added herself using his phone. Lin Fan did not reply as he had planned to stop the scallion pancake business for good. Lin Fan took a quick rinse and left the house to meet Fraud Tian to look for a place to start up his official fortune-telling career. In order to become a well-respected Master Lin, it seemed rather difficult. It wasn't as easy as Lin Fan had thought. He had to continue working hard. Fraud, Lin Fan said as he saw Fraud Tian standing there from a distance. Why are you so late? Fraud Tian asked. FCK, how's this considered late? It's just 8:30 a.m. Lin Fan said. How was it? Did you see any suitable options? I took a look around before you came and I've found 3 good locations. Let's go have a look. Lin Fan was pretty wealthy at that point in time, with $300,000 to spend, which seemed just enough to rent a proper stall. Lin Fan followed Fraud Tian to the first potential stall identified by Tian, which was located in the center of the blocks. It was 40 square meters in area, and with the special transfer fees and whatnot, it added up to more than $300,000. Don't have to look further, we'll pass on this. This location's really good, but it's too expensive for Lin Fan. The second one was decent, although it was located at the end of the block. As the saying went, quality goods needed no advertising. With the fortune-telling skills possessed by Lin Fan, he was surely going to be successful if he was willing to put in the effort. But after a series of questions, Lin Fan decided to pass on it. The rental for the stall had to be paid monthly and a long-term contract couldn't be established as the place might be sold at any point in time. Lin Fan had wanted to venture into fortune-telling as his career, and the mission needed him to become a well-respected master, which was not easy to achieve. If the stall closed down in a month, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The third one, however, met all of Lin Fan's criteria. Even Fraud Tian clapped in agreement. This storefront originally belonged to a fortune teller, but he had withdrawn from his business due to personal reasons. If we were to take over this place, we just had to change the name of the shop and everything would already be good to go, Fraud Tian said. Lin Fan also felt that this particular storefront was decent. Although it wasn't very big, only measuring less than 20 square meters, for a fortune-telling business, it was more than enough space. Alright, I'll go ahead with this. Then, he immediately made a bid for it. Along with the yearly rental fees, transfer fees, and property taxes, it added up to $250,000. Lin Fan felt quite sad to spend the money he had just like that, even though the money came to him rather easily. In a blink of an eye, $250,000 was gone and he had to be thrifty with the remaining $50,000. He signed the contract, paid the fees and obtained the keys. From then on, that was Lin Fan's fortune-telling stall. Finally, it came to the signboard. Initially, Lin Fan had just wanted to do a simple job, just to cover up the old one with another simple signboard. However, he decided to heed Fraud Tian's advice. The signboard is key to drawing customers to the stall. If it just had a simple design without a mysterious look to it, customers wouldn't choose to enter the stall. He spent over $10,000 on the signboard to the devastation of Lin Fan. Worth it, totally worth it. Fraud Tian looked at the dark, wooden signboard with satisfaction. All it had was, Master Lin, painted in gold. They were upright and well spaced out, somehow there was a charm to it and it stood out in the streets. The furniture in the shop were all still in good condition and all they had to do was to tidy up. When should I start my business? Lin Fan asked. How about tomorrow? Fraud Tian said dreamily as he looked at the signboard, as if it was his dream to own a stall for his fortune-telling. Although it did not belong to him, Fraud Tian had already taken on the persona of the owner. After all, he was Lin Fan's partner. Alright, let's start tomorrow. Let's go. Lin Fan stretched out his hands, with a heart full of confidence. Fraud Tian stared at Lin Fan and held his hand before nodding in agreement. Let's go. With the remaining money of over $10,000, Lin Fan decided to keep it for his daily expenses and future use. When everything was done, Lin Fan went to buy a bicycle for himself so that he could use it to travel to work every day, which served to improve his physical fitness. Soon, it was night time. Lin Fan first opened WeChat and saw that Huo Han had sent tons of messages, threatening him in all sorts of ways. But Lin Fan was cold and firm. He pretended like he didn't see the messages and went on to look at the WeChat group that he was in. After a while, he felt that there was no point in doing that. So, he switched off the app. On the other hand, on Weibo, Lin Fan saw that his population of fans had increased by a few people. Under his discussion with Wang Mingyang, someone was furious. FCK your mum, trying to compete with me. But it's okay, it was quite normal to have to deal with haters on the internet. Then, Wang Mingyang left a few comments on Lin Fan's Weibo. I admire you. Master Lin, are you there? I promised you $1 million and I'll give it to you. What's your bank account details? Wang Ming sounded somewhat impatient in his last few comments, but Lin Fan had no idea. In his luxurious villa, Wang Mingyang paid close attention to his phone and kept scrolling through Weibo. He was indeed full of admiration for Lin Fan. He realized that perhaps Master Lin really had law-defying superpowers. In the eyes of the outsiders, Wang Mingyang seemed like a lunatic. He always tried to do seemingly impossible tasks by forcing people to produce results for these extremely difficult tasks. His poor attitude and an overbearing character was an exact replica of those arrogant CEOs commonly written about in novels. In the afternoon, Wang Mingyang had met the people that he had arranged for to play his games with. Although he knew that they had all ganged up against him for his money, he wanted to test Master Lin's capabilities. To the people who had ganged up for this, Wang Mingyang seemed like an ignorant fool. But what surprised them was that the unstoppable Wang Mingyang had outplayed every single one of them, as if he was the god of gambling. Besides recovering the 3 million that he had lost the previous day, he won 2 million on top of that. In the end, the three people said Wang Mingyang had cheated in the games. But Wang Mingyang replied firmly, don't even think of appearing in front of me again. If not, I'll make sure I teach all of you a lesson before you leave my sight. Did you really think I'm so stupid to not have known that all of you ganged up against me? These three people were all businessmen, but they weren't as influential in power as Wang Mingyang. In fact, their statuses were miles apart. In the end, they all left quickly. Why isn't this Master Lin replying? Wang Mingyang said impatiently. He was a man of his words. He had to give Lin Fan the money, if not he would feel uncomfortable. Then, Lin Fan replied, no need for that, during my free fortune-telling sessions, I don't charge any fees. Wang Mingyang was stunned when he had seen his reply. Lin Fan really did not give Wang Mingyang any face. Wang Mingyang did not know that Lin Fan was extremely reluctant when he replied. To Lin Fan, wasn't he AFC king idiot for not accepting free money? But the encyclopedia immediately warned Lin Fan. You have to honor your words. Since you said it was free, then you must not charge him any money. If not, you'll become paralyzed by a lightning strike. How about you go paralyze your own sister instead? There goes my $1 million. No, I, Wang Mingyang, am a man of my words. Give me your bank account details. Lin Fan was even more devastated at how firm Wang Mingyang was. Then, he painfully said, I said it was free. I, Master Lin, am also a man of my words. Wang Mingyang was furious. Only a stupid man would refuse free money. You're crazy, right? Lin Fan was actually heartbroken, but when he saw Wang Mingyang's reply, he was infuriated too. FCKU, you're the crazy one instead. I'm not going to accept your money. What can you do to me? Lin Fan was furious. He had given Wang Mingyang a free session and even wished him luck, but Wang Mingyang was still so rude to him. You've got balls, you've really got balls. Report your location to me. I'll make sure your stall closes down. Wang Mingyang had really never faced such a situation. He wanted to give someone money for free and the person actually rejected him. I'm not going to accept it. Listen carefully, my address is Shanghai, Cloud Street Block 8861. I'd be AB asterisk starred if I were to accept your money. B starred, right, you're AB asterisk starred if you don't accept it. Okay, just wait and watch me. Comma, in a random old and worn out house, someone named Autumn Swordfish Killer looked at their conversation in the comments and was in disbelief. Then, he shouted, these two people must be FC King idiots, right? The next day at Cloud Street, Block 8861. The newly opened shop did not attract a lot of customers. However, it did catch the attention of the service staff of the surrounding shops. Looks like the fortune-telling shop opposite has a new operator. Nobody really believes in these tricks anymore. It's no wonder the business only lasted a few months. The new boss looks really young and handsome. That's even worse, he would be even more unreliable since he's so young. Comma, on the first day of opening, Lin Fan was full of energy and enthusiasm. Shanghai was like a goldmine. As long as one worked hard and gained the respect of people, it would be extremely easy to become rich. Fraud Tian sat there as there was nothing to do at all. He was drinking his tea while reading The Judgment of Shao Shang. He was wearing a robe which made him feel more in character while he was reading the book. Time quickly passed from morning to afternoon. Despite scores of people walking up and down the street, Lin Fan didn't even get a single customer. Fraud Tian couldn't take it. He was almost done with reading his book. Then, he just stood up and said, I can't go on like this, not like this. I need a different course of action. Say what? Although Lin Fan was good at what he was doing, business was non-existent for him despite having opened for half a day. Fraud Tian stood at the door, inconspicuously looking at the people walking past under his sunglasses, his eyes darting around for potential customers. At that very moment, Fraud Tian took a step forward to block the path of a young man. Fraud Tian said without hesitation, Hi sir, your facial features look out of the ordinary. The young man immediately cut him off, Get away from me, scammer. You are the scum of the earth. Huh, Fraud Tian was taken aback. Then, he waited for the young man to leave before cursing under his breath, Your sister. Upon seeing what happened to Fraud Tian, Lin Fan shook his head and heaved a sigh. It was nothing like what he had thought would happen. It was only the first day and there was absolutely no business at all. This was absurd. Lin Fan brainstormed and came up with an idea. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, taking out his phone to access Weibo. At that moment, a user with the nickname SpongeBob Kawaii Pants left a message. Chen Xinyi, female, born on the 4th of March, 1994, microblogger. It had never occurred to Lin Fan that Weibo microblogging was more popular than what he thought it would have been. It was almost a crime. It looked like Lin Fan had to offer his fortune-telling services online for free. He wanted to charge a fee but seeing his current situation, it wasn't a wise move. After Lin Fan read the fortune of Chen Xinyi, he found out that she was actually a small-time celebrity, starring as a side cast in the show, Love in Tokyo. Although she wasn't the main cast of the show, she was destined to have a bright future. Lin Fan's fortune-telling ability was almost godlike. Just one look at a person and he could tell all about the person and he knew that Chen Xinyi's big break was tomorrow. Keep the faith, tomorrow will be your lucky day. These words didn't really mean much on their own, but Lin Fan felt that it conveyed all that he had to say. Lin Fan was just about to close his Weibo page when he stumbled upon Chen Xinyi's Weibo page. It contained some of her photographs and information of the shows that she had acted in. But all these pictures only showed her acting in supporting roles, mostly as a maid. Furthermore, she only had 20,000 followers, of which was almost as good as nothing when compared to the mainstream stars. But one couldn't deny that she was young and good-looking. In a rented apartment in the capital. Xinyi, there'll be an audition for a soap opera tomorrow. Do you think you'll be able to get the part? She was a young foreign girl in her early 20s who was living and working in Beijing. Apart from a few supporting roles, she also hadn't had her big break yet. I have no idea, all I know is that we'll continue to try out best. Chen Xinyi placed her slender, snow-white legs against the wall and pouted. Things weren't looking good for the audition tomorrow. If I'm able to make it big by playing dirty, I wouldn't hesitate, since I would get laid someday anyway. I should just do it for the sake of my career. Luo Dan, you can't possibly be serious, right? Chen Xinyi stared at Luo Dan in disbelief. I was reciting from the script for the audition tomorrow, I didn't have any intention to play dirty, Luo Dan chirped. Oh, what about the fortune teller on Weibo, what nonsense did he spout? My aunt told me to tell you not to believe such things. All of them are just scammers. If fortune telling was real, why would we have to work so hard? We should just be fortune tellers instead. If you believe it, it'll come true. If not, it won't come true at all. Chen Xinyi whipped out her mobile phone and took a quick glance. The fortune teller replied. Keep the faith, tomorrow will be your lucky day. That is as good as not saying anything. Our faith in anything has already been destroyed by reality. Luo Dan said grudgingly. Unlike you, I still have hope. Chen Xinyi looked back at the line Lin Fan sent her. It was oddly reassuring. No hope, we'll see after the audition tomorrow if you still have hope. Luo Dan jumped onto Chen Xinyi and just a while later, they were in a mess. Don't move, I need to reply the fortune teller first. Okay, I'm done. Luo Dan, I'm going to kill you. Friendly laughter permeated the whole room. Chen Xinyi thought of the fortune teller. She looked up at the ceiling. Where was her god? It was today or never. Fraud Tian, let us get to work. Lin Fan thought for a while before standing up and he was determined to get things done. What action? Fraud Tian stared at Lin Fan blankly. He didn't understand what was going on. Let's get to the streets and look for business instead of sitting here waiting for something to happen. Lin Fan said. I've said this to you before. We can only solve the problem if we take action. Fraud Tien closed his book and put it aside, all ready for the next move. At that moment, an animal-like sound roared across the street. Gosh, how expensive is that car? Fraud Tien exclaimed as his sharp eyes saw a menacing-looking sports car. Take a look. That sports car stopped in front of your shop. Could it be he's here to get his fortune read? Fraud Tien enthusiastically said. Quickly, a rich man is arriving. We must take the opportunity. Behind the sports car stopped a black Mercedes-Benz. Two men stepped out of the Mercedes, one of them holding a briefcase. The other man went to the door of the sports car and waited patiently. When the sports car appeared on the street, it caught the attention of all the passerby. A handsome man who was wearing fitting clothes stepped out from the sports car. A few young females from the crowd squealed with excitement as they saw that scene. How dashing! He even has a sports car. He must be filthy rich. Wang Mingyong put on his sunglasses, tilted his head upwards and grinned to himself. Ha, can I ask where Master Lin is? Wang Mingyong stood at the door. His voice wasn't loud, but it was authoritative. Sir, are you here to get your fortune read? Or are you here to get your feng shui read? Fraud Tien warmly approached him. With such a rich customer like him, everything had to be done properly. The young rich man didn't even take notice of Fraud Tien and he felt really awkward. Looks like you're the Master Lin who dared to insult me. Wang Mingyong stared at Lin Fan. After seeing the arrival of those two cars, Lin Fan already knew who it was. Sir, you shouldn't come out. Your fortune says that you will have blood on your head today. Ha. Upon hearing that, Wang Mingyong laughed. You're an interesting one, you didn't predict anything else except for my demise. Fraud Tien looked at them dumbfounded. Since when did Lin Fan have connections, that rich guy? Why didn't he know anything about it? Lin Fan had never met someone who was so serious and earnest. He looked at the suitcase that was by Wang Mingyang's side and saw that it was full of money. If you know that my predictions are accurate, shouldn't you be leaving this place to avoid it? Lin Fan said. Wang Mingyong let out a chuckle as he gestured for his servant to open the suitcase. Inside was nothing but stacks of cold, hard cash. Fraud Tien pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. That is a lot of money, he thought, salivating at the sight of it. What on earth was going on? Lin Fan's heart pounded inside him as he saw the cash. It was really a lot of money. It was a pity that Lin Fan couldn't take the money, otherwise, he would have been struck down by lightning. I won't say anything else. The fortune you read for me yesterday was 100% accurate and I credit you for that. Wang Mingyong said. Lin Fan looked normal on the outside, but his heart was breaking on the inside. With all the determination he could muster, he said, a free fortune reading is a free fortune reading. I will not take your money. It pained Lin Fan to say those words. He really wanted the money. The exchange between Wang Mingyong and Lin Fan left Fraud Tien confused. That was $1 million, he'd be crazy not to keep it. Since you read his fortune correctly, this money should be yours. Why won't you keep it? He came here just to pay you the money. Fraud Tien was frustrated. Someone was trying to give Lin Fan $1 million at his doorstep and he wouldn't keep it. He thought Lin Fan was an idiot. Lin Fan kept silent. He had a glimmer of hope in him, but it only lasted for a second, and it was gone. Note: Fraud Tien and the host are partners. If he were to take it, it would be the same as the host receiving the money. Sheet, I won't keep it, Lin Fan shouted. Fraud Tien was stunned and he looked at Lin Fan. Since he already took the effort to send the money to your front door, just take the money and give him some face. Fraud Tien sounded desperate. Fraud Tien knew that Lin Fan had definitely wanted the money. But he wanted his pride more than the money and so he didn't keep it. Even if it was just $100, Lin Fan would already have remembered this lesson dearly, needless to say, $1 million. This isn't a question about my own pride, but of my own principles. Lin Fan heaved a sigh. Whatever he had just said went against his convictions. Wang Mingyong stared at Lin Fan as he took the suitcase and placed it between them. You have your principles and I have mine. When I say something, I will stop at nothing to complete it. Wang Mingyang's temper was unparalleled. His way of thinking and doing things was far beyond a normal person. At this point, the crowd that gathered around them started increasing in numbers. Soon enough, they were surrounded by a circle of spectators. What's happening between these two? They look like they're going to fight. I heard that this guy wanted to give the boss of this shop $1 million, but he rejected it and now these two are going to fight. What the FCK? Are you for real? This boss is an idiot and that guy is also equally stupid. We're talking about $1 million. If he doesn't want the money, why did he still insist on giving it to him? This fortune-telling shop just opened, could it be that they are doing this to promote their business? Promotion. You can go and look for $1 million in cash to help me promote my shop. Look at his sports car, it's worth more than $10 million, $1 million wouldn't even be enough for the rental. The crowd discussed the matter spiritedly, as Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang gave each other death stares, waiting for one to yield to the other. Wang Mingyang was indeed an incredibly stubborn man. Although Wang Mingyang was a tyrant when it came to business, he was sincere when it came to people. If others were loyal to him, he would do the same to them and treat them better than anyone else. Slam! Wang Mingyang chugged the suitcase at Lin Fan's abdomen. You better keep this. Come, let's go. Wang Mingyang didn't look back. After shoving the suitcase into Lin Fan's abdomen, he motioned for his servants to follow him off. Lin Fan was almost at his breaking point. Lin Fan tugged Wang Mingyang backwards. I don't want this money, take it back. Let go of me. Wang Mingyang pointed at Lin Fan's face. He was getting more angry by the second. Take your money back with you. Lin Fan pointed at Wang Mingyang and said, he wasn't threatened by Wang Mingyang at all. Chief Wang Mingyang's subordinates couldn't stand the way their boss was being treated. Stand there, this is none of your business. No matter what happens, you guys will stay put, got it? Wang Mingyang said aggressively. Yes boss. The two subordinates nodded their head. They knew that when their boss said something, he was going to stick with it even if the heaven falls and earth ends. The two subordinates stood quietly at the side. I'll say it one more time. Let go of me, I can't take this money back. Wang Mingyang shouted. Take the money with you and I'll let go. Otherwise, I won't do anything. Lin Fan could only dream of the money, but even if he took it, he couldn't spend it because it would cost him his life. If Wang Mingyang didn't take it away, it would definitely cost Lin Fan his life. Are you mentally ill, or do you want to fight? Wang Mingyang had it. It was his first time in such a bizarre situation like this and it looked like Lin Fan didn't want to give him any face at all. You're the one with mental problems. I don't want your money, yet you still insist on giving me. Is it because you have too much money? Or is it because you want to fight? Lin Fan was also losing his temper. After all, Lin Fan wasn't a pushover. After changing careers to fortune-telling, he didn't have any business at first, and today he had a huge sum of money at his doorstep but he couldn't take it. How frustrating. Fine, come at me then. If you don't hit me then you're a coward. You better keep the money now. Wang Mingyang thought that no one dared to touch him. As long as I hit you, you'll keep the money, right? Lin Fan said. That's right, but you wouldn't dare. Slam. At that moment, Lin Fan struck Wang Mingyang's eyes. Wang Mingyang looked at him as he tried to process what just happened. He thought that no one would actually dare to hit him. With one punch, Wang Mingyang looked like a panda, with a black circle around his eye. I've hit you, now take your money back. He'd rather punch someone than to lose his own life. Slam. At that moment, Wang Mingyang's fist connected with Lin Fan's eye. DMNU, that was a sneaky move. Lin Fan was getting really furious since Wang Mingyang was so scheming. Then, Lin Fan took another swing at Wang Mingyang's other eye. You dare to hit me? I just hit you, so what? Take the money and leave. DMNU, I'm not taking the money back. Wang Mingyang and Lin Fan started getting at each other aggressively. I'll kill you, Lin Fan taunted. Nobody shall come near, this is between me and him. Wang Mingyang shouted. At this point, everyone in the crowd was dumbfounded. It was way beyond their comprehension. Since when did people like this exist? It's just money, if you didn't want it you could just pass it to us. You be ****, how dare you hit me in the eye? Whoop. Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang were both on top of each other, exchanging blows. Fraud Tian's heart was crumbling. How did this even happen? It was $1 million. Why won't Lin Fan accept it? But what he did not know was that if Lin Fan did accept the money, he would have been struck by lightning immediately. This was all Lin Fan's doing. If only Lin Fan had not offered free trial fortune-telling services on Weibo. He would definitely have pocketed the $1 million offered to him by Wang Mingyang, but it was too late. Break it up, break it up. Two police cars pulled up at the scene. They had received reports from the people at the scene of a fight that broke out. The police officers immediately went forward to pull the two apart. What is the meaning of all of this? A slightly plump police officer shouted. He's so retarded, Wang Mingyang said. You're the one with issues. Lin Fan refuted. With all the tension between the two, it looked like another fight could break out. The situation didn't look good with the crowd gathering around the two fighting people. The police officers standing at the sides questioned a few of the crowd to figure out what had happened. "Officer, that guy wanted to give the boss of this shop $1 million, but the boss refused, so they started fighting." The police officer took down a few notes and processed what he just heard. "Why, you're not kidding, are you?" "I'm not. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone else." "Yes, it's true. I personally think that both of them have mental problems. I honestly thought these situations only happened in the movies. I guess there's a first for everything." Quote. "What can I say? The world is full of surprises." Comma. The police officer who was taking down statements from people in the crowd couldn't comprehend what was going on. Were the two people just joking? What kind of person doesn't accept money offered to him? He turned to another police officer and whispered in his ear. The other officer nodded. "Bring them all in." Quote. The two servants who worked for Wang Mingyang got into the car and heaved a sigh. The driver started following the police car back to the station. No matter how rich or powerful their boss was, he was still subject to the law. Fraud Tien, take care of my shop while I'm gone. Quote. Lin Fan could have never imagined having such a problem on his first day of opening his shop. What bad luck. The crowd dissipated after Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang were ferried off to the police station. Whatever happened today was completely out of the blue. At the police station, Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang sat on the wooden bench, brooding. Their clothes were completely torn and their faces were bruised and bloody. "Ow." Quote. Both of them grimaced in pain after the adrenaline of the fight wore off. "You were really aggressive," Wang Mingyang said as he put his hand against his bruised cheek. "You weren't too far off yourself." Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang's eyes looked like a panda's. The fight that happened was too violent. No one present could pull them apart. "I have met so many different kinds of people in my career, but this is an absolute first." Wang Mingyang found it weird that someone would reject the offer of 100,000. If that wasn't stupid, he didn't know what it was. From the fight, Wang Mingyang realized that although the Lin Fan was young, his temper was absolutely barbaric, just like his own temper. So as the Chinese idiom goes, an exchange of blows may lead to friendship, and it was true for the two. "I have also never met another person like you in my whole life," Lin Fan said as he panted with rage. "Do you believe me now? I told you just now that you would have blood on your head, and indeed it really did happen." "Ah, Master Lin, did you also count on yourself to have the same fate?" Wang Mingyang remarked. Just as the two were bickering amongst themselves, the police officers came in. They were completely clueless about the situation as it absolutely defied their logic. Whatever the people in the crowd said was indeed correct, that one offered money and the other declined, and the two started fighting. But they were wondering why. "Both of you, would you rather settle this privately or bring this to the court? If this was brought up, it wouldn't be a big problem." Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang also didn't want to complicate matters. Furthermore, Wang Mingyang was one of the biggest entrepreneurs in Shanghai and was worth billions of dollars. It would definitely affect his reputation. Even if he was his own boss, he still had to be courteous to everyone. "I'll follow whatever procedure there is," Lin Fan said. "Let's settle the issue privately," Wang Mingyang said. At that very instant, their eyes met, and their tone immediately changed. "I'll settle things privately," said the agitated Lin Fan. "I'll follow the law," Wang Mingyang butted in. The police officers in charge didn't know how to handle them. One of the officers finally butted in sternly, "You guys better discuss and resolve this. No rush." "Then we'll settle this privately," both Lin Fan and Wang Mingyang chirped at the same time. "This is only a small problem. You guys just sign some papers and we'll get you out of here," the officer said as he handed them some forms. Lin Fan brushed himself off after signing the papers as he prepared to leave the police station. He had to find a hospital to buy some antibiotics. His opponent was too rough on him and he decided to lay low for a while. He would definitely become a laughingstock if people were to see him in such a state. At the police station entrance, Wang Mingyang turned his head back. "This bastard is the first person to embarrass me in public. I will remember this incident. Remember this face." Wang Mingyang, CEO of Donghan Corporation. Lin Fan looked at Wang Mingyang and gave him a huge grin. "What are you saying? I thought we already settled this." "Hee, this is me acknowledging you. You have character. We can be friends. Count yourself blessed to be friends with me. I am the iron-mouthed fortune teller. Life and death rest on my tongue." Clapping sound. Both of them shook hands. They had finally reconciled with each other. "I'll be making my move. I'll fight you again if I were to get another opportunity like this." Wang Mingyong waved back at Lin Fan as he got into his car. After the car left, Lin Fan heaved a sigh of pain. His wounds were still stinging. He wished that the next encyclopedia would contain a section on fighting, that way he could beat anyone to a pulp the next time he got into this situation again. Just as Lin Fan started his car, 2 police cars pulled up next to him. Lin Fan didn't even notice. However, one of the police officers noticed him. Little boss, the voice was ominous. Lin Fan turned his head as he heard himself being called. He was stunned. Chief Lu, quote, little boss, where have you been up to? And what happened to your face? Lu Xiaotian was nothing but excitement as he saw Lin Fan. He was craving for his scallions pancakes. Don't ask too much. I got into a fight with some bugger, and things have been resolved. But why did you change jobs, Chief Lu? Lin Fan found it weird to see Lu Xiaotian wearing the police uniform. It's all thanks to you. If not for you, I would have never gotten my dream job. Lu Xiaotian grinned. It really was all because of Lin Fan. Lu Xiaotian was commended by the top management of the police force after the incident went on the news. After that incident, everything fell into place for him. He met the chief of police at a dinner banquet and ended up getting drunk. Lu Xiaotian received a job offer from the chief of police the very next day, offering to transfer him from the city council to the police department. He was directly promoted to division head since he already had more than 10 years of working experience at the city council. Although he didn't have a lot of power, Lu Xiaotian was more than content with what he got. Congratulations to you, Chief Lu. But you look rather worried and preoccupied now. Are you currently handling a case that you can't crack? How did you know? Lu Xiaotian's eyes widened in surprise. About that, I opened a fortune-telling business in Cloud Street and I specialize in reading people's fortunes, Lin Fan smiled as he explained. Lu Xiaotian was stunned and a little confused. Fortune-telling? Chief Lu, can you let me see the sheet of paper that you're holding? Lin Fan asked. The sheet of paper that Lu Xiaotian held was an arrest warrant for a criminal wanted for murder. However, the case had already been going on for some time, and the murderer had managed to evade the police. His whereabouts were unknown. The higher-ranking officers were pressing for the case to be solved as quickly as possible, and Chief Lu worked day and night to crack the case, scouring for information and leads to no avail. Lu Xiaotian passed the sheet of paper to Lin Fan. Chief Lu, if you'd listen to me, you can try looking around under the Long Heavens Bridge. You might find something interesting over there, Lin Fan said as he analyzed the document. Lu Xiaotian stood there stunned as Lin Fan left. Long Heavens Bridge. Lu Xiaotian couldn't understand why Lin Fan would tell him that. He tried to make sense of it, with much hesitation and doubt. Chief, you can't really trust these fortune tellers. They're all con artists, said the officer who was in the car. Since when could one use fortune-telling to catch criminals? If the chief of the police force found out about it, there was no telling what he would do. A civil servant believing in pseudoscience was absurd. If it was made known to the public, it would definitely affect the image of the police force. Lu Xiaotian immediately got into the passenger seat of the police car. Let's go to Long Heavens Bridge. Quote. Chief, can we really trust him? A few of the policemen asked. It isn't too late yet. Even if there isn't anything there, it's still worth a look. Although Lu Xiaotian didn't believe in fortune-telling, he knew that if he didn't take Lin Fan's advice, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Long Heavens Bridge. One of the first ever bridges to be constructed in Shanghai, it connected the two sides of the Long River. It was also known as Beggar's Bridge as there was a community of beggars who settled under the bridge. Under the bridge, a man in dirty tattered clothes sat at a corner. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His name was Qin Chuan and he disguised himself as a beggar to escape detection from the law after committing a spate of murders. Hiding had proven to be a difficult task with all the high-tech surveillance methods. However, Qin Chuan had an ingenious method to escape detection, one which was undetected by the police. Hence, he couldn't use his own identity anymore. So in order to find a way to escape, he had to temporarily hide and lay low under Long Heavens Bridge with a group of beggars in order to fool the authorities. Have you seen this guy before? Qin Chuan was resting when suddenly, he heard some noises. He was stricken with panic. As he lifted his head upwards to see what the commotion was, he saw a few police officers questioning the resident beggars one by one. Why on earth would they come here to investigate? Qin Chuan's heart was pounding with fear, but he forced himself to calm down as he analyzed the situation. Chief, why would Qin Chuan be hiding here out of all places? The air under the bridge was extremely stinky and repugnant, so much so that all of the officers lost their sense of smell. Furthermore, there were so many beggars. It was going to take a long time to interview all the beggars. Yay, if I were Qin Chuan, I would never hide here, the other police officer commented. Which is precisely why the least expected place is the most probable place. Qin Chuan is extremely intuitive. According to our investigations, he was a psychologist at one point. He has a much better grasp on human behavior than we do. Although Liu Xiaotian formerly worked for the city council, he was trained in behavioral science. At one point he wanted to become a police officer, but due to personal reasons, he chose to work for the city council. Liu Xiaotian had a feeling that his years of experience and training would be of use today as a police officer. As he scanned the area, Liu Xiaotian found the place peculiar. However, the day was getting dark. It was going to be difficult to continue with the investigation. Chief, it's getting dark. If we're going to continue interviewing every single one of them, we're probably not going to get anything much. We probably won't even recognize Qin Chuan even if we were talking face to face with him, the other police officer said. Why don't we come back tomorrow and do a proper investigation? Liu Xiaotian considered in silence. What he said did make sense. At that very moment, Liu Xiaotian saw from afar a figure standing up, slowly walking away with his back facing them. That silhouette. Qin Chuan, Liu Xiaotian bellowed. The silhouette shuddered for an instant. Before Liu Xiaotian knew it, the person started making a run for it. Qin Chuan didn't expect to be recognized that easily. What he did not know was that Liu Xiaotian and his crew were already planning to leave. Get him. Liu Xiaotian was 100% sure that the person who was running away from them was definitely Qin Chuan. The B** starred running away from us is a criminal wanted by the law. Don't let him escape. The distance between Liu Xiaotian and Qin Chuan was rather large. If everything went smoothly for Qin Chuan, there was a chance that he might even get away. Qin Chuan was blocked by a few beggars ahead of him. Liu Xiaotian did not expect them to be of any help to him, but he still reminded them as it would still have been better than nothing. Out of my way, Qin Chuan screamed at the beggars in front of him. The beggars were all stunned. But just as Qin Chuan was about to pass them, one of the beggars stuck his leg out, causing Qin Chuan to trip and fall. The surrounding beggars gathered and pinned him to the ground. That's right, Liu Xiaotian was ecstatic. After the police officers cuffed and took Qin Chuan in, Liu Xiaotian went up to thank the beggars. Thank you so much, we couldn't have done this without you guys. Thanks to you guys, we've caught a very dangerous serial killer. I can't thank you guys enough. The three beggars were already in their 60s and 70s, and their faces were full of wrinkles. You don't have to thank us. It was a pleasure to help the police force. This criminal would also be an embarrassment to us beggars if he stayed on, the beggars smiled. After that, the three beggars went back under the bridge. Liu Xiaotian had a lot of things to settle, but after listening to the beggars, he stood there in silence, in awe and shock. Beggars helping us? How embarrassing. Let go of me, Qin Chuan raged as he ferociously tugged at the handcuffs. Qin Chuan, I really didn't expect you to hide here. Liu Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief, and thought of Lin Fan. His heart was full of suspicion. How did Lin Fan know that Qin Chuan was hiding here? How did you even find me here? Qin Chuan was dumbfounded. He couldn't think of any reason how he was traced to this location. Haha, that's a secret. Liu Xiaotian laughed confidently, but deep down, he was full of amazement and wonder. Even if he were to tell people how he solved the case, who would ever believe him? As the other police officers got Qin Chuan into the car, they suddenly thought back to the conversation between Lin Fan and Chief Liu outside the police station. They were absolutely awestruck and lost for words. Chief, that youngster really managed to predict this correctly. Gosh, that fortune teller was actually able to figure out where the criminal was. If this isn't a miracle, I don't know what it is. Upon hearing the conversation between the police officers, he too was dumbfounded. I got ratted out by a fortune teller. At that moment, Lin Fan had just reached home. Sigh, it never rains but pours, Lin Fan said dejectedly. Reality is so cruel, my fortune-telling ability is dead accurate, yet I barely have any customers. Encyclopedia's second task, be a well-respected divine fortune teller. When he first started, he thought that it was going to be easy, but things weren't looking so good now. No, I must take action. I can't keep on waiting for gold to drop from the sky. There's only one way of getting famous now, I have to use the internet. Lin Fan was all set for his next move. He immediately opened up Weibo and scoured through thousands of profiles looking for celebrities. The first one shall be you. The picture of a male celebrity appeared on his screen. Chen Yu, an old-school singer. His songs were popular and widely listened to. Lin Fan was familiar with this celebrity. One could say that Lin Fan grew up listening to his songs. He had over 400,000 followers on Weibo. It wasn't the most, but it wasn't little either. But the most important factor was that this bugger had a huge scandal. Lin Fan didn't notice his domineering composure, but noticed the sun rays shining directly on his forehead in the picture while reading his fortune. It resulted in a green light shining on him. Lin Fan immediately got to work and started typing a few paragraphs of fortune readings. It's as if there's a vast green plane over the top of your head. Do you want to know what Master Lin's fortune reading is for you? This sentence seemed perfectly logical for Lin Fan. It was simple and easy to understand even for a handicapped. No problem at all. Most of the Weibo profiles that Lin Fan scrolled through did not meet his requirement, and so he continued the grind. He continued to filter through the profiles. After searching for a while, Lin Fan found a runway model with a huge fan base. She had a nice figure and was undeniably beautiful. She was Zhou Liyun, an internationally acclaimed supermodel. But Lin Fan could tell that she had a rather miserable day based on her newest post. 5 days away from Fashion Weekend, I need to give my best. As Lin Fan was scrolling through the comments, he saw that were all encouraging messages to cheer her on. I've read your fortune, you won't be able to make it. Lin Fan's negative comment was so obvious in the sea of positive ones. Lin Fan waited to see what would happen. He continued to scroll through more profiles, looking for celebrities who had tragic backstories. Lin Fan had managed to find another celebrity. She had over 100 million followers and was one of the biggest superstars of her time. She had acted in many blockbuster films and had gotten several awards for her role in the films. She was literally standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Wang Bingyan was the female goddess that countless males could only dream of. Even Lin Fan watched a few of her movies and was deeply captivated by her. After all, many people would focus on an actor with good looks, especially such a famous actor like her. Hu Da's newest movie, The Unspoken Tomorrow, has a very talented female lead. Hope all of you can support her. At Hu Da. Hu Da was one of the country's leading directors. He had directed many famous movies and had a pretty good international acclaim as a director as well. Hu Da said, Bing Yan, you worked that part. The role suits you a lot, smiley face. She was also a hot topic of discussion amongst netizens. But for Lin Fan, it was time to show off his skills. Master Lin has read your fortune. This movie won't be a success for you. The lead actress is a woman with the surname Yang. Although Lin Fan's comment was just one of the 10,000, its negativity stood out and all the fans naturally became defensive of her. After that, Lin Fan continued scrolling through more celebrities, all with different backgrounds, including football players and even table tennis athletes. Master Lin has read your fortune, you will definitely lose the next match. Master Lin has read your fortune. You will be hospitalized. Master Lin has read your fortune. You will be beaten. At this point, Lin Fan had already lost track of how many fortunes he had read for the celebrities. All the fortunes predicted by Lin Fan were all negative. When he looked up at the time, it was already 1 a.m. in the morning. 4 hours had passed so quickly. Before Lin Fan knew it, he was already overwhelmed with fatigue. I didn't think I would do this many in one sitting, and I don't know if I'll get smitten by the public for saying so many negative things. Lin Fan smiled. The best thing that could happen was for people to focus on his comments. He just had to wait for the fortunes to come to pass. Only then, everything would work out for him as planned. Time to sleep. While Lin Fan was sleeping, the netizens who were night owls were on Weibo and they were looking at their favorite celebrities. A user with the nickname Autumn Swordfish Killer had accessed Wang Bingyan's Weibo page. She was his favorite celebrity and her smile gave him tingles down his spine. Autumn Swordfish Killer discreetly slid down his pants and prepared the tissue paper in front of his computer. A minute later, Autumn Swordfish Killer discreetly threw the tissue paper into the rubbish bin and pulled his pants back up. His heart was full of content as he looked at his idol. Autumn Swordfish Killer was especially happy when he saw Wang Bingyan interacting with Director Hu. At this moment, he saw a familiar Weibo username. Fortune Teller Master Lin. He was especially mad after reading the comment that he had posted. What in the world? Who dares to slander my idol? I'm gonna kill him. Although Autumn Swordfish was only one of the many members of Wang Bingyan's fan club, he had a higher position in real life. He was the chief of the internet trolls. He then mobilized 20,000 men. Autumn Swordfish Killer said, "All troops. Let's get to the bottom of this comment and make this dog regret his existence." "Yes, sir. The chief has spoken. We will give our lives if we must. We have to scroll through everything and make sure we don't miss out on any of them. Autumn Swordfish Killer is our prince on a white horse, he will lead us to victory and greater heights." As his troops applauded him, Autumn Swordfish Killer grinned. His plump face was full of satisfaction. At 7 a.m. the next day. What a beautiful day. Lin Fan washed himself up and did the same routine of opening up Weibo. However, one look at the screen and Lin Fan was stunned. Sheet. Lin Fan's Weibo account had been overrun by the army. His one and only comment on Weibo went viral and had over 1,000 discussions on them. Then, Lin Fan looked at the number of followers that he had. He had lost quite a few followers. That doesn't make any sense. He had so many discussions on his messages, yet not only did he not get more followers, he lost a number of them. Stupid fortune-telling master. Once you're done trolling, you can go and kill yourself. How can you talk about Bingyan like that? Are you mentally retarded? And you claim to read fortunes. Go read your sister's. Green fields. Open up your dog eyes. Unfollowed. Dumb B*****. Zhou Liyun is the nation's most internationally acclaimed supermodel. She's not the one that should be getting out. You should, retard. You're absolutely worthless. Unfollowed. You want red? We'll give you red. We've pushed your posts to the top so that everyone can see how much of AD***ck you are. I'm your bloodshed. Lin Fan calmly batted his eye as he scrolled through the comments. What a rowdy crowd. Then, he went to take a look at his comments. It was no wonder. His comments were pushed to the top and were viewed by hundreds of thousands of Weibo users. What misery. Lin Fan knew that those who opposed his views had lost all their sense of rationality. He didn't want to continue arguing with them. As Lin Fan did not want to give in to them, he wrote another post. Everyone, let's wait and see if I am indeed speaking the truth. Lin Fan was calm and composed. There was no way his fortune-telling abilities could go wrong. He had absolute confidence in it. We'll see who'll have the last laugh after my predictions come true. Lin Fan chose not to give any attention to whatever was happening on Weibo. He switched off his computer and left for his shop. Today's weather was magnificent and it looked like a good day for business. We've lost on this one. If only you kept the $100,000 yesterday, we could have been enjoying ourselves now. The shop didn't have a single soul. Fraud Tien was lifeless as he said it. I'm the one who lost, you still have a stable salary. I'm not even anxious, so why should you be? Lin Fan saw the people outside walking past. He didn't know what else to say to attract them anymore. Fraud Tien, let me teach you something about fortune-telling. Lin Fan casually suggested. That would be great, we can learn from each other to better our skills. Fraud Tien was bored out of his mind. At least some discussion would lighten up the mood. Lin Fan propped himself up. His face brightened up a little. He didn't have many encyclopedic points and they hadn't increased much since he started, especially his fortune-telling knowledge. Only a few people knew about such a discipline. Fraud Tien only half believed Lin Fan's fortune-telling abilities. At that moment, Lin Fan started to talk. As time went by, Fraud Tien's mood changed. He was indolent at first, but as he heard Lin Fan talk, he became more serious and paid close attention. Ding! Explanation fortune-telling knowledge. Tian Han Ming has received insight. Encyclopedic points +1. Total encyclopedic points, 13. Good, well said, Fraud Tien said as he stretched his legs. He saw Lin Fan's mood light up. Lin Fan gave a huge grin. There's a fortune-telling shop here, a voice came from outside. A middle-aged woman walked in with two other people behind her. They didn't notice Lin Fan as they expected the fortune-teller to be someone older. Usually, in the fortune-telling businesses, the older one was, the more popular he would be. Miss, are you here for to get your fortune read? Fraud Tien asked warmly and politely. Since the shop opened, there have been a lot of people who walked past the shop but only a few actually walked into the shop. Of course, why else would I come in? The middle-aged woman sat on the stool, wondering where the fortune-teller was, only to find a young chap sitting opposite her. Are you the fortune-teller? She asked doubtfully. I'm not, but he is. He's Master Lin, owner of this shop. Fraud Tien chuckled as he replied. Oh, the middle-aged woman looked at Lin Fan suspiciously. After all, Lin Fan was indeed really young and they were extremely suspicious. She stood up. Never mind, I don't want my fortune read anymore. For the middle-aged lady, she believed that young people wouldn't have much experience and skill in such a trade. Fraud Tian got anxious as he saw the middle-aged lady getting ready to leave. They hardly had any customers, he could not let her leave so easily. Sister, don't rush to leave yet. Fraud Tian went around the woman, urging her to stay. The middle-aged lady couldn't believe it. Such a young chap doing fortune-telling. What ability did he have? Sister, you're here to ask about your son's marriage, right? Lin Fan gave a grin as he calmly sipped his tea. The middle-aged lady stopped in her tracks. How did you know? She exclaimed. Haha, what does the sign on the door write? Lin Fan said calmly. For Lin Fan, his boastful attitude was almost undetectable by people, and he pulled it off naturally. Master Lin, the middle-aged lady said to herself. Naturally, I can't read your fortune like this. If you want to get a proper reading, you've got to sit down with me. Lin Fan extended his hand. After the lady heard Lin Fan's words, she started to believe him. The middle-aged lady would seek a fortune teller at least 10 times a year. This time, her son was about to get married. She had already sought at least 10 fortune tellers, but all of them said that everything was going to go smoothly and that the bride and groom were a good match. The middle-aged lady was naturally happy, so she started getting busy with the preparations. As she walked past Cloud Street, she saw a fortune-telling shop and she thought that she'd try getting her fortune read again, only to find a young chap claiming to be a fortune teller. That's why she started to have her doubts. So Master Lin, as the middle-aged lady opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Fan. For your son's wedding, you've already seen 15 other fortune tellers, is that right? Lin Fan asked. Ah, you can even read this kind of things. The middle-aged lady was stunned. That is natural for me. Lin Fan was a smooth operator. He did things slowly and calmly. All the 15 of them said the same thing, that everything was going to go well and that the bride and groom were a good match for each other. However, I disagree with them. The saying goes that women are afraid of marrying the wrong person and men are afraid of choosing the wrong job. But men are actually afraid of marrying the wrong person. The middle-aged lady's facial expression changed. She was alarmed and frightened at Lin Fan's words. Master Lin, can you go into more detail? The middle-aged woman sounded a little confused and distraught. I am not at liberty to inform you, however you can go back home and have a try. You'll understand what I'm trying to say, Lin Fan subtly grinned. The middle-aged lady nodded. Although it was barely a few sentences, but whatever Lin Fan said unsettled her, as if something was lodged in her throat. The lady reached into her pocket and took out $100. This was the standard price for fortune-telling in Shanghai. Just as the middle-aged lady was about to leave, Lin Fan made a final comment. Ms. Huang Hongrong, you are our first customer, so we'll gift you a talisman. Also, try to avoid going out the next few days, and if you have any plans, it is best to cancel them, otherwise you might run into some trouble. After saying all that, Lin Fan sat there and relaxed. Ah, how do you know my name? And why would you give me a talisman? Huang Hongrong asked, looking at Lin Fan with surprise. She didn't recall telling Lin Fan her name. I am not at liberty to say these things, maybe it's fate. Lin Fan kept a calm face and didn't say anything after that. Huang Hongrong's heart was unsettled as she left the shop. After she left, Lin Fan took the money and gave it a little shake. Fraud Tian, take your time. Dang, you really read all that from her. She visits fortune tellers frequently and even she was surprised at your ability. Fraud Tian exclaimed in awe. Yeep, Lin Fan said casually. Wow. Fraud Tian was mesmerized. Lin Fan was a beast. Lin Fan laid down on his chair and watched as people just walked past his shop. His fortune-telling wasn't a scam. Everything was decreed by fate. In the capital, Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan were both nervous. Their company spent a lot of effort to get them an audition for the soap opera. As the competition was stiff, only those with a certain standard could participate in it. Both of you must work hard. The company used a lot of resources to get this audition slot for you girls, a short-haired girl said. The short-haired girl was wearing formal working attire and she looked professional. Sister Yao, we will work hard for this. Both Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan nodded their heads. The women around them who were also going for the interview gave them a lot of stress. The makeup on all of the other girls made them look exceptionally beautiful. Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan only wore light makeup and they felt like they were at a disadvantage. Have faith, tomorrow will be your lucky day. Luo Dan bowed her head and recited that line under her breath. Luo Dan, I thought you said you didn't believe in that. Chen Xinyi turned her head and looked at Luo Dan. Even if we don't have hope, I still need something to believe in, Luo Dan said. Come on, we can do it, Chen Xinyi said. Sister Yao just looked at the two of them. She didn't have many high hopes for them as both of them weren't well known and the competition this time was stiff. There were even a few famous stars auditioning. At this point, they could only try. This soap opera was based on the famous author Dao's book, Change. It was set to be a big hit and people would be shot into stardom if they managed to pass the auditions. The people who were auditioning for the role were all big-time actors. They had been personally handpicked by author Dao. In the interview, "Are you willing to make sacrifices for your career?" "I'm willing," said the young lady as she nodded. Huang Luhao was the director of that movie. He was quite a famous director. Then, he smirked and asked several personal questions. Upon the agreement of the young lady, Huang Luhao nodded at her fine appearance and figure, but he had to find out more. "All right, leave your particulars and work experience details behind, we will notify you again." "All right," replied the lady as she left with a coquettish look at Huang Luhao as if she was hinting at him to call her anytime. "Those chicks that I had just interviewed were not bad. Especially the one with the surname Wang. She had such a round ass. Haha, I can settle them with just one phone call. After I've FCKED with them, I just have to fit them into some random role in the movies." Huang Luhao said. This interview was special, there were only the three of them in the interview room and they were in control the whole time. To Huang Luhao, he felt extremely lucky to have successfully bidded for Teacher Dao's novel. Teacher Dao's novels were all critically acclaimed. When her works were transformed into films, they all had extremely good reviews and were very popular. The small actors in the films had all become famous superstars and naturally, the director had also benefited from it in the film industry. But what Huang Luhao didn't know was that their words and actions were all being watched. There was a giant mirror on one of the walls in the interview room and there was actually another room behind it. There were people who listened to whatever was happening in the room. Some of them felt disturbed from listening to interview that took place inside. "Teacher Dao, I'm sorry. I really didn't know that Huang Luhao was this sort of person. If I had known, I wouldn't have recommended him," a man said, looking disturbed. He was an investor in the film, but he did not have much power over making decisions. As long as Teacher Dao mentioned that she wanted to have a movie about her novel, there would be countless investors opting to invest in the film. He only had the opportunity to do so because of his relationship with Teacher Dao. The director he recommended had just asked the actors such disturbing questions. He was extremely embarrassed. Teacher Dao was almost 60 years of age. But she still looked rather young and classy. She interlocked her fingers and just sat there emotionless. But everyone knew that he was furious. He hated those actors that had joined his films through backdooring, even if it was a small role. "Teacher Dao, I will immediately fire these three people and arrange for another interview session," one of the investors frantically said. "There's no need for that," Teacher Dao replied with a rather unfriendly tone. Next, Chen Xinyi. "Xinyi, it's your turn. All the best." Luo Dan shook her hand and cheered her on. "Okay." Chen Xinyi took a deep breath and went into the room. Huang Luhao and two other people were actually discussing the chicks and when they saw Xinyi enter the room, they tried to look more serious. Chen Xinyi told herself to not be too nervous as she entered the room. "How are you doing, directors?" Chen Xinyi greeted the three people in the room. Huang Luhao was just analyzing her physical appearance. What a masterpiece with a pretty face and good figure. What long and slender legs. Perfect. Huang Luhao had thought of something to say and cleared his throat to ask some questions. In the other room, "This lady is classy and she matches the role for Lan Yun perfectly." That was the first time Teacher Dao praised someone since the interviews had started. The investors also nodded in agreement, but whether they would be favored for the film, everything depended on Teacher Dao. At this moment, Huang Luhao smirked. "This film is based on Teacher Dao's novel. You know that, right?" Huang Luhao asked. "Yes, I have read all of his novels. Especially the role of Lan Yun. I have studied it and I feel that I can succeed if I take up this role," Chen Xinyi said confidently. Teacher Dao nodded after hearing her words and said, "This lady is confident, good. Looks like you're confident, but you should know that many of the current big-name actors all rose to fame from acting in films based on Teacher Dao's novels. May I know if you're willing to make some sacrifice for a role?" Huang Luhao asked while he secretly wished for Xinyi's agreement. Chen Xinyi was taken aback and asked, "What sacrifice?" "You don't know what he meant by sacrifice?" The man beside him laughed and replied. Chen Xinyi understood their intentions and shook her head. "No, I can't agree to that." Huang Luhao was a little unhappy and he said, "You should know that with this small sacrifice, you would be able to take on a bigger role. In future, you would have more opportunities to become famous in the entertainment industry. With such intense competition in the industry, do you think you'd be able to get your dream role without any sacrifice? We will give you some time to consider. Chen Xinyi knew that it was difficult for her to get her dream role and it would require some form of sacrifice. But she did not expect to face such a situation. Then, Chen Xinyi suddenly thought of a phrase that she strongly believed in: stick firmly to the convictions of your heart and luck will come your way. Sorry, then I may not be suitable for this role. Chen Xinyi replied without any hesitation and left the room. For someone like you, you deserve to stay as a small actor forever. Huang Luhao pointed at Chen Xinyi and said. Then, he threw her stack of particulars and resumed into the bin. Chen Xinyi stared at the bin, took a deep breath and left the room. She was heartbroken. This lady is decent, let me see her details. Teacher Dao unexpectedly smiled and said as she took the papers over from an investor. But Chen Xinyi hated what Huang Luhao did. Xinyi, how did it go? Luo Dan asked nervously. Chen Xinyi just nodded and said, I guess it was all right. She wanted to continue the conversation with Luo Dan but. Next, Luo Dan, Xinyi, I'll head inside first. Luo Dan interrupted and went into the room. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard. Luo Dan kicked the door and shouted, you think you can take advantage of me just based on this? Where the FCK your morals? Do you think you can hide the truth from the masses? Do you think I would starve to death if I didn't get a role in this film? Then, Chen Xinyi immediately went forward and said, Luo Dan. Xinyi, let's go. What a lousy director with all his nonsense. He even tried to take advantage of us. Luo Dan shouted and scolded. The others who heard her also walked over. What is wrong with you? You're not suitable for the role and you're maligning us. I want to see which company you're from. Huang Luhao didn't expect her to be that hot-tempered and to create such a big fuss. Sister Dao panicked when she saw what had happened and said, Luo Dan, shut up. Then, she repeatedly half-bowed to Huang Luhao and apologized. Director Huang, don't be angry. Oh, so it's Tianming Entertainment Group. Let me tell you that your company will not get a single role in this film. Nice, nice, I like these two ladies. Teacher Dao happily stood up and said in admiration of Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan. And I do not want these three perverts to be handling my work. Teacher Dao was very firm about it and naturally, the investors didn't dare to defy her words. For a normal person, the investors were the one making the decisions. But it wasn't the case this time. All because the person in front of them was Teacher Dao. The first customer was a source of motivation for both Lin Fan and Fraud Tian. Lin Fan stirred his tea slowly and patiently as he was deep in thought. The introduction of the encyclopedia into his life was so sudden, he was caught unprepared. He admitted that there was such a huge change in his life after he had received it regardless of what else it was going to bring. To make heavenly scallion pancakes. It used to be impossible for him. For Lin Fan to be a pinpoint accurate fortune teller, it was something that he had never thought of before. Lin Fan had also never expected to be able to own his own storefront in such a short time. His final conclusion was that the encyclopedia was doing more good than bad. Lin Fan had also concluded that it wasn't even important anymore to judge if the encyclopedia was good or bad. Most people won't get to live more than 100 years of age and to encounter something like the encyclopedia, it was like playing a game. Every second and minute was full of surprises and it was something that he would have never experienced before without the encyclopedia. Little boss. Then, a deep voice could be heard. Lin Fan turned to look and smiled as he placed his teacup down and stood up to him. What brought you here today, Chief Lu? I am here to give out a prize. Chief Lu happily said as he stood at the entrance of Lin Fan's stall. He took a close look at Lin Fan's signboard. Indeed, it's the reputable Master Lin. Lu Xiaotian happily said. He was in a good mood that day. The Qin Chuan case was finally solved and it helped to lighten the burden of Lu Xiaotian. The management had given their word that if the Qin Chuan case was to be unresolved in 7 days, the relevant officers would have to resign so that others who were more capable could take on the roles. It was no surprise that Lu Xiaotian was so thankful for Lin Fan. You're flattering me, Chief Lu, Lin Fan said politely. Lu Xiaotian was considered to be Lin Fan's first respectable believer. If not for Chief Lu's help in processing his license to run a scallion pancake stall, he would not have been able to set up his shop so easily. Lin Fan didn't know if he had saved Chief Lu's life or was it the other way around. Little boss, Master Lin, this is for you. Lu Xiaotian handed a nicely packaged flag over to Lin Fan the moment he stepped into the stall. Lin Fan opened the package and looked into it. Good Citizen Award. There was even an honorary certificate which amused Lin Fan. Master Lin, it was all because of you. If not for your guidance, it would have been impossible to successfully arrest Qin Chuan. Lu Xiaotian said with gratification. To Lu Xiaotian, Master Lin had saved his entire career. It's just something small, don't mention it. Lin Fan said casually. This is the monetary reward for you, $30,000. Lu Xiaotian took out a silver credit card and handed it over to Lin Fan. Then, he patted him on his back and said, because of the responsibilities that I had, I couldn't tell them everything that happened. So I just told them that you've seen Qin Chuan before. Understood, Lin Fan replied. After all, Lu Xiaotian was a civil servant. If the report was to mention that the fortune teller had predicted the location of Qin Chuan, perhaps he would have been reprimanded instead. But I really believed in you. The colleagues whom I had worked with were also full of admiration. Lu Xiaotian said. Chief Lu, you just gotta believe in some things. I saw that you were honest and sincere. As long as you don't do anything that would cause you to feel guilty, you have a bright future ahead of you. Lin Fan looked at Lu Xiaotian closely and said firmly to him. Although Lu Xiaotian was rather old, he was full of experience and that was precisely his trump card. Thank you for your kind words, may I have a word with you? Chief Lu looked around and whispered softly. Of course, go ahead, Lin Fan replied. I told my superior the truth about you and he really believed in what I had said. He pleaded me to let you have a look at him, Lu Xiaotian whispered again. It was the kind of thing that could not be made known to everyone. If not, people would be laughing their ass off. This is his birth 8 characters, Lu Xiaotian said as he passed a piece of paper to Lin Fan. Oh, looks like he knows a little about fortune telling too, Lin Fan smiled and said. Lu Xiaotian just laughed and didn't say much. Nowadays, people who say that they don't believe in this sort of things would still have things checked by a fortune teller just for a peace of mind. Lin Fan held the paper in his hands and studied it carefully. Then he looked at Lu Xiaotian and asked, Chief Lu, actually I have to look at the person physically in order to make a judgment. For those with no affinity, I wouldn't even take a look at them. But since you have helped me so much, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll just leave you with a sentence. If he believes in it, it's fate, if not, it's destiny. Master Lin, thank you so much, Lu Xiaotian said. Lin Fan took a pen and a piece of paper from his table and wrote another sentence. Follow your heart. When Lu Xiaotian saw what was written on the piece of paper, he was stunned. Master Lin, just one sentence. Take it back and pass it to him and he will understand, Lin Fan smiled and replied. Are you sure you don't want to add a few more sentences? Lu Xiaotian felt that it was too little. Usually, fortune tellers would write a few paragraphs. He was afraid that his superior would be angry if he was to bring back just one sentence. There's no need for that. Do you trust me, Chief Lu? Lin Fan said. Chief Lu looked at Lin Fan and just nodded. He said, all right, I'll listen to you. If I were to get scolded, I will come back for you. Also, here's some money for your fortune telling. Lin Fan saw 2 pieces of red banknotes and quickly accepted them without saying much. I still have work to do, I got to go. Please contact me if you need any help in future, Lu Xiaotian said. Alright, no problem, Lin Fan said as he waved goodbye to him. When Chief Lu had left, Fraud Tian walked forward and held the flag in his hands. He observed it for a while, looked at Lin Fan and said, when did you become a good citizen again? Plus, there's still $30,000. Lin Fan kept the card, smiled and said, why can't I be a good citizen? Didn't you hear that? Just a simple judgment from me and I've earned myself $30,000. That's how you make money. How could it be compared to the $200? Chief Lu went back to his office and passed the piece of paper to his superior. Liang Yong saw the piece of paper and was puzzled. Follow your heart. Liang Yong was extremely happy with the closing of the Qin Chuan case and he decided to ask Chief Lu for the truth. At first, Lu Xiaotian wanted to hide it from him, but he still decided to tell him everything. After he understood what had happened, he was a little interested and so he asked Lu Xiaotian to get help from Lin Fan on behalf of him. The content written on the piece of paper really made Liang Yong sink into deep thought. Then, Liang Yong suddenly understood everything. To Lin Fan, Chief Lu's superior was just considered to be someone random on the streets. The shop didn't have any business. Lin Fan casually browsed through his Weibo, which had been bombarded with hateful messages. But he wasn't bothered by it as if nothing was wrong. The more vicious the insults, the more shocking it would be in the end. Please carry on with your performance. At this moment, Lin Fan noticed that Fraud Tian was just sitting there rotating his wrists as if he was practicing martial arts. To Lin Fan, this fraud Tian was just acting like a pretentious prick. What are you doing, fraud? Asked Lin Fan. Practicing martial arts, fraud Tian answered without looking. His face was stern, and he looked very different from usual. Lin Fan couldn't believe it. What a load of bullshit. Why would this fraud be practicing martial arts? Fraud Tian smiled smugly and then he ceased his martial arts practice. The 13th Tian is here. Just as Lin Fan was about to say something, a little boy looked in sneakily from outside the window. He mustered up his courage and walked into the shop. Boss, I want a fortune reading. The boy looked 11 or 12 years old. What do you want to know? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. I have an exam tomorrow and I want to cheat. I want to know whether I would get caught, explained the boy. Lin Fan was surprised as he did not expect that, but since it was just a small matter, he decided to give it a shot. Boss, will I really get caught? Lin Fan had read the boy's fortune but the result only made the boy more anxious. Of course, if you don't believe me, just try it tomorrow, answered Lin Fan with a chuckle. The little boy sighed, looks like I'll come in last again. The little boy then took out $50 from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Keep the money, kid. This reading is free. When Lin Fan saw the $50, he was shocked for a moment. What a rich kid. The little boy waved his hand. I don't need it. It's just a small amount. Lin Fan stared blankly as the little boy walked away. After a moment, he started laughing to himself. Kids these days sure have a lot of money. Why don't we go and set up our stall at the primary school entrance? It's a good place to scam money, Fraud Tian suggested. What a great idea, Lin Fan remarked sarcastically as he rolled his eyes. It was night time. Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan went out for a feast to celebrate and when they got home, they were still ecstatic. Especially Luo Dan, who couldn't contain her excitement. Xinyi, today was such an impactful day for me. At first, when I started arguing with that director, I was prepared to get punished by the company and forget my dream of becoming a star. Luo Dan never thought that there would be such a great change of events. This interview was very important as the company had gone through a lot of trouble to arrange it. When she couldn't control her emotions and started quarreling with the director, she had already prepared herself for the worst. But who would have thought that everything was seen by Teacher Dao? Right now, that memory was still fresh in her mind and she couldn't forget it even if she wanted to. Listen, Xinyi, Huang Lu Hao's face turned white when Teacher Dao came. Especially when Teacher Dao pointed her finger at him, it was so intimidating, recounted Luo Han enthusiastically. She even started to imitate Teacher Dao. Huang Lu Hao, get out of my sight now. My novel doesn't need scum like you to have any involvement in it. Luo Dan raised her finger, imitating Teacher Dao's tone and expressions. Alright, Luo Dan. Teacher Dao saw potential in us with one look, we can be main actors in the future, said Chen Xinyi. But I can't accept it, you're acting as the main female character, while I'm second. I'm naturally gorgeous and full of passion. How could I be suppressed by an evil woman like you? Luo Dan said jokingly. What are you talking about? You've been eating and drinking the whole night while I've been paying the bills. Also, didn't Teacher Dao already say this? Your personality is most suited to the secondary female character, said Chen Xinyi. Success or failure all depends on one's nature. Why must my personality be similar to the secondary female characters? If only it was the main female character instead, Luo Dan said pitifully, as if she had been treated unfairly. Haha, that's all up to God's will and there's nothing you can do about it, said Chen Xinyi. Suddenly, Chen Xinyi jolted up abruptly. What are you doing, Xinyi? You nearly scared me to death. Luo Dan nearly jumped up in response. Master Lin, Chen Xinyi said in a serious tone. And without waiting for a reply, she took out her phone and opened Master Lin's Weibo. Just as Xinyi was thinking about expressing her gratitude to Master Lin, she was momentarily stunned. Luo Dan, look, what's the matter? But honestly, Master Lin's predictions are really accurate. When Luo Dan saw Master Lin's Weibo, her voice suddenly choked and she cried out in astonishment. The little white rabbit jumped out from the front of her chest. Damn, what kind of outrageous things must Master Lin have done for his Weibo to be attacked by people like this? Luo Dan didn't care about anything else and only focused on the comments on Master Lin's Weibo. Let me see, Xinyi, I've found it. It turns out Master Lin left comments on many famous celebrities' pages. Moreover, all of his comments have been flagged. Look, this football star is flaming Master Lin. This Zhou Liyun is the headliner for China Fashion Week. She reported Master Lin's comment as well, and it's currently being processed. Chen Xinyi and Luo Dan glanced at each other, with expressions of astonishment on both of their faces. Just how many people's fortunes had Master Lin read? Especially this incident about Chen Yufan being cheated on. Isn't that just asking for it? He would get scolded for sure. The two of them were lost for words. Chen Xinyi had initially wanted to thank Master Lin, but the current situation was way beyond her expectation. Xinyi, the circumstances don't seem right. If you were to leave a comment thanking Master Lin now, you would get flamed for sure. We can send him a private message instead. Luo Dan said. Alright, Chen Xinyi nodded in agreement. On the internet, you could do almost anything you wanted, but one thing you mustn't do is to enrage the masses of internet users. Although Chen Xinyi felt that Master Lin's predictions seemed like they were exaggerated to scare people, somehow she still believed that they were true. In the house, Lin Fan was looking through Weibo. He had been the topic of discussion on Weibo for the whole day. Some guy with the username, Autumn Swordfish Killer, was especially vicious with his comments about him. Private messages. Autumn Swordfish Killer. Dumb bastards master, let's have a fight. I'll show you my strength, you dumb bastards. Autumn Swordfish Killer. I'm telling you that everyone knows about you now. From today onwards, your Weibo is dead. Autumn Swordfish Killer. There's only one possible result if you challenge me. That is, you'll die a horrible death. Autumn Swordfish Killer had sent him a total of 30 private messages. Lin Fan couldn't resist much longer and he wanted to retaliate. But he decided to tolerate it for a little longer. The more he cared about it, the more insults he would receive. He would receive even more insults if he had cared more about it. But if this bloke appears before me, I'll send a fist flying towards him and beat him up till he goes home crying to his mother. Ding! Another message came in. Lin Fan thought it was another hateful message, but when he clicked on it, he smiled. Master Lin, thank you so much. Today's interview was a huge success. If possible, could you add me on WeChat? Lin Fan. Sure thing. SpongeBob Kawaii Pants. WeChat number G06XXXXXX. Lin Fan memorized the number. He closed Weibo, and opened WeChat, then he keyed in the number. A SpongeBob SquarePants icon appeared. When he sent the request, it was accepted within 3 seconds. Chen Xinyi. Master Lin. Lin Fan. Yep, Chen Xinyi. Master, your reading was really accurate. Thank you so much, both my best friend and I passed. To Chen Xinyi, a master diviner had to be very old to be able to make such accurate readings, but when she was browsing through Lin Fan's moments, she was startled. She screenshotted the image. Chen Xinyi. Master Lin, you're this young. Lin Fan. Yep. Lin Fan was acting like an aloof Prince Charming. He was conserving his words as if they were gold. However, he then thought that it wasn't good to act so aloof, so he added a sentence. Lin Fan. Even if you hadn't asked, both of you would still have passed. It's fate. Chen Xinyi and her best friend lay on the bed as they stared at Lin Fan's photo. This Master Lin is so young, and he's rather handsome too. But he replies with, yep, every time as if our beautiful Xinyi can't even move his heart. Don't speak nonsense, Master Lin is a noble man. However, his Weibo situation is rather scary. Why don't we ask him about it? Chen Xinyi asked. She proceeded to send him a message. Master Lin, your Weibo. Lin Fan. No worries. Let the news spread. Chen Xinyi. The conversation with Chen Xinyi ended quickly. In their hearts, Lin Fan was just a fortune teller. Furthermore, they had no mutual friends at all, so there wasn't much to chat about. But what really annoyed Lin Fan was that young lady, Huo Han from Youth Arts magazine publisher. She harassed Lin Fan every day with her messages. Hello, X20 messages. Please reply me, little boss's X15 messages. I want to eat scallion pancakes, I want to eat scallion pancakes X50 messages. Huo Han's tenacity almost moved Lin Fan, but Lin Fan had already decided to stop selling scallion pancakes, so it was all in vain. He ignored her completely. Lin Fan opened his shop punctually every day. Although there weren't many customers, he believed that he would eventually strike gold and become rich. All he needed was a spark to set his fortune-telling business on fire. He had 1 or 2 occasional customers in a day, but they usually didn't have much to ask. Most of them just wanted a simple reading. There wasn't anything significant in their lives. 4 days later, Lin Fan was calmly sitting in his shop and he was just idling in it. Fraud Tian was nearly bored to death. However, the staff from some of the neighboring shops had been observing Lin Fan's fortune-telling shop. One of them was the clothing shop opposite his shop. This fortune-telling shop has been open for a few days already. I've been counting, and the number of customers that have entered didn't exceed 10. Who knows if it will even survive through the month. I think it's hopeless. It might even close down within the next few days. I don't get it at all. In this age, who even spends so much on rent, just to open up a fortune-telling shop? In my old neighborhood, people only did fortune-telling in their own homes. Lin Fan was indifferent towards all their criticism. On the other hand, Fraud Tien couldn't tolerate it. The last time someone criticized them to their faces, Fraud Tien engaged in a heated debate with him. But Lin Fan didn't stop him since there was nothing to do each day. Finding someone to bicker with was not a bad idea after all. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside. Lin Fan raised his head slightly and then he lowered his head again without being bothered by what was happening. Recently, Lin Fan had been playing a game on his phone and he was quite engrossed in it. However, his phone was getting old and it was about time to get a replacement. Fraud Tien loved it when there was commotion going on. He stood at the shop's entrance and looked outside. That's weird. Who would put such an obnoxious signboard? Afterlife fortune-telling. That huge signboard was being carried by two people. It had captured the citizens' attention, especially because of those words on it. Master Lin, Master Lin. At this moment, a middle-aged woman started shouting. Her tone was filled with gratitude. Lin Fan, those people are coming towards us. Fraud Tien heard her and he cried out in shock. Lin Fan was puzzled, wondering why was there such a huge commotion all of a sudden, after such a quiet and peaceful day. When that middle-aged woman appeared at the entrance, Lin Fan finally put down his phone and asked in a surprised tone, Madam Huang, what's going on? Master Lin, you're a living god. Huang Hongrong stepped forward and held his hand, then exclaimed. Huang Hongrong had two men by her side. One was close to her age, while the other was a young man, roughly the same age as Lin Fan. The two of them looked at Lin Fan with uncertainty written on their faces. The citizens who were passing by heard the commotion and naturally became curious. They crowded around Lin Fan's shop entrance and peered inside but they had no idea what was going on. Master Lin, this is my husband and this is my son. Our family of three is here today to thank you, Huang Hongrong said sincerely. Madam Huang, there's no need to be so grand about it, Lin Fan said bluntly as if he wasn't touched at all. Fraud Tien looked over at Lin Fan with his eyes and mouth wide open. What the heck was going on now? Suddenly, Fraud Tien remembered Madame Huang. The other day when she had her fortune read, nothing significant was said other than that their marriage was not suited. Even if that reading was true, it didn't warrant such a grand thank you. No, Master Lin, you are our family's savior, Madame Huang said. If it wasn't for you, the three of us wouldn't be alive. When Madame Huang left the shop that day, she rushed home and discussed with her husband. They decided to do a check on their would-be daughter-in-law and it turned out that the prediction was true. She was found to have terminal cancer. They would have had to sell their apartment just to pay for her treatment fees, but unexpectedly, she passed away the next day. Madame Huang's son was in grief, so her husband went online and booked a vacation with a travel agency to bring their son out to forget his sorrows. At that time, Madame Huang also agreed that they should bring their son out, but then she suddenly recalled Master Lin's words. The first incident that Master Lin predicted happened way too accurately. That's why Huang Hongrong didn't doubt him anymore. She told her husband to cancel the trip and stay put at home. At first, her husband and son were doubtful of what she was saying. In the end, they gave in after Huang Hongrong's persistent persuasion and cancelled the trip. Afterwards, the travel agency called a few times, but Huang Hongrong ignored them. Just a days ago, her husband was watching the news and saw that an incident had happened with the travel agency he booked with. A number of people died as a result. He was dumbfounded when he saw this. After this incident, Huang Hongrong's husband kept on mumbling to himself, "We're lucky, we're so lucky." Huang Hongrong even shed tears of gratitude towards Lin Fan, as if he was a living god who had descended onto earth. So, they decided to pack their things and come over to thank their savior the very next day. Master Lin, I can't thank you enough, I really can't thank you enough, Huang Hongrong repeated over and over again. By now, her husband had started to thank Lin Fan as well. The incident was still fresh in his mind and it frightened him whenever he thought about it. Lin Fan calmly shook their hand, but he was also extremely surprised. This involved their lives. As for those who were met with death, Lin Fan was helpless. He wasn't some savior, he was just a fortune teller. Lin Fan could only feel sorry for them. The crowd of citizens surrounding them were confused and wasn't sure what to make of this. What exactly are you talking about? How is this fortune teller your savior? Huang Hongrong proceeded to explain the happenings to them. When the crowd heard what she said, they were in disbelief. Damn, are you sure you aren't making this up? Sounds unreal, are you trying to bluff us? Some of the spectators started to get angry. Are you for real, using this incident to bluff us? That's right, how can he be so accurate? This is definitely some scam. Report them, we have to report them. What afterlife fortune teller? You have no integrity at all. I want to give all of you 2 big slaps. Those angry citizens suddenly exploded with rage. People these days have a very strong sense of justice, especially with incidents like these where lives were lost. To make use of others' sorrowful incidents to scam people, made other people feel that he was very heartless. Lin Fan was speechless, he didn't think that something like this would happen. Now, everyone was pissed. However, Huang Hongrong couldn't let Master Lin be misunderstood like that. Everyone please calm down, our family is really not bluffing you. Look, this is the evidence. Huang Hongrong grabbed her husband's phone, opened the trip cancellation message and displayed it to the crowd. When those angry citizens saw the phone, they went totally silent. Holy shit, the crowd's eyes all fixated on Lin Fan. On the screen of the Apple iPhone, a page attracted the attention of many people. Its content was clearly stated. Travel recommendations, the time needed for withdrawal from the clubs, everything was there. Huang Hongrong let everyone take a look at his phone and said, "Look, it's true. It's not a scam." He was frightened the moment he thought of it. Luckily his wife had found a true master which helped him to avoid the disaster. The residents looked at each other in disbelief. Right from the start, they did not believe in him and they were even furious about it. They felt that these people using the incident to hype the media were just too much. But when they saw the message on their phones about the withdrawal, they were dumbfounded. It can't be, how can it be that unlucky? If he had really predicted it, it would be insane. Then, the crowd looked at Lin Fan, they all thought that it was too magical. Especially after seeing the message, they could confirm that it was indeed true. Fraud Tian was just at the side minding his own business. He finally understood what was going on. Fraud Tian was speechless. An unsuccessful marriage. Do not go overseas as it would be disastrous. Everything had already been predicted. To Fraud Tian, that made him believe in everything. Master Lin, our family wants to thank you once again. Huang Hongrong's family of 3 stood before Lin Fan and bowed, expressing their gratitude towards Lin Fan. You're welcome, you're welcome. If you believe in my words, then you'll be able to change your fate. If not, you would never have avoided it, Lin Fan said calmly. Indeed, it felt great when everyone had treated him like a god. Master Lin, please accept this board as our gift, Huang Hongrong said. Alright, Lin Fan just accepted it, he did not waste time arguing about it. When Huang Hongrong's family was about to leave, he immediately stuffed a red packet into Lin Fan, which contained $10,000. Lin Fan naturally tried to reject it, but after Huang Hongrong's persistence, he just forced himself to keep it. When he had sent the family out of his stall, he noticed that the crowd at the entrance was still there. Looks like it really isn't a scam, want to try it with me? Master Lin, please help to take a look at me. The crowd was still doubtful of everything that had happened, but internally, they had some form of belief. Everyone, please don't rush. One by one, please. Lin Fan did not expect the overwhelming reaction. In a split second, he became extremely busy. Fraud Tian was also happy with the business they were doing. They were having such a good time as compared to the past few days which had little business. If it continued to be like that, they were bound to be rich. The Master Ellen stall had long streams of customers and the shop owners opposite were all curious. They were busy all morning and only after the last customer had left the stall could Lin Fan finally take a break. Fraud Tian was busy counting money and he was also exhausted, but he was extremely happy. How good was I? Lin Fan lay on the bench asking while he sipped his tea. Nothing short of a pro. Fraud Tian was full of praises. The wave of customers in the morning had earned us over $2,000. If it was like that every day, we're going to be rich. Fraud, if it was like that every day, I would be so damn exhausted. Lin Fan rolled his eyes and said. He didn't say anything else as his mouth was dry from all the talking he had done in the morning. Hee. Fraud Tian smiled despicably then said, it's okay to work harder, we'll just earn more. This old fraud has conned so many people, but at least he has some plans in mind to work hard. Lin Fan curled his lips and said, wait for a few days for some things to happen, then we will have to lay some ground rules. If it's going to be like that in future, I'll die of exhaustion. What ground rules? Fraud Tian asked curiously. Lin Fan just smiled mysteriously and said, you'll understand when the time comes. Some of the residents posted online and told their friends about what had happened that morning. It's all true, the fortune teller helped a family of 3 to avoid a disaster. There were various different titles which attracted the attention of many people. It even went viral on the internet. But some people were still skeptical. He's just trying to con people. Just one look and I could tell that this fortune teller is a con man. Whoever believes in this sort of thing is an idiot. It's hard to judge if there was such a godlike fortune teller. Although the content on the phone was blurred, it was still visible. The family of 3 was indeed lucky. Regarding these things, Lin Fan was naturally unclear of what was going on. But the impact wasn't great. He was basically just reading it for fun. Then, Lin Fan used his phone to look at some entertainment news. A particular headline stood out to Lin Fan and made him laugh. International model, Zhou Liyun rolled down a flight of stairs and injured her leg. Quote. Zhou Liyun says goodbye to her involvement in the Fashion Week. Zhou Liyun wasn't considered to be a superstar in the country, but she was quite famous in the international modeling scene, with a large fan base. Especially since she had such a beautiful outer appearance and a nice figure, she was a goddess in countless men's eyes. Many people in the modeling industry felt that the incident was a pity, after reading the news. This particular fashion show was something special. It was large-scale and influential, compared to the others. Many had left comments on the news article. Damn it, what a waste. It was fated. I wonder how Zhou Liyun is feeling right now. Fated my ass, it was predicted by the great master. Okay. Ben Huxin just wanted to ask if the great master was looking for any disciples. No affinity, indeed. Zhou Liyun must be filled with regret. If she had known, she would have found out why she was dissuaded from going previously. Master, I was wrong, I will never flame you again. Please just leave the lottery numbers for next week. I went through the great master's Weibo and saw that there were numerous predictions and one of them was regarding Zhou Liyun. Let's go, quickly subscribe to Master Lin's Weibo. From now on, I am a fanboy of Master Lin. Lin Fan was amused after reading the news. It wasn't the right time yet. He had to let the news spread first before everything was to come true and create a big disaster. Fraud Tian just sat there and trembled at the way Lin Fan was smiling creepily to himself. At some hospital ward, a shapely and tall woman was lying on the white hospital bed with a large and thick cast on her right leg. Sister Yun, don't think too much. There will always be another opportunity, her agent tried to console her. The accident was just down to bad luck. Rolling down from the stairs was already bad enough, and to have fractured a leg made it even worse. With the huge cast on her right leg, it made it extremely difficult for her to move around, destroying any hopes of making it to the fashion show. Zhou Liyun just lied there with tears streaming down her straight face. She had been preparing for the fashion show for quite some time and it had all gone to waste in a moment of folly. Sister Yun, her agent hurriedly passed her paper towels, without knowing how to console her. Suddenly, Zhou Liyun said, "Pass my phone to me." The agent did not know what was going on but just handed her phone over. All that was in Zhou Liyun's mind was that Weibo text. When she had opened the app, the first thing she saw was, "You can't make it there, you can't make it there." Zhou Liyun knew about this Weibo text long ago. When she had first seen it, she did not think much of it. Naturally, she was unhappy about it and went to archive it. But when the accident really happened, Zhou Liyun cried. The agent saw the message on Weibo and tried to console her by saying, "Sister Yun, it must be blind luck, you can't believe in it." Zhou Liyun shook her head in response. You gotta believe in these things sometimes. She had known that this Master Lin had left a message on many superstars, Weibo, but the first person to experience something negative was actually her. She was afraid other unlucky occurrences. It must have been Bailey's foul mouth. Meanwhile at a random house. Luo Dan was shocked and said, "Xinyi, look at this article." Master Lin had predicted Zhou Liyun's absence at the upcoming fashion show. Chen Xinyi was actually looking at her script, but when she had heard the news about Master Lin, she immediately put down her treasured script and snatched her phone over to read the article. As she scrolled further, her mouth widened bigger. He really predicted it. Master Lin is so scary. Chen Xinyi said in disbelief. It's not scary, it's godlike. Luo Dan said in disbelief as well. Ever since that incident, they were both labeled as actress 1 foot and actress 2 feet. Also, Teacher Dao's straightforward and direct working style made it such that when everything was fully prepared, they would immediately start filming. Go take a look at Master Lin's Weibo, those netizens that were scolding Master Lin must all be speechless now. Chen Xinyi said. I already went to have a look. Master Lin is really a pro. He just lets them scold him and then goes on to prove people wrong with his actions. Night time. Lin Fan came home from the stall and lied down on his bed while playing with his phone. Haha, now you know the power of Master Lin. Lin Fan said as he looked at his Weibo and smiled as if he had known this was going to happen. Zhou Liyun's incident was the first of many to come. It would become more exciting as the others come true as well. Meanwhile in the Weibo app, Master Lin, you're indeed godlike. I believe you now. Master Lin, please help me out as well. Where did the haters go? What else can you say? To the guy above, looks like you're the fiercest here. Coughs, staying low-key. Autumn Swordfish Killer recently had a large-scale activity which involved writing for a superstar. This had caused many netizens to discuss it throughout the internet. It was well liked by many people and was considered to be one of the best pieces of work he's done. Some of the netizens actually tried to challenge Autumn Swordfish Killer, they are indeed fearless. When he had wanted to reward some of the netizens, he was taken aback by their discussion. Bad news, we've gotten smacked right in the face. Master Lin was right, Zhou Liyun is injured and as a result, couldn't go for the fashion show. What the fuck, are you serious? Out of anger, I've written a few hundred bad comments on that guy's Weibo. Quick, tell Brother Autumn Sword, he has to know about this. We have contacted him. Look, Brother Autumn Sword is online. When Autumn Swordfish Killer had read the messages, his big-sized body was fuming in anger. He involuntarily bit his fingernails of the hand that had been touching his feet. He had predicted it correctly. Now they're all cocky, but I am Autumn Swordfish Killer, I have the power to change it all. I already know about this. Now, we have a mission. We have to put an end to all the discussions about Master Lin. If not, how can the Autumn Sword Army fight back from this? Autumn Swordfish Killer immediately said. Follow the handsome Brother Autumn Sword. Let's begin the battle, to put an end to Master Lin's Weibo. In an instant, countless netizens flooded Lin Fan's Weibo. It's just blind luck, as for Zhou Liyun's leg, she was already injured. No big deal. He just managed to predict one event correctly, what about the remaining ones? What the person above said is very true. Logical, perhaps he really guessed blindly. Lin Fan was actually looking at the haters repenting on his Weibo. But he realized that something was wrong. His Weibo was being taken over again. Then, someone messaged him privately. Lin Fan was furious when he took a look at it. Autumn Swordfish Killer said, how is it, my Master Lin? My swordfish army is strong, right? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, your Weibo will never be the same again. Retarded, Lin Fan replied instantly. When Autumn Swordfish Killer saw his reply, he got even angrier. Autumn Sword was so angry that he had activated all his fanboys to oppress Lin Fan's Weibo. It became a lasting battle for the fanboys. Then, Lin Fan replied with another message and he also sent out a screenshot of Autumn Swordfish Killer's private message. Just wait and see, hello to all the fanboys out there. In an instant, the Weibo text got countless comments. Lin Fan's fanbase on Weibo had increased up to 10,000 people. To Lin Fan, it was a tremendous improvement. When Autumn Swordfish Killer saw the Weibo text, he exploded with rage. FCK, how dare you go against me? I swear I will do everything I can till you die. Crashing sound. Just when Autumn Swordfish Killer was raging, the stool that he was sitting on had broken due to his oversized body. He fell butt first onto the ground. The large impact squeezed something out from his body. Damn it. The next day, something happened which shocked everyone. Lin Fan was in his stall when he read the news. He just laughed it off as if it did not bother him at all. But for those netizens had been watching Lin Fan's Weibo closely, it was more than a piece of shocking news. Wen Chan was a legendary reporter in the entertainment industry. He had no resources but somehow was the mastermind behind the juicy articles of many superstars. Recently, he exposed a male superstar's visit to a dirty massage parlor. When the news had been exposed to everyone, it caused a great uproar and a lot of netizens were furious. Then, the situation went haywire because of the netizens' crazy pursuit which twisted the facts of what had happened. Meanwhile, Wen Chan couldn't be bothered with what was happening because he received a large sum of money. But the people within the entertainment industry all knew that this superstar really went to a dirty massage parlor. Today, Wen Chan was full of zest because he had wanted to expose another piece of juicy news. It was something he had prepared for a long time. He believed that it would definitely cause another uproar if it was reported. He laughed out loud as he thought of becoming more famous. In front of his computer, Wen Chan uploaded all the evidence from his USB into the computer. As long as he had the evidence, the person he was going to expose would have no way to deny it. Upload completed. With a click of his mouse, the big piece of news was uploaded onto the internet. 2 hours later, Wen Chan kept refreshing Baidu and the nosy reporters group that he was in. Especially when he saw the nosy reporters reading the news, he smirked. Brother Wen, impressive, it's a brilliant piece of news. Brother Wen, is this real? Make sure it doesn't end up as an unexpected mistake. I, Wen Chan, have so many years of good reputation. Since when have I made any mistakes? Wen Chan replied. Then, Wen Chan went to look at his own Weibo, but he became a little doubtful as there was something wrong with the situation. When this piece of news was uploaded, it would definitely become the top searched result on Weibo. However, Wen Chan was shocked as it was only the third most searched result. That was impossible. This was especially so because he had not heard of the first two headlines before. What the great master predicted about Chen Yu and Tian Xin 6 days ago. Just one prediction and it caused Zhou Liyun to miss the fashion show. What the hell are these? Wen Chan scolded in anger. Then, he clicked on the two headlines and was shocked. It must have been a leakage. How could anyone have predicted this? Then, when Wen Chan took a look at his own Weibo comments, he exploded with rage. Didn't expect Master Lin to have predicted it correctly. It's unbelievable. It's definitely a big piece of news, but I don't understand how Master Lin could be so powerful. Damn it, I was still raging when I saw the comments on Master Lin's page. Didn't expect to have it hit myself in the face. Wen Chan almost spat out blood when he saw that at least 8 out of 10 discussion threads were about Master Lin. His work had been nullified by Master Lin. Wen Chan couldn't take it anymore and started scolding on Weibo. At fortune teller old driver Master Lin, shameless FCKER, how dare you steal my news? I have been following it for half a year now. Just wait for a letter from my lawyer. Wen Chan couldn't tolerate it anymore as he scolded profusely. After a while when he had settled down, he was stunned. Does this chap really not know who I am? Plus, my documents are only kept in the USB to prevent any hackers from stealing it. How did this guy obtain the information? Could it be his wife that leaked the news? Wen Chan began to overthink. Lin Fan's Weibo had erupted with comments. What the hell, Master Lin actually got it right. Master Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have flamed you along with those ignorant fools. Carrot, can you be any more shameless? It was clearly you who led the haters to flame him. From today, I only admire Master Lin and nobody else. I'm pleading and begging for Master Lin's address. I want to visit him personally. Lin Fan's Weibo has had many netizens, close attention, but instead of a large number of them flaming him, it was now full of praises. He's indeed a god. When Autumn Swordfish Killer saw the piece of news, his face changed. How could it be so accurate? For Zhou Liyun to miss out on the fashion show, that was considered to be a lucky guess. But for this piece of news, it was so unbelievable that it completely stunned Autumn Swordfish Killer. When Autumn Swordfish Killer saw Wen Chan's Weibo, his eyes lit up. Leakage, it must have been a leakage. Then, Autumn Swordfish Killer immediately called his fanboys to attack Lin Fan's Weibo. Autumn Swordfish Killer hated Master Lin to the core. It was Lin Fan who caused him to be embarrassed on several occasions. It was all because of him that caused him to rage on so many occasions and even had a pimple outbreak on his face. Everything was caused by that B** starred. Inside the shop, Lin Fan looked at his Weibo. Regarding these discussions, he had already predicted it before. The Autumn Swordfish Killer trolls kept pestering Lin Fan, which caused him a lot of trouble, but it only lasted for a while. But what's with this Wen Chan threatening to send me his lawyer's letter? That's crazy. I had predicted everything on my own. Ring. Someone had messaged him on Weixin. Master Lin, you're too good. You really predicted it. To think that Wen Chan said you stole the information, how shameless. Chen Xinyi sent him 2 Weixin texts. Chen Xinyi was shocked at how Lin Fan had predicted accurately. But what amused her was that Tian Xin's affair didn't become the top searched news because of Master Lin. People were mostly discussing about Master Lin. They did not say much about Chen Yu and Tian Xin. Perhaps these two superstars still couldn't figure out if it was a good thing or a bad thing. Lin Fan then replied, no worries, the truth will speak for itself. Due to the situation on Weibo, Lin Fan felt that there was a need to send out another Weibo. Everything that was happening involved his popularity. If he could turn it in his favor, then it would have been better. Let the truth speak for itself. Master Lin's predictions are always accurate. Wang Bingyan will have no chance to star in The Forbidden Tomorrow, and will be replaced by someone with the surname Yang. The national football team will lose 3-0. Yang Xiaoliang will end up in the hospital after getting beaten up. Lin Fan sent out the posts on Weibo without worrying that he would end up predicting incorrectly. Everything was by the will of the heavens. For the netizens on Weibo, they were all excited about what was about to happen. What are you looking at? You seem so happy about it. Fraud Tian asked curiously when he saw Lin Fan sprawling himself on the table and laughing to himself. Nothing much, just reading the news. Lin Fan replied. The internet was so amusing, especially Autumn Swordfish Killer's endless pursuit, leading his trolls to scold Lin Fan. This had helped to increase the popularity of his Weibo. Lin Fan did not expect his Weibo to have exploded with such a large influx of people. Based on Zhou Liyun, his Weibo increased to 10,000 followers, and along with Chen Yu's case, it increased by another 20,000 followers. His life was improving so rapidly that he couldn't even handle its progress. Just as Lin Fan was trying to react to this, a woman's voice in a harsh tone could be heard. Fortune teller, try telling my fortune for me. Lin Fan was playing with his phone, but when he looked up, he was shocked. Oh my god, small world indeed. Fraud Tian was reading his book, and when he saw there was a girl in the room, his face changed, he became more alert. So you guys are here, I've been trying so hard to look for you. The woman with thick makeup had been down with bad luck recently and she wanted to have a fortune teller to help her. She became furious as she saw these two men in the stall. Zheng Wanqin had been looking for these two people. But given the sheer size of Shanghai, it was extremely difficult. Now that she finally found them, she wasn't going to let them off so easily. Zheng Wanqin took out her phone immediately and said, Brother Jun, come quickly. I found the two guys who kicked me in the *SS that day. After she had hung up the phone, Zheng Wanqin angrily pointed at the two men and said, BTCH, I'm telling you, you're dead. Babe, you must have misunderstood. I've never met you before. Lin Fan said in disbelief. Lin Fan and Fraud Tian were both weaklings. If they really had to fight, they probably would be badly defeated. Yeah, babe, we are decent people. I see that you're looking ruddy. You must have been having good luck recently. Why not let us have a look at you? Fraud Tian panicked and said. Move aside. Zheng Wanqin kicked Fraud Tian aside and scolded, Old hag, I let you escape the other time. This time you'll see the consequences of kicking my *SS. When Brother Jun is here later, I'll make you kneel down to lick my shoes. Zheng Wanqin had a foul mouth. Streams of vulgarities came out of it the moment she had started talking. Fraud Tian quickly stood up and looked at Lin Fan. We're finished, Lin Fan said. What shall we do later? Fraud Tian asked. How do I know what to do? But let me tell you first, you gotta protect me later. Lin Fan was speechless. He knew that things wouldn't end up well later. How did he not know that he would face a huge disaster today? Ever since he had gotten the encyclopedia, he kept running into problems and there was bloodshed every single time. And from the looks of today's situation, he was afraid that it would be an extremely bloody affair. Zheng Wanqin smiled as she saw that her people had arrived. Then, she immediately brought a man into the room with her and pointed at Lin Fan and Fraud Tian. She said, Brother Jun, it's them. They kicked my *SS that day. Wu Bao Jun was 1.89 meters tall. He had a muscular build and a fearsome look. One look at him and you'd know that he wasn't a good guy. Furthermore, Wu Bao Jun was the leader of the gang. Fights were common for them as they demanded debt payment. He was thus very experienced with matters like that. The people in the surrounding area also knew that they shouldn't provoke someone like that. So it's you two ass who bullied my girlfriend? Wu Bao Jun shouted. His gang then proceeded to block the door. Some of them weren't tall but they stood there proudly with their heads held high as if they were a wild bunch. Brother Jun is talking to you. Are you deaf? A skinny teenager shouted loudly as if he would have punched them if they didn't reply. He was arrogant and wild. Lin Fan did not reply as he was a little nervous. If a fight were to break out, it would have been disastrous. But since they had come to their stall for a fight, they couldn't tolerate it further. If they couldn't win the fight, the least they could do was to look fearless. Brother Jun seemed pretty capable. They were waiting for him to make a move. Hey big brother, don't be angry. We can talk things over nicely. It must be a misunderstanding. Fraud Tian smiled and took out a cigarette pack which cost him 30 bucks. Get lost, you dare to take out such a shitty pack of cigarettes. You think we're here to play? The arrogant teenager said angrily and looked as though he was going to beat them up. Suddenly, he slapped Fraud Tian so hard that he fell to the ground. Then, he stepped on the packet of cigarettes and twisted his foot on it. Old hag, speak more nonsense and my boss will break your face, the teenager said arrogantly while pointing at Fraud Tian's nose. Fraud Tian stood up and gently nodded his head. Then, he laughed awkwardly and said, all right, I won't speak anymore. Lin Fan saw how the teenager humiliated Fraud Tian and couldn't tolerate it any further. How dare they bully his people? Even if he couldn't win them in a fight, he had to give his best. FCK your mother, you dare to bully my friend. I will fight you until the very end. Lin Fan had always been a calm and good-natured person, but when it came to this, he had to do something about it. Lin Fan grabbed an ashtray and smashed the teenager's head. However, Lin Fan wasn't quick enough. The experienced teenager reacted in time and shouted, FCK your mum. As he kicked Lin Fan in his stomach. DMN it, that was fast. Lin Fan remained in the position which he had first adopted, holding on to the ashtray. He didn't expect this fella to have such quick reactions. FCK, it's over. Lin Fan screamed. Perhaps it was really going to be a bloody affair. At that instant, he saw a figure move. It was someone's leg kicking at him which suddenly stopped. Someone held onto the teenager's soul. Fraud Tian, you, Lin Fan was shocked. He looked at Fraud Tian and realized that there was something different about Fraud Tian. Fraud Tian suddenly looked very fearsome, much different from his usual self. Meet my Ba Gua Zhang. I am Tian the 13th. Nice to meet you. Snapping sound. The teenager's leg creaked and bent. Afterward, he screamed in pain. When Wu Baojun had witnessed that scene, he was stunned. FCK. Wu Baojun and his gang members charged forward. But what stood out to Lin Fan was how Fraud Tian could suddenly take on all of them. He actually managed to ground them. DMN, Fraud Tian, you're insane. That's right, FCK him up. Lin Fan was shocked at how fearless Fraud Tian had become. He was incredible. The group of macho men was beaten to a pulp. Snapping sound. What the FCK? Even Lin Fan got scared when he heard the snapping sound. Then, Lin Fan stared at the arrogant teenager. The teenager made eye contact with Lin Fan and still shouted, FCK your mum, you, despite the fact that he was cold sweating from the pain. Foshan shadow kick. Lin Fan couldn't let the teenager continue his trash talk. He jumped and shouted before kicking him in the face. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore. A whole lot of people screaming in pain, how miserable. The passers-by were all shocked by the scene in the stall. Was this FCKER filming a movie? He took down more than 10 people on his own, and not to mention that he had completely destroyed them. While he himself wasn't hurt, the people that were lying on the ground were either holding onto their legs or arms, screaming in pain. Fraud Tian exhaled slightly and took a cigarette out of the pocket of the teenager who was still under his feet. He lowered his head and lit it up with a lighter. Then he took a deep breath and exhaled a large amount of smoke. This cigarette tastes good. Fraud Tian closed his eyes and said calmly. DMN it, he's owning it. Lin Fan looked at Fraud Tian in disbelief. He did not know that there was this side to Fraud Tian. He was actually a martial arts expert. The way he was smoking the cigarette with that hint of tranquility, he gave off the vibes of a highly skilled loner. You guys, Zheng Wanqin looked at the scene and became even paler under her face thick with foundation. I'll take it all out on you. The frightened Zheng Wanqin charged towards Lin Fan while making threatening gestures. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. But he abruptly raised his head in a ferocious manner with a menacing look. 18 palms of the descending dragon. Slam. Asterisk. Remember me, I am also an expert. Do not belittle me, Lin Fan said calmly. The defeated Zheng Wanqin lay there motionlessly. She looked lost but suddenly became very frightened. Then, she started crying. Her thick makeup streamed down her face and she looked like a ghost. The police are here, the surrounding crowd cheered. Sorry, please excuse me. When the police were almost at the scene, Fraud Tian immediately threw his cigarette away and lied on the ground, screaming as he held onto his thigh. Help, the mafia hit me. My leg and my arms are broken. Lin Fan looked at how Fraud Tian reacted and was completely stunned. It was as if his face had admiration written all over it. Awesome. Then, Lin Fan followed suit. He lied on the ground and pretended to be badly injured. DMN it. Wu Baojun looked at what had happened and started to scold profusely. These people were inhumane. They were the ones who got whacked. What was wrong with them? Lu Xiaotian was praised again by his superior today and he was in a good mood. He had rushed down upon hearing the news of a fight from the public. When he had arrived at the scene, he was shocked. He quickly went forward and asked, "Little boss, what happened to you?" Lin Fan screamed and shouted, but when he heard the familiar voice of Chief Lu, he was secretly ecstatic. Oh, not bad, it's someone that I know. Chief Lu, these unlawful people came to my shop and whacked my employee and me. Lin Fan acted as he spoke. Police officer, these people were so arrogant and cocky. They had the cheek to bully such an old man like me in broad daylight. Does the law still exist in this world? Fraud Tien replied cleverly as he had many years of experience when it came to situations like this. Lu Xiaotian looked at everyone and was taken aback too. He did not know what was going on until he saw Wu Baojun. Wu Baojun, what are you up to again? This time you're hitting innocent people in public. Are you trying to provoke us on purpose? Lu Xiaotian was familiar with Wu Baojun. When he was still a city enforcement officer, he knew about this man. Wu Baojun and his men had done a lot of bad things. Now that Lu Xiaotian had become a team leader in the police force, he naturally wanted to teach these guys a lesson. Chief Lu, they're maligning us, Wu Baojun cried. We did not even hit them, it was them who KO'd us. We didn't even have the chance to retaliate. You don't have to say anything. Arrest them all. Lu Xiaotian brushed him aside and went over to Lin Fan. Little boss, please follow me, along with your employee. Don't worry, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Xiaotian was still a little doubtful about what had happened as he could tell that something was unusual based on the injuries he assessed. But Wu Baojun was the leader of a mafia gang and that was a fact. The cases that were on his record could be printed out to be a whole stack of papers. Some crying noises could be heard. The teenager who was really cocky got hit by Lin Fan's Foshan shadow kick and he could barely speak as his face was extremely swollen. He could only make crying noises. At the police station, as it was being handled by Lu Xiaotian, the outcome was quickly determined. Wu Baojun and his gang were the ones who started the fight and even injured people. Furthermore, the police had found 6 dangerously sharp blades and tools. The situation looked serious. Lin Fan was barely injured but somehow Fraud Tian's arm and leg were dislocated. When asked if they wanted to pursue the matter further, Wu Baojun pleaded in fear. For this incident, it could have been settled privately with money. But if they were to pursue the matter, they could be jailed for 3 months to a year. Also, he had a large number of pending cases. This may cause him to serve an even longer prison sentence. But Lin Fan was a kind-hearted man. He naturally did not pursue the matter and opted for a private settlement. Actually, it was Lu Xiaotian who suggested to Lin Fan to opt for a private settlement. After all, Wu Baojun had been around for quite some time. He would have had connections to help him. Hence, there was no need to blow things up to increase the tension between both parties. In the end, they just had to pay $20,000 and Lu Xiaotian got to punish Wu Baojun and it served as a warning to prevent him from going overboard. In Wu Baojun's heart, he felt that he was innocent. They were actually the victims but they had such a bad criminal record. Lu Xiaotian sent Lin Fan off and at the entrance, he said, "Little boss, my superior wanted me to thank you for the sentence you had written for him." "Alright, that's good. Chief Lu, we shall make a move. Thank you for helping us today." Lin Fan replied. "It's my duty to handle it professionally. Don't mention it." While they're on the way back, "Fraud Tien, you were so good at it. Why didn't you mention this before?" Lin Fan was shocked at how good Fraud Tien was. Previously, Lin Fan had calculated Fraud Tien's fortunes before but did not notice it. Now that Lin Fan had calculated again, he realized that the incidents only happened in the later part of his life which he had missed out on previously. "Low-key, I gotta stay low-key," Fraud Tien said calmly and then he saw the red dollar bills in Lin Fan's hands and said, "I helped you a lot today, you see, these $20,000. Fraud Tien rubbed his palms together. He explained that he had worked extremely hard and he deserved to get a share of the money. "Of course, if not for you, I would have died today. But look, now that our business is improving, we would have to spend a lot of money in future. So, I'll just give you $1,000 first. As for the remaining amount, I will give it to you at the end of the year with your bonus." Lin Fan painfully removed $1,000 from the initial $2,000 that he had wanted to give Fraud Tien. After giving the money to Fraud Tien, Lin Fan did not give Fraud Tien any opportunity to negotiate. He quickly changed the topic. "Fraud Tien, how did you manage to dislocate your arm and leg?" "That was incredible. Haha, just a small trick." Then, gradually, they walked further and further. Lin Fan was happy that he managed to change the topic successfully. What Lin Fan didn't know was that his Weibo had attracted the attention of many people. There were people who just wanted to watch the show. Fanboys, nosy reporters, and superstars. The main thing was that the 2 major events that Lin Fan had predicted both came true. Although it was still rather controversial, many people were completely in awe of Lin Fan. Lin Fan returned home, opened his Weibo and realized that many people had messaged him privately. Although most of the messages weren't important questions, two of them stood out to Lin Fan. Zhou Liyun, fortune teller, how did you know that I was going to miss the fashion show? Lin Fan furrowed his brows as he felt that the model had a rather rude tone towards him. Then, Lin Fan immediately replied, please be respectful and call me Master Lin. The other message came from Wen Chan. Who the hell was Wen Chan? Lin Fan wondered but laughed when he saw the message. This was FC King amusing. You stole my information. I want to sue you. What's your name and address? You shameless thief. Lin Fan replied immediately, full name, Cocky Man. Address, North Latitude, 39, 54 minutes and 26.37 seconds, longitude, 116 degrees, 23 minutes and 29.22 seconds. Wen Chan was far away in Beijing, staring intently at his computer screen. When he saw the reply, he didn't even realize that it was a joke. Arrogant man, what kind of name is this? Then, he read the message and half smiled. How dare he test my geography skills? He must be asking for trouble. When Wen Chan entered the coordinates on the internet, he started to rage. FC King Dog, what the hell is this Tiananmen Gate? Then, he looked at his name and raged even more. Just you wait. The next day, when everyone had awoken, Weibo had another piece of shocking news that morning. The great director whose latest film, The Forbidden Tomorrow, will have the up-and-rising actress, Yang Tian taking the lead actress role. Wang Bingyan did not qualify for it. This morning, countless people were shocked at what they had seen on their phones. They felt that the world has gone a little mad. It's accurate again. It's really accurate again. Then, many netizens flooded Lin Fan's Weibo, leaving a large number of comments. Master Lin, I'm on all fours. Too accurate, just too accurate. Divine fortune teller, please tell me your address. I have to visit you personally. DMN, D*MN, D*MN. I'm too emotional and speechless. I've lost my admiration for everyone in this world except Lin Fan. I only hope Wang Bingyan is alright, she got dumped just like that despite her fiery affair with Huda. When the news had been published, the superstar Wang Bingyan freaked out completely. Normally for news like this, even if it wasn't predicted, it would still cause some uproar. But now this news had become the third most searched article. The main reason was probably Master Lin's prediction. 3 out of 3 predictions came true. The internet had gone wild. Master Lin, don't let me find out your identity, the pretty Wang Bingyan said angrily as she held onto her phone, wearing her pajamas. When everyone was still freaking out over this news article, another one came along. The national football team got thrashed 3-0. It came true again. It shocked a countless number of people once again. Some were big fans of the national football team didn't know about Master Lin's prediction. But as they were searching on the internet, they stumbled upon his prediction about the game. Many fans were unclear of what was going on, but when they saw the prediction, they started to complain. DMN, exactly the same. If I had known, I would have bet more money. Filled with regret, no affinity to win. Haha, thanks, Master Lin. Your prediction allowed me to earn so much money. What the hell, Carrot, you're so lucky. The person who was the most shocked was Autumn Swordfish Killer. He had sworn to give his whole life to the internet and he was busy every day. He had to clean up the mess of so many scandals. And after finishing with one, he often rewards himself. He made a bowl of instant noodles and added 2 eggs. It was kind of a luxury to Autumn Swordfish Killer. Autumn Swordfish Killer had saved a considerable amount of money from his profession but was a thrifty man. He used to date girls but he always broke up with them in the end. Even he knew that the main reason for his breakups was his lack of time. But regarding these, Autumn Swordfish Killer did not take it to heart. He had given his entire life to the internet and he wasn't particularly bothered about other stuff as he still had his loyal hand to accompany him. The piping hot noodles were delicious. Autumn Swordfish Killer opened his Weibo while he was eating. Let's see how badly my trolls destroyed your Weibo, Master Lin. When Autumn Swordfish Killer had refreshed Lin Fan's Weibo, he was dumbfounded. The entire page was filled with good reviews and comments. The number of people commenting actually added up to over 700,000. There were many familiar usernames, weren't they his trolls? He had wanted them to flame Lin Fan's Weibo, but why did they cover up the mess instead? Just when Autumn Swordfish Killer angrily opened his chat group and was prepared to give his orders, the content in the group stunned him. This Master Lin is so D*MN accurate. I believed him and betted 3-0 on the game and won a sum of money for myself. Awesome, this divine fortune teller actually predicted Wang Bingyan missing out on her main role in the loss of the national football team. How could anyone not believe him? Autumn Swordfish Killer opened the relevant web pages after reading the messages. He jumped when he saw the two headlines. Huh, Autumn Swordfish Killer jumped and screamed, unknowingly flipping over his bowl of noodles over his crotch. Boiled mushroom, in reference to his genitals. Too good. Lin Fan was in his stall laughing at his own Weibo. Everything was developing according to his plan. He just had to wait for his popularity to reach a certain level before he could start on his work officially. Then, he can finally send out his address to get endless customers. Then, his second task would have been completed. He wondered what was on the third page of the encyclopedia. He was looking forward to it. Then, he realized that most of the Weibo discussions were all asking the same question. Master Lin, will the handsome Yang Xiaoliang really be beaten up till he ends up in the hospital? Same, I wanna know too. Yang Xiaoliang's so disgusting. If he really ends up in the hospital, I will become a loyal fan of Master Lin. But some of the discussion threads amused Lin Fan. Those were created by the fans of Yang Xiaoliang, used to diss Master Lin. You're the one that's gonna get beaten up. FCK your whole family, I hope they get beaten up. Bunch of idiots. My idol, Liang, is so handsome, you bunch of ugly fools are just jealous of him. Lin Fan wasn't even bothered by those threads. He sent out a message on Weibo. For the last event, just wait and see. Master Lin has never predicted wrongly before. Lin Fan didn't care about who he had offended. His shop had a pro fighter, whoever comes to cause trouble would know of his power. Is your phone really that fun to play with? You're laughing at it every day. Is there a secret that you're hiding? Fraud Tien was extremely bored, and when he saw Lin Fan laughing at his phone, he got a little suspicious. Lin Fan looked at him and asked, "Don't you have a phone?" Lin Fan was speechless as he saw Fraud Tien whipping out a Nokia from his pocket. He continued to play with his phone. The Weibo discussions amused Lin Fan. It was as if he had been fishing for a long time, waiting for the fishes to be hooked before he kept the entire net of fishes. His Weibo fanbase increased to 1.2 million people. Then, Lin Fan saw a suspicious-looking young adult just outside his stall. "Bro, come have a seat inside." Fraud Tien didn't wait for Lin Fan to say anything as he took the opportunity to invite a customer in. "Tea for you, or water?" Lu Ziyi was a little overwhelmed by his hospitality. He said, "No need for that. Bro, from the look on your face it seems like you haven't been having a good love life." Lu Ziyi got nervous and wanted to leave. But when he heard that sentence, he was stunned. Lin Fan laughed in his heart and raised the teacup. He said, "I know your past life and your present. You're fated to have entered my shop. Care for me to tell your fortune?" Lu Ziyi was a student in one of the schools nearby. He had been feeling troubled lately due to fights with his girlfriend. Fights between a couple were normal and easy to settle with a little bit of sweet talk, but this time, something major happened. "Master, count me in, but before that, let me tell you what happened." Lu Ziyi wanted to confide in someone. "It's okay, I don't need to know anything to tell your fortune," Lin Fan said confidently. "Okay." Lu Ziyi was stunned and he showed a doubtful look. Lin Fan cleared his throat and said, "Your girlfriend is called Lu Yajia." "Wow, master, you could tell my girlfriend's name." Lu Ziyi was stunned. "No, I meant your ex-girlfriend, not your current one." "Hope you remember that," Lin Fan said. Lu Ziyi awkwardly lowered his head, there was nothing he could say. "The reason for the matter was due to your pettiness." For this, Lin Fan wanted to continue but Lu Ziyi stopped him. "Master, let's not talk about that. Could you tell me what should I do? I am remorseful and I know that I was too petty. That guy was her childhood friend and he sought her opinion when he was buying a pair of shoes, but I wasn't comfortable with that, so." Lu Ziyi felt even more regretful as he continued. If he had a Pandora's box, he would have jumped into it to travel back in time and not reacted in that way. Lin Fan didn't expect himself to become a love guru, but he still had to help him out. This chap apologized so many times but wasn't forgiven. It probably happened more than just once or twice. "You don't have to say any more, I know everything. From your looks, I could tell that this affinity between you and her isn't over yet. It all depends on you," Lin Fan said calmly. "What should I do then?" Lu Ziyi impatiently asked. Then, the sound of the fruit stall vendor shouting could be heard. "Boss, give me 2 durians." Lin Fan shouted. "All right." Lu Ziyi witnessed the scene and finally understood. He slapped his thigh and said, "Master, I understand now. How could I not think of it? My girlfriend loves durians and I'll buy 2 for her as my apology. She will definitely forgive me. Thank you, master, thank you." Lin Fan was stunned but he waved his hands at him and said, "These aren't for consumption. It's for you to kneel on. Lu Ziyi was stupefied when he heard what Lin Fan said. He touched the spikes of the durian and retracted his hands. It hurt him. I have helped you with your problem, as for whether it works out, it's up to you now. Alright, the session's over. You have your answer now. Lin Fan looked through Lu Ziyi's entire life. That type of method of apology was going to be common for him in the future. Using it earlier without harming him. Master, I understand now. How much is it? Lu Ziyo said firmly. It's fate that you're here. How much do you reckon it costs? Just give based on your gut feeling. Lin Fan said as if he didn't care about the money. It was as if he had become a true divine fortune teller. Lu Ziyi took out his wallet and took out $200 from it. But when he saw Master Lin furrowing his brows, he thought of his words again. Give as much as you think it's worth. If you used money to measure the relationship between my girlfriend and me, it would have to be priceless. Then, Lu Ziyi poured out all his money and left only 2 coins for himself to take the public bus home. But after further thought, he didn't even keep the coins. Master, as long as she forgives me, this fortune-telling session is priceless. Everything's for you, Lu Ziyi said with determination. There's no need for that, at least keep your travel fees. Lin Fan pushed $5 to him. No need, Master, Lu Ziyi replied. Alright, go then. Lin Fan felt that it was pointless to fight over the money. Then, he kept all the money and waved his hands. After Lu Ziyi left. What the, you really took everything? Fraud Tian said in disbelief. He didn't expect him to be worse than himself. That's not wrong. If I hadn't given him my advice, he would have basically lost his girlfriend. Then, he would have used the money on alcohol to drown his sorrows, then be on a drip in the hospital. The fees would have been more than this. If he was to find a new girlfriend, he would end up spending even more. I'm just helping him to save money, Lin Fan said firmly. Fraud Tian thought about it for a while and agreed with Lin Fan's words. That expanded his knowledge. Meanwhile, on a plane that's about to take off, a skinny and fair man wearing a pair of sunglasses was feeling worried. The beautiful ladies beside him were all discussing. The man was the handsome Yang Xiaoliang who had a huge fan base. He was initially part of a boy band but he withdrew from it. Due to his good looks, he won the hearts of many girls. No matter where he went, girls were all big fans of him. He acted in a few films which didn't require much skill. He just had to memorize the script and didn't have to worry about the acting part. In the outside world, he had a nickname, Handicapped Handsome. But to his fans, they were all defending his acting skills. They believed that he was just playing it cool. Yang Xiaoliang was getting a little nervous. He turned to his agent and said, the Weibo Master Lin predicted that I would be beaten up and end up in the hospital. Yang Xiaoliang did not believe in him initially, but after witnessing that all the predictions had come true, he was a little afraid. Liang, don't worry. It's all a hoax. When you exit the airport later, the agency has employed a large number of bodyguards that will definitely ensure your safety and not let anyone near you, his agent said. That's good, Yang Xiaoliang sighed in relief. If he was to be beaten up, he would end up looking horrendous. In the airport hall, his fans gathered in front of the arrival hall and waved their large signboards and shouted, Liang. Some of the fangirls even kneeled down and cried, expressing their happiness after seeing their favorite idol, Liang. Yang Xiaoliang enjoyed such an atmosphere. This is how you welcome a superstar. Even those international superstars couldn't compare to him. The fans charged forward ferociously. Their facial expressions looked even more excited and emotional than that if they were to meet their families for the first time in 30 years. Yang Xiaoliang would usually go forward to sign a few autographs when faced with such passionate fans. But it was different now. Yang Xiaoliang was afraid that a fan would punch him in his face, given Master Lin's prophecy. The hired bodyguards were really serious. They formed a wall around Yang Xiaoliang, blocking the fans from going up close to him. Yang Xiaoliang awkwardly smiled and waved his hands up high. He wanted to leave the place quickly. The reporters wanted to ask him some questions but weren't able to reach him due to the bodyguards. The reporters had an important task at hand, which was to find out if Yang Xiaoliang would end up in the hospital after he got beaten up. It wasn't just the reporters who wanted to know, but the netizens were also concerned with it. But from the looks of it, it seemed impossible. The bodyguards protected Yang Xiaoliang so closely that even a housefly couldn't fly through to reach him, not to mention a human beating him up. Haha, the prediction about me getting beaten up. How hilarious. Yang Xiaoliang laughed as he was about to leave the airport. It's not funny. Suddenly, Yang Xiaoliang's face changed, as if he saw a ghost. You. BTCH, return my daughter back to me. Then, the bodyguard in front turned behind and punched Yang Xiaoliang in his face. Bang! Yang Xiaoliang fell heavily onto the ground. Just because you wanted to become famous, you dumped my pregnant daughter and caused her to commit suicide. I'll break your face, the muscular man said. Then, he started to step on his face. DMN. The scene had become chaotic. Countless reporters rushed over and continuously snapped their cameras. Breaking news indeed. Yang Xiaoliang really got beaten up and it looked quite serious. Yang Xiaoliang's agent screamed in horror, "Quick, help." The other bodyguards hurried to help him. They had known that this was going to happen but they had to hide it from everyone just for the bodyguard to take revenge. Don't hit him anymore. We'll cover you. Or else, these fans are going to murder you. The bodyguards saw that Yang Xiaoliang was already badly injured. They immediately protected him by covering him with their bodies. The fans went crazy. Their idol Liang Liang had been beaten up. They panicked badly when they saw his bloody face. They wanted to take it out on the bodyguard who had hit him but the other bodyguards protected him from the fans. The reporters were shocked when they saw the state that Yang Xiaoliang was in. They hurried to the bodyguard who had beaten him up. Why did you beat him up? You said Yang Xiaoliang dumped your daughter for fame. What exactly happened? The reporters went wild. They were consecutively getting so many pieces of breaking news. They had to find out more, they had to do it. Yang Xiaoliang was just lying there as if he had just died from the injuries. I'm disfigured, Yang Xiaoliang's thought, right before he fainted. On the way to a hospital in Shanghai. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyi was carrying 2 durians as he made his way quickly to his girlfriend's hostel. He knew that Yajia was watching her drama in her hostel. He had to get past the hostel caretaker before he could enter the place. He managed to convince her by sweet-talking his way through. Lu Yajia was playing computer games but was feeling rather low. Lu Ziyi was incorrigible, he did not trust her and even fought with her childhood friend. How embarrassing. She even praised her boyfriend in front of him before, she didn't expect it to backfire so quickly. Yajia, are you really not going to forgive him? Her roommate asked. It's not so easy this time. He saw my messages and fought with my childhood friend. It's so embarrassing. Plus, he doesn't even trust me. He's lucky that I'm even in love with him, he looks like an ostrich. An ostrich doesn't even trust me, how infuriating. Lu Yajia said angrily. It's okay for him to be tensed over things like this. After all, he's your boyfriend, the roommate said. I don't care about others but he must trust me. Lu Yajia replied. But I heard someone from the next class likes him, aren't you afraid, the roommate said. I can confidently say that he doesn't dare to cheat on me. That's true. Ding dong. Asterisk. Coming. Who is it? Her roommate said as she hurried to the door. When she saw the person standing outside, she was shocked. Why are you here? Lu Yajia got angry when she saw who was at the door. Why are you here? I thought we already broke up. Then, he saw the plastic bags in Lu Ziyi's hand and laughed. Do you think I'd forgive you just because you bought me durians? Dream on. Lu Ziyi kept quiet and placed the durians firmly on the ground. Then, he took a deep breath. To the horror of Lu Yajia and her roommate, he kneeled on the durians. It's so painful, he didn't know it would hurt so badly until the moment he kneeled on them. The hard and sharp edges of the durian skin pierced his knees. It was so painful that he almost fainted. Yajia, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. If I'm still so petty in future. What, you still want it to happen again? Lu Ziyi was interrupted by Lu Yajia. Lu Ziyi realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shook his head. No more next time, no more. This is the last time. I promise I will change and not doubt you again in future. What, doubt? Why would you doubt me? No doubt, I won't doubt you. It's all my fault for being so petty. Lu Ziyi continued to shake his head as he replied. Her roommate was full of admiration for Lu Ziyi for what he was doing. Yajia, look, just give him another chance, the roommate said. Given what Ziyi was doing, Lu Yajia's anger had simmered. I can forgive you, but you must write an agreement to certify your words as well as apologize to my childhood friend. Can you do it? Yes, of course. Lu Ziyi nodded and replied. All right, I'll give you another chance. Stand up then. Lu Ziyi sighed in relief as he heard her reply. Then, he involuntarily said, the master was indeed accurate. Lu Yajia was stunned by what he had said. She asked, what master? Nothing, there's no master. Tell me, Lu Yajia said angrily, leaving Lu Ziyi with no choice but to reply. When Lu Ziyi had explained everything, Lu Yajia shouted, continue to kneel on the durians. Did your IQ become negative after I left you? Are you stup D? Lu Ziyi was speechless. Meanwhile, Weibo was a mess. Master Lin's Weibo was the scene's main focus again. Countless netizens started to believe in him. On the outside, Autumn Swordfish Killer seemed like he was not convinced, but he actually started to believe in Master Lin. The truth just hit him in his face. But since he had gone so far, he couldn't turn back anymore. He had to preserve his dignity and pride. On the train, the townsfolk had their heads down and were using their phones when suddenly, someone cried out loud. Yang Xiaoliang really got beaten up. That can't be. Where did you hear this from? It's trending on Weibo. It's already been the top trending topic for a while. I'll go and take a look. As of today, the hottest topic of discussion on Weibo was Master Lin's predictions. Among these predictions, the one that caught the most attention was the one involving Yang Xiaoliang. Trending on Weibo, those eager reporters took photos of Yang Xiaoliang getting beaten up and uploaded them to Weibo. The netizens went crazy. It looks so cruel, why are we so excited? Big news. A local male idol has suffered from facial disfigurement. Where did this Master Lin come from? His predictions are too good. Everyone, go and check out Master Lin's Weibo. It's been invaded by the local male idol's fangirls. DMN, Master Lin must be some kind of deity. Lin fan scrolled through his Weibo. What the HCK are they blaming me for? I'm not the one who got him beaten up. These fangirls are way too scary. Lin fan had already expected to receive countless praise and compliments, but to his surprise, there were also a bunch of fangirls scolding him. Dumb SS Master. If he knew that Liang would get beaten up, why didn't he warn him? Do you know how hard-working Liang is? How kind and compassionate he is. Among all the celebrities, Liang is the nicest to his fans. Liang has provided financial support for a poor student in the past. Which other celebrity has ever done that? FCK this shitty master, there's no end to his trickery. I've already made a police report. Someone must have ordered people to beat Liang up. Lin fan was extremely annoyed. Are these people red RDED? I didn't warn him, didn't I already say it on Weibo? And now they're blaming me. How unreasonable. At this moment, Autumn Swordfish Killer was sitting in front of his computer posting 1,000 comments per minute on Lin fan's Weibo page. This was even more idiotic than his fans. Then, Autumn Swordfish Killer let out a sly smile. Regardless of whether this Master Lin is really a dumb SS, it's unfortunate that he had decided to mess with me. Right now, the number of praises and insults are roughly the same. If I step in, I can definitely tip the scales. However, this is really draining. Just as Autumn Swordfish Killer was feeling troubled, a client's profile picture popped up. When Autumn Knife Sliced Fish saw the message, his eyes gleamed. Somebody wanted this mess cleaned up. Looks like Yang Xiaoliang's company is finally making its move. Autumn Knife Sliced Fish immediately opened his main troops chat and prepared to embark on his final task. Completely crush Master Lin. Once this task was sent out, the internet trolls started to make their move. In reality, everything was calm and peaceful, but there was a mess on the internet. Master Lin's Weibo exploded. Many celebrities and successful people had noticed Lin fan because he was trending. Some of these successful people have strong beliefs in fortune-telling. When Master Lin caught their attention on Weibo, they were impressed. Many of them gave orders to track down Master Lin, in hope that he could read their fortune in person. In the hospital, Yang Xiaoliang was lying on his bed looking depressed as if he had never thought that something like this could happen to him. My face, what did the doctor say about it? Yang Xiaoliang's greatest worry right now was his face. Since the beginning, he had relied on his looks to earn his living. If his face was gone, he would be finished. His manager comforted him, Liang, you will be fine. The doctor said that your face won't be disfigured, you just need some time for treatment. This was also a piece of good news to his manager. If Yang Xiaoliang's face was disfigured, his future as a star would be gone. This Yang Xiaoliang had no particular talent or skill, he wasn't good at singing. If you take away his looks, he may as well just be a sandbag. That bodyguard has already been sent to the police station. No matter what, we have to get compensated for this incident. Look, your fans are all rooting for you. The manager took out his phone, opened Weibo and placed it in front of Yang Xiaoliang. Yang Xiaoliang was initially furious, but upon seeing his fans standing up for him, he was cheered up considerably. Still, he could not forgive this Master Lin. Send out a message, let the internet trolls destroy Master Lin's image. Don't worry, the company is already on it, said the manager, and then as if he just remembered something, He added, Liang, everything that the bodyguard said about his daughter dying, was it really true? Yang Xiaoliang's expression changed slightly for a moment, then he quickly shook his head, those are just lies. That's good. The manager nodded, if there's anything, you have to tell me. Yep, don't worry, you can trust me, Yang Xiaoliang smiled timidly and replied. He then proceeded to post on Weibo. Thank you to my fans for your concern. This tragic incident won't defeat me. The doctor said that I will be fully recovered after a period of treatment. As for that Master Lin, how he predicted what would happen to me is something only he himself will know. Upon posting this message, countless fans instantly replied. Liang, I can rest easy now that I know you're fine. When I saw the photos of you, I was worried sick. Rest well and let your injuries heal, Liang. We will take care of demanding justice for you. Liang will always be the cutest and the kindest in our hearts. Liang, I've already snuck out of my house and boarded the bus to visit you at the hospital. You have to stay strong. Yang Xiaoliang had a large fan base. Compared to the biggest superstars, he was either on par or had even more fans. Yang Xiaoliang smiled as he read those comments. Those fans would really do anything for me, he thought. Aren't these people insulting you? Fraud Tian had no idea what Lin Fan was laughing about. He stood by Lin Fan's side and watched. Yes, they are insulting me, but there are also some people praising me, said Lin Fan cheerily. Damn, you have a really big heart, kid. A whole page full of people flaming you and you can still laugh so happily. Fraud Tian then asked curiously, but what is this? Why are so many people leaving comments here? Fraud, what age are you stuck in? This is Weibo, even the old folks know about it these days, said Lin Fan. Ah, looks like I'll have to give it a try when I have the chance. But all these people are scolding you, why don't you scold them back? Fraud Tian asked curiously. There are so many people. Would you want to help me to scold all of them? Pass the phone to me. So what if there's a lot of people? All you need is courage. If you have enough courage, you don't have to be afraid no matter how many people there are. Said Fraud Tian smugly. Lin Fan gazed at Fraud Tian, then passed the phone to him. Lin Fan thought, go ahead since you're so courageous. There are over 100 comments, have fun scolding them all. Editor. Sparrow Translations. Something was brewing on Weibo. Lin Fan had become the most controversial internet star on Weibo. Despite this, Lin Fan wasn't bothered. He stood at the door, cheerfully and nonchalantly, inhaling the fresh air. At this moment, Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he saw a familiar face. Not far away, Lu Ziyi was walking down the street with a girl, hands held together. However, he seemed a little worried. Then he realized that perhaps he followed Lin Fan's instructions. Lin Fan read their fortunes with a look at their faces. They were quite suited for one another. There would be a few conflicts in their relationship, but nothing major. In a relationship, occasional quarrels can help to deepen the feelings for one another. However, the girl's expression didn't seem right, she looked hostile. Little did Lin Fan know that this girl had been interrogating Lu Ziyi the whole time. So this is the guy who tricked you? Asked Lu Yajia. Yajia, he didn't trick me. Master's predictions are fairly accurate, and the money I paid was willingly given. You're not thinking about demanding the money back, are you? Lu Ziyi said timidly. Tricking people is a skill too. Since he relied on this skill to trick you, of course, I won't ask for the money back, replied Lu Yajia. That's good, so why are we here? Asked Lu Ziyi. For you to buy shoes, so you won't look so suspicious anymore, Lu Yajia said. My wife, you're too good to me, Lu Ziyi was touched. When the couple passed by, Lu Ziyi turned to Lin Fan and flashed a smile of gratitude. Lin Fan smiled back. Who knew he was a henpecked husband? Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to the shop. How is it, Fraud? Lin Fan asked while laughing at Fraud Tian, whose face was red with anger. These brats are too much. If it was in real life, I would teach them a lesson. Fraud Tian was furious. Lin Fan took over the phone and said with a chuckle, I told you that you can't argue with them. You didn't believe me. You've been scolding them until now, just how many people? Lin Fan looked at his phone and was stunned. He raised his head and looked over to Fraud Tian. These were all sent by you. Initially, Lin Fan had only posted a few times using his Weibo account, but now there were over 30 posts by his account. Who else could it be? These brats even said that they would come and find me, but I don't believe them. What can they possibly do to me? Fraud Tian said smugly. Lin Fan scrolled down to read through Fraud Tian's posts and was dumbfounded. I'm at my shop at Shili Street, it's called, Master Lin. Come find me if you dare. I've traveled all around the country for over 30 years. You think I'd be scared of you? You kids have time to come and scold me on behalf of some idol. Why don't you go and take care of your parents properly instead? Lin Fan's breathing was becoming faster as if something scary was about to happen. When he looked at the comments left by Fraud Tien, he saw the replies below as well, which disturbed him. Wait there for me. How dare you order people to beat our Liang? I'm coming to get you right now. I'm on the bus already. I'm rushing there now. Even if there were more replies, Lin Fan didn't bother to read them all. He took his clothes immediately. Fraud, I'm going to the toilet. You watch the shop. Alright, I'll just take a breather here, said Fraud Tien impatiently. Without hesitation, Lin Fan exited the shop. He hid behind a corner nearby and watched. Fraud, what you brought about yourself, you have to deal with yourself. A bunch of ladies will be coming, I'll leave it to you to handle them. Lin Fan had seen how fangirls behaved since young. They were a frightening bunch, and he wouldn't be surprised if they really came to find him. An hour passed. Lin Fan felt that something wasn't right. Those fans should have been here by now. When he checked his Weibo comments again, he was dumbfounded. UFC King Liar. That shop doesn't exist on Shili Street. Shili Street, what was that? Was there such a street in Shanghai? Damn, Lin Fan was surprised. Who knew this Fraud Tien was so cunning? He scared me into hiding for a whole hour. This man is so scheming. When Lin Fan returned to the shop, Fraud Tien gazed at him. Why did you spend so long in the toilet? I would have gone to find you if there was someone else here to watch the shop. Hey Fraud, where is this Shili Street? Asked Lin Fan curiously. Oh, it's a street back in my old village, replied Lin Fan. Did you really think I was stupid? How could we reveal our location at a time like this? We wouldn't know if there would be some idiots who come looking. When Lin Fan saw that shameless smile on Fraud Tien's face, he wanted to pin him to the ground. On Weibo, Yang Xiaoliang's fangirls and internet trolls had completely invaded Lin Fan's Weibo. The Weibo users who believed in Lin Fan were completely helpless. They were greatly outnumbered. However, just at this moment, another big news came in. Autumn Swordfish Killer was orchestrating the invasion after he saw the news and trembled with rage. How the FCK am I supposed to clean this up now? Yang Xiaoliang's fangirls also froze when they saw the news. Their heads were in a mess. This can't be, it must be some kind of lie. How could the Liang that we've been protecting all this while be such a person? Yang Xiaoliang's fans had always loved him, for his talents and for his personality, but when the news dropped, their unwavering hearts wavered. Is this still the Liang that we adore? The Weibo community was also stunned when they saw this news. Shames. Despicable. Obscene. Contemptible. Sinister. None of those words were enough to express the rage they felt towards him. In the hospital, the manager had been on Yang Xiaoliang's side the whole time, and Yang Xiaoliang had been able to relax and be carefree. Even though he got beaten up, he gained popularity from this incident. The manager's phone rang. When he answered the call, the phone exploded with noise. Is there something wrong with Yang Xiaoliang? How can he hide something like this from us? You have to let him solve this problem by himself. Boss, what's wrong? The manager was anxious after being shouted at. Look at Weibo yourself. Beep. Asterisk. He had hung up. The manager's face was already pale. When he saw the news on Weibo, his face turned as white as paper. What is it? Did something happen? Yang Xiaoliang asked, smiling. The manager showed Yang Xiaoliang his phone. Yang Xiaoliang was shocked. It can't be. In his strive to become famous, Yang Xiaoliang dumped his pregnant girlfriend. As a result, his girlfriend committed suicide after getting pregnant. This post was really eye-catching. It had 3 million comments within the span of half an hour and it was #1 on the trending list. This can't be true. I'm definitely being framed. Yang Xiaoliang bellowed. He looked at his agent and said, you have to believe me. Yang Xiaoliang's agent took a look at him and sighed helplessly. The company has made its stand clear. You should settle this by yourself. How can it be? Yang Xiaoliang stared blankly at his agent. This piece of news was credible. Not only did it have detailed descriptions of the incident, it even had photographic evidence. All these pictures were of Yang Xiaoliang and another girl before he became famous. There were a few of these couple photos and some are even in a group setting. Yang Xiaoliang, his bodyguard, and his pregnant girlfriend. It didn't take a genius to figure out that there was no way of denying something like this. Any attempts at trying to defend himself would have been useless. It would just be seen as an insult to the intelligence of the people. In the group of internet trolls, Autumn Swordfish Killer was ranked second and no one else dared to admit that they were better than him. Autumn Swordfish Killer jiggled his belly and bellowed as he read this piece of news. "You are AFC King Scum." Autumn Swordfish Killer notified his group of internet trolls, saying that if he didn't clear his name sooner, any other attempts would be futile. The internet trolls praised him when Autumn Swordfish Killer said that. "Oh great Autumn Sword Brother, I think that it will be very hard to clear his name." Everyone thought that this person was decent. Who would have known that he was like that? Seeing all the praise, Autumn Swordfish Killer's fat face beamed with happiness. "I am indeed the righteous leader of the internet trolls, I can't possibly clear everyone's name whenever there's a scandal. Autumn Sword Brother, something has cropped up. The godly troll team is still helping Yang Xiaoliang clear his name," one of the internet trolls reported. "Everyone take action, suppress the godly troll team, target the bodyguard, and defame Yang Xiaoliang," Autumn Swordfish Killer ordered. "Squad number 1 has received the orders. Time to take action. Squad number 2 has received the orders. Ready to roll out." Lin Fan grinned with interest as he saw what was happening in Weibo. This group of journalists must have been really dedicated to come up with this piece of news. Lin Fan also realized that the fangirls who were scolding him on Weibo had gradually disappeared. The news of their idol's scandal must have been a great shock for them. "Master Lin is so cool. This Yang Xiaoliang is so inhumane. I'm sorry Master Lin, I rashly scolded you before. I won't ever defend Yang Xiaoliang again." Master Lin said that there's nothing better than someone changing for the better after realizing his mistake. With the turn of events in Weibo, Lin Fan was extremely happy. He felt the time was nearing for the third page of knowledge in his encyclopedia to be opened. It all depended on the outcome of this situation. Lin Fan deleted Fraud Tian's posts on Weibo and posted on his account. "Hi everyone, I made a typo earlier. My fortune-telling shop is located at the following address, Shanghai, Cloud Street, number 8861. The shop name is Master Lin." The post had over 1,000 comments not long after being posted. "I've booked my plane tickets. I will be there on time tomorrow. DMN," changing just one of the words caused an 18,000-mile difference between both locations. "I'm already at Shili Street. Master Lin is in Shanghai, I am too. Wow bless. Master Lin's shop was closer than I expected. I'll look for Master Lin tomorrow." Lin Fan scrolled through his Weibo. He knew that tomorrow was going to be a busy day. However, the task for the second page of knowledge was to become a well-respected fortune-telling master. Lin Fan was afraid that it wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Looking at how things were going in Weibo, it seemed that there were a lot of people who were interested in getting their fortunes read by him, but he hadn't completed the mission yet. It seemed that these enthusiasts weren't revering Lin Fan as a well-respected fortune-teller, but were just expressing that Lin Fan's fortune-telling ability was awesome. Lin Fan had to put in more effort to get the people to change their mindsets. The phone rang while Lin Fan was still deep in thought. It was an unknown number and Lin Fan decided to reject the call. There have been a lot of scammers recently. If it wasn't to promote a product, it would be people pretending to be police officers trying to extort money from you. The phone rang again, showing the same unknown number. Rejected. A minute later, a message came. "I am Wang Mingyang. I need to ask you for a favor." Just as he received the text message, his phone rang again. "What do you want?" Lin Fan picked up the phone sourly. "How did you get my number?" Getting a person's number isn't hard, it's just a simple search on the internet. Wang Mingyang had been busy for the past few days and he was shocked after seeing the news developments of late. "What's up? Just don't ask me when you'll strike the lottery. I won't tell you that." Lin Fan was raging on the inside. The last time he let Wang Mingyang win some money, they got into a big fight. If Fraud Tian wasn't by his side to restrain him, he would have beaten him up. A laugh emanated from the phone. "I have a friend from overseas who requested that you read his fortune. He has already given me all his birth data. I'll pass it to you later. Can you help me calculate his fortune?" "Wait a minute, I'm not even that close to you. If he wants his fortune read, he has to come to my shop," Lin Fan said. "His location is quite far away. It'd be ridiculous for him to come all the way to Shanghai just to get his fortune read. Furthermore, he's such a busy man and he wouldn't have time to travel." "Then I really can't help you with that. My fortune reading can really change the course of a person's life. If he doesn't come to my doorstep personally, he'll lose out on a great opportunity. Anyway, can you pass me his 8 birth characters?" Lin Fan let out a laugh after calculating his fortune based on it. "He'll regret it if he doesn't come. That's all I have to say. I've got some customers to tend to. I'll hang up first. Lin Fan put down his phone and looked up. There was a young man outside sheepishly observing the interior of the shop before gathering enough courage to approach Fraud Tian. Master Lin, Fraud Tian pointed at Lin Fan. He's over there. The young man looked at Lin Fan and gawked. You're Master Lin? Why, do I not look like one? Lin Fan asked calmly. No, it's just that you're really young. Anyway, nice to meet you. I've been following you on Weibo for quite some time, and I really admire you. Lu Angxing was overjoyed. He finally got to see Master Lin in person. Lu Angxing studied in a high school nearby. He absolutely revered and adored Master Lin's fortune readings, treating him as if he was a god. Lu Angxing was nearing his graduation and he had received an interview offer from a company. He was extremely anxious as the company was ranked as top 500 in the world. After finding out Master Lin's address, he immediately came over to get his fortune read. Master Lin, I would like to get a fortune reading. My friend and I received an interview offer from a company which is going to take place in 3 days' time. Can I ask if I'll get the job? Lu Angxing asked curiously. At a random corporate office in Shanghai, Wang Mingyang was helplessly smiling to himself. He wasn't angry because of Lin Fan's incident, but he felt that Lin Fan would definitely remember this for a long time. But after all, he himself got beaten up as well. They haven't had much interaction after befriending each other, and Wang Mingyang thought about treating Lin Fan to a meal. At the same time, they could have a chat to strengthen their friendship. Mr. Wu, I'm sorry. Master Lin has a new set of rules, and in order for him to read your fortune, he requires you to go down personally, Wang Mingyang said. Wu Yungang was an old and successful entrepreneur cum CEO. He was based in the country's capital and his net worth was in billions. He was extremely wealthy, but it was still something he couldn't fully control. Mr. Wang, did you tell him my identity? Mr. Wu said monotonously through the phone, with a hint of surprise and disbelief. Wang Mingyang lay down on his seat made from quality leather and laughed. He then said, Brother Wu, he is my friend. If I were to tell him about your identity and status, wouldn't it be a little awkward for a friend like me? Do you want to come to Shanghai? My friend is extremely accurate with his fortune telling, I believe you've read about it before. Nah, it's okay, it's merely just a fortune reading session that I can do without. Previously, I heard that you've received extremely good advice from him and now you're doing well. I would like to just tap on your good luck, Wu Yungang casually said, but his tone sounded a little angry. When Wang Mingyang heard the way he spoke to him, he was a little unhappy. He said, my friend already said that you'll definitely regret if you don't come and have a look. Regret? Brother Wang, I, Wu Yungang, have never regretted any of my decisions. You shouldn't trust these things too much in future. I'm hanging up. Wu Yungang laughed sheepishly and said. After hanging up the phone. Hey, it's fine if he doesn't believe me. I wonder what would exactly happen to him and I'm looking forward to seeing it. Master Lin, you mean I should only go for the interview on the last day? Lu Angxing asked curiously. Lin Fan just nodded. He just looked at his career prospects and he was bound to have bad luck for the coming 2 days. He wouldn't be successful in whatever that he was going to do, especially for something major like an interview. But Lu Angxing was predicted to be pretty lucky on the third and last day of the interviews, and he would likely be successful in the things that he does. That's right, you are destined to have good fortune on the last day. The success rate would be the highest. Lin Fan said. If I were to go for the interview during the first 2 days, does it mean that I would definitely fail it? The interview was extremely important to Lu Angxing and he had to clarify things before he made a decision. Yeah, it would be the best for you go on the last day, Lin Fan said. Lu Angxing trusted Lin Fan a lot and he just nodded at his words. Then he suddenly said, Master Lin, I have a friend that's supposed to go for the interview with me. Are you able to read his fortune too? This is his picture. Lu Angxing took out his friend's curriculum vitae (CV) from his bag. His friend's picture was attached on top of it. Lin Fan took a glance at it and he was pretty interested. Lu Angxing's classmate had a similar fortune reading as him. He would be extremely unlucky on the first 2 days of the interview. This type of situation wasn't common. After thinking about it further, he believed in Lin Fan even more. Nowadays, many schools were built on lands that used to be cemeteries. One has to be lucky enough to suppress the negativity. Naturally, there were different levels of negativity in various parts of the school. Those places that are more unlucky would cause one to be more unfortunate. After further fortune telling, he realized that the school hostel that Lu Angxing was living in was a place with the highest amount negative energy in the school. Whether he would be fortunate or not, it would depend on his luck as the levels of misfortune would vary. Your classmate is the same as you. He should go on the last day with you, Lin Fan said. Thank you, Master, Lu Angxing said sincerely to Lin Fan as he really believed his words. When Lu Angxing had left, Lin Fan quickly stuffed the 2 red dollar bills into his pocket and thought to himself that it was easy money. Was the person on the phone earlier Millionaire Wang? Fra Tian asked as he was lying down on the table. Yes, Lin Fan said and nodded. He wanted me to help his friend with fortune reading but I rejected him. Fra Tian was the first person to call him Millionaire Wang as he thought of the $1 million that flew away. He then heaved a sigh of sadness. Then, Fra Tian regretfully said, it was such a large sum of money, why didn't you agree to it? Lin Fan frowned and asked, what kind of person am I? You're a divine teller, Fra Tian said as he was full of admiration for Lin Fan. Everything that he had predicted was so accurate, it was as if like he was a living god. That doesn't mean I can just take his money. I am a divine fortune teller and I have to take some pride in that. He didn't even come personally for me to fortune read for him. Isn't that disrespectful to me? It's like my status has been lowered, Lin Fan said. That's true, what we do here can't be measured by money and we have to be proud of what we're doing, Fra Tian said as he nodded in agreement. But Fra Tian still helplessly shook his head and said, anyway the money's still gone. Lin Fan was speechless. At a random university, Lu Angxing was extremely nervous. He didn't expect the Master Lin that went viral on Weibo was actually so close to his school. Furthermore, he approached him for a session of fortune-telling and Master Lin was also confident that he would do well. This boosted his confidence tremendously. Meanwhile, back at the hostel, Lu Angxing saw that his classmate, Xu Haojia was looking at the interview preparation materials for that particular company. Haojia, I'm back. I've printed our curriculum vitae CV. Do you know who I went to look for? Lu Angxing smiled and asked. Who? Xu Haojia asked without even looking at Lu Angxing as he continued to focus on the screen. It's Master Lin, Lu Angxing exclaimed. He felt that he was extremely lucky to have just paid $200 for Master Lin's insight. From Lu Angxing's point of view, Master Lin was really famous. If he were to look for him again in future, it would be even harder and perhaps he might not even be able to afford the fees. Who is Master Lin? Xu Haojia asked. What the, you don't even know Master Lin? He's the viral fortune teller on Weibo and he's predicted many things which had come true. Anyway, that's not surprising since you're not interested in Weibo, Lu Angxing said excitedly. Xu Haojia made a random sound to acknowledge Lu Angxing's words and then he said, I hope tomorrow's interview would be a success. No, don't go tomorrow. I have helped you to ask for Master Lin's advice as well. We would be unlucky for the first 2 days and it's best to go on the last day to have the highest chance of success, Lu Angxing said. Xu Haojia wasn't a believer of such things and he said, I don't believe in that. I have taken a look through the company's sample interview questions, I am confident that I'll succeed. Furthermore, going for the interview on the last day would leave a bad impression on us. Haojia, you have to believe me. Master Lin is really accurate, Lu Angxing anxiously said. Don't believe in such things. What era are we in now and you still believe in this? It would be the same interview any day of the week. Anyway, I'm going for the interview tomorrow. If you believe his words, go on the last day then. Xu Haojia wasn't going to take his words seriously as he felt that it was just a scam. Lu Angxing felt really helpless as he trusted Master Lin a lot but Haojia wasn't a believer of such things. Furthermore, he was so stubborn about it and there was nothing he could have done to change his mind.